RCI's 2022 World Tour coming to its natural conclusion in just one round from now. But today, the fifth round, the penultimate round in the World Tour, in a rain drenched Barcelona in Spain. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round five of the RCI World Tour. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Ted Edwards for the first half of the race, and Stewie behind the cameras as per usual. The question remains, can anybody beat Yaz Heat? They've been perfect through the first four rounds, and that has been despite adversity. A couple of times this season, they have not taken the pole position. That is indeed the case today. Yaz Heat has a different driver lineup for this race as well. And above all things, we have Forza Italia, a silver class team who took the Super Pole just a week ago for the race. Incredible scenes here, a very wet racetrack. Ted Edwards, welcome in.
Thank you, Jesse. It's a pleasure to be here as always. Yeah, one of those different races today where it's a bit rainy. We haven't seen rain like this for a while, apart from obviously the 24-hour, which was a bit of hit and miss here and there. And so I don't think it will stay as long as this race is. What we've seen on the forecast is rain most of the race, or probably all of the race. So it's going to be an interesting one today. A lot of strategies. A lot of different strategies on the table for us to see what happens today.
Well, the last time it rained like this was all the way back in the first round of the championship at the Nürburgring, where it rained on and off the entirety of that race, but it did downpour. And if I may say so myself, from our commentary position, this is as hard as it's rained in the entire championship thus far. If you are planning a summer trip to Spain, like so many of you probably are this time of year, I can guarantee you this is uncommon that it rains this hard, and we'll have to see if that continues throughout the race. Of course, the weather changeable, and we hope to see some sunshine. Super Pole a week ago, Ted Edwards, as we flash back a little bit, was anything but this. It was picturesque here in the Catalunya region, and man, what a Super Pole it was. Had us all guessing in the end. Forza Italia, the silver class 500 Ferrari, is the car on the pole position. Beat everybody, even the pros. The only time that's happened in the championship thus far.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see a Ferrari on the pole position today. Not what I would expect, I don't think, at Barcelona, but they've made that happen. Pretty nice to see Ferrari up there.
Well, if you look down the field, that is Visceral Esports, who may be known as Volante at some point during the season. And, well, they have done a great job challenging the top few cars, Yas Heat in particular. And then you have the T3 Motorsport Black car in third place. They're currently second in the championship. They're 60 points out of the championship lead. If they can get a podium, maybe a win today in their class, that could go a very long way to getting them back into this championship. Only one round after this race today. 6 hours, the shortest race on the calendar as we go back through the entire top 10, taking a good look at all the cars. It is a case of the usual suspects up front, just some of them not quite where you would expect to find them.
Yeah, I think I just noticed as well, there's one car that is missing the grid at the front. I'm not sure. I think it's the Butterfly Effects Esports. I think the BMW M4 is missing off the grid today. Not sure why, but maybe they're just running a little bit late or got some issues going on. But hopefully they can join us for this lovely 6 hours of Barcelona.
Of course, the Butterfly Effect Esports car has been here in all the rounds that I'm aware of. And of course, they qualified fourth overall. That was good enough for third in the class. They outqualified the hashtag Blame Mike Jones 18 team. And of course, Yaz Heat, and fell just right behind T3 Motorsports Black. And this is a slightly abbreviated field, I think we could all agree. But as we get towards the end of the season, there have been several driver changes. The big one, as we mentioned when we came on air with the Yaz Heat team, George Boothby will not be taking part in that race today, or in this race today, in that car. And I believe his teammate Malinowski, who is here today, may have leaked the reason why, and it might have something to do with these treacherous conditions. George Boothby not trusting his driving ability in the weather, Ted.
Wow, that's surprising from the Boothby. So yeah, we know what he doesn't like. So I wonder if I'm faster than him in the wet. Be pretty funny to see. But you see here, there's a car all the way down at the back of the field. And I'm not sure why that is, Jesse, but
Pretty sure that's the pace car.
is that the pace? I say I'm new to this. I
That's
don't
Tom.
come at the
That's
start
Tom
of these
Bryant.
races. Oh, is
Oh
it? Is it
yes,
Mr. Bryan?
that's good old Tom
Ah.
Bryant in a pace car, and I will refrain from making a joke of being in his normal starting position. Refrain from doing that today, but that is the safety car. Of course, we do have the option for safety car starts during the 24 a week, or excuse me, a month ago. We did have a safety car come out after a massive crash in Eau Rouge and Radeon. And would we see the same thing here today? The GT4s and touring cars were here on Thursday on RCI TV, and we didn't have a safety car for it. But folks, let me tell you, we could have almost used one. It was calamity through turns 1 and 2 on the opening lap. Seen many cars have issues in the races there. Hopefully, we will be spared such a fate.
You just look at that spray, Jesse. That's something you want to see in a race like this. But yeah, this is what the driver's going to see, especially through the first 10-15 minutes until it starts spreading out a bit more. That's a lot of spray to see, but see at the front, nice clean visibility. So pretty easy to start off with. But yeah, the people in the back is going to get all that spray. And it's going to be a tricky one to guess where people are braking. Slow and steady, make it all through.
Well, we certainly hope so. Treacherous conditions invites room for error and contact. Of course, we are no stranger to the wet weather, and the further back you are, the worse it's going to be. For Forza Italia, it is the best case scenario. Not only are they leading the silver class, keep in mind there's no overall points in the World Tour. It's all for class, and they're out in front of the entire field. They're the only team that's going to get a clean look into turn 1. Well, just a reminder of your top 10 as we get ready. Forza Italia on pole, Visceral Esports second, T3 Motorsports Black Butterfly Effect, who we do not believe is present today. The hashtag Blame Mike Jones team rounding out the top 5. Yaz Heat, P6. Connection Lost Racing, the second of the silver cars in 7th. BRM Racing, Madhouse Racing, and Turn 1 SSR. T3 Motorsport White, the silver T3 Motorsport team, just barely missing out on Super Pole 1 week ago. They'll start from 11th place in the Fusion DMH number 1 team in the 501, who was so good in the last few rounds. Didn't quite get the finish in the 24 they were looking for, but was really rapid in qualifying there, hoping to make up for lost time here today.
So the last section of the track, and is it 3 more corners and we'll get going, Jesse? These lovely swimming pool conditions, as I like to call it.
Oh, it's super wet. I take back everything I said previously. This is the wettest it's ever been. This is bordering on a red flag situation, in my opinion, but the steward's box and the race controller says we're good enough to race. and we will go racing. 15 degrees C, it's raining very heavily. It is slated to calm down later on into this hour, and this is what you can see from Martin Lawrence's connection loss 404. Absolutely nothing down into turn one. Look at the spray. Where are the cars? And it's going to be an instant pass around the outside. T3 Motorsport Black is going for it, and so is Volante around the outside. And look at Yas Heat. Yas Heat's already up several spots. The 500 drops a spot. Volante out in front of the field. Incredibly clean start, if I do say so myself, in tricky conditions.
Yeah, an amazing pass around the outside. That's something I haven't seen in a while, especially in the wet. That's pretty mega for them. You know, now they've got the clean visibility to just, you know, try and get away from the rest of the pack. But yeah, Milanowski really moving that car up into third from well, I think they were starting in sixth. So that's very well done for them. And Martin Lawrence getting up into sixth from seventh. So yeah, amazing driving from all drivers.
Well, it wasn't a completely perfect start. The 67 Porsche team, that silver team with Horschy behind the wheel, they got a drive-through penalty. The stewards box confirming that is for being out of position on the start. There has been one crash in the turn 6 and 7 complex at the back of the field. I think the 444 Flying Hellfish car has been involved in that, but look at this. Jarzabowski in the Forza Italia car, they started the race, they lost the overall lead. They won't care too much about that because it's not for points, and neither is the car behind him. Malinowski right behind them from 6th to 3rd and looking for 2nd on the opening lap.
Yeah, there's a nice looking lap 1 we have here. Then we're coming obviously into the last section of the track, coming through the chicane, the final corner to start lap 2. It's already getting interesting here, Jesse. Everyone's already going on the attack. See what happens here with the.
This is the previous incident I was talking about. Look out for the Flying Hellfish car, and yes, indeed, tries to go around the outside, does the 444, and just gets a piece of it. Getting a piece of that car, and that's well, taking them all the way to the back. The 920 able to get away a bit better, but it's a long race. Even though it's 6 hours, that's still a considerable amount of time, and we know at some point, Ted, the weather is going to improve.
Yeah, it's just when the weather will improve. As we see in half an hour's time, the rain's going to get lighter, but how light is that going to get? And depends what the track conditions are, because obviously we've got a load of cars going around this track, 20 plus, as we left on the side on the timing board. Yeah, the track's just going to get drier and drier. You're going to get that dry line. It's not going to be completely dry. Obviously, it's still raining, a heavy rain as it is at the minute, but we're going to have a dry line appearing. Cars are just going to get faster and faster as they get more grip through that one dry line, as we see.
Oh, down to the inside, Malinowski's going to try it in the hard left-hander. He's going to be side by side with the Forza Italia car. Yassine Forza Italia, and forced to surrender that is the Ferrari. Malinowski up to P2.
I don't think Malinowski needs a dry line. He just does it on the wet line. So, yeah, amazing move by the 992 right there. Just, that's something where I wouldn't fight. The Ferrari did back off, which I think was a sensible move, because it's easy to spin out going into that right-hander, because that left to right is a bit of a weird one in the wet. But it was Porsche just leaving the Ferrari in the dust. So pretty good. Martin Lawrence is up to 5th now, Jesse. So 2nd in silver is actually catching up the 500.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have called that. Martin Grady trying to find his sea legs, I think, early in this one. Martin Lawrence, though, always good in the wet weather in the McLaren, and showing that now up into P5. And that's more important than you might think. Of course, Connection Loss Racing trying to win the silver championship here in the World Tour, and now finds themselves with only one car in between themselves and Forza Italia for the lead of this race. Could this be another one of those CLR days? Even though they were completely outdueled in qualifying by Forza Italia, you just can't ever tell. Martin Grady seems to be the cork in the bottle here. Tavinza Hacker behind them, and de Havilland all in a row getting passed by the silver cars. And here is Jardier. Jaroslav Hanzik. We were told by our broadcaster, Stewie, that the 40 was being piloted again by Mr. Jardier. And here it is. We expected Jardier to appear for the 24, which he did. Drove an amazing opening, several stints for the Jardier community team for that Aston. And I think he came back late and did some in the final hours of the race as well. But just an excellent drive. That 40 car was nowhere at the start of the race. Qualifying did not go their way, but in the end, they were a genuine threat for the top 5. And here you have it again. Jardier back in the car. Must have liked what they saw at Spa. Back in the car, doing well again.
Up in 9th, 5th in Pro, so that is a good start with only 60, not many laps in, two to three laps in, can't count, but yeah, so very well done from him. See where he is in the next hour or so. So there's still some fighting going on. I think it's just mainly keep it on the track and follow the slipstream for the time being until the first pit stops.
Sure will. A big welcome in to everybody watching around the world. We know that on this particular weekend, you have a lot of choice of motorsport to watch. We appreciate you spending a little bit of that time with us here for the World Tour round number 5, live from Barcelona. Not that you would know that unless we told you, simply because the rain is coming down incredibly hard. You can see at the top right corner of the screen, the track condition is very wet. The track is very cool. There's a light breeze of only a few Ks, and well, we know in 30 minutes time, actually a little bit closer to 25 to 20 now, the rain will start to relent just a little bit. But as Mr. Ted Edwards told you earlier, we're not sure how much it will relent. We expect at some point that it will diminish beyond heavy rain. So we're hoping that that will be the case. Some of these drivers that have had a less than stellar start are hoping the same.
Yeah, it's looks to be further back from where you started, but as long as you keep it out of the wall, keep the damage off and not touch anyone at the start, you can always gain that time back. As we see a move from Yardier, just pushing the McLaren out of the way, literally, for that 8th place. See what happens there, because that was pretty forceful from that camera angle.
Ooh, he got in there. Yeah, that was a send by Jardier, but he was in there at some point. If you are the other car, you have to consider, well, he's beat me in there. And in Jardier's defense, and I will defend him, he had it broke down for the corner. It was not like he was going to overrun the corner. I just think that the de Havilland was caught off guard there a little bit.
Yeah, no, Yardier was in there. He had full right to that corner, and he hit his side of the track, and the McLaren just sort of turned in on him and realised there was an Aston Martin there. But yeah, I don't think anything will come off that. No one span out, and it was like a silly dive bomb or anything. And going for it again on the M4.
Well, when you got it, you got it, Ted Edwards, and Jardier has it. Jardier says, "Man, I had 24 hours last time out to make this happen. I've only got a quarter of that this time. I got to get a move on." Oh, Horsey has just had a horrible start to the race. The car that got a drive-through for being out of position, they've been down pit lane a second time, and this was on their out lap. They had just come out of pit lane, and they looped it around the very fast and very long right-hander turn number 4.
I'd probably put that down to high pressures. If they just come out the pit lane, they're probably not up to pressure yet. That's why the rear end set out on that Porsche. But what they need to do is just keep going. Other people make mistakes, and they might gain some positions back. Always keep going. Never give up.
Well, that's certainly what Horsey's doing in the 67 team. They're not going to give up, especially 10 minutes into a 6-hour race. It's like you say, you never know what's going to happen, and we have seen how the GT4 race, the support race, if you will, this week, how that sort of turned out. And you can't ever give up, because you can't ever truly be sure of what's going to happen to your competitors around you. We certainly saw that in the 24 as well. Riley, who leads the race for the number 70 group, the Visceral Esports team, well, they lead the race, and for but a moment, they had the Speed Juice fastest lap of the race award, but Malinowski saw fit to take that away from them in P2. And you don't need me to tell you this, folks, but Yazzie's coming, and so is Jardier, rubbing the back of Martin Grady there. Absolutely no patience out of Jardier, getting these positions quick. This is an amazing run by the community team Aston.
Yeah, and he's making the move, and he's going to take that with ease. He's just running away with overtaking people. It just makes it look so easy. The M4 trying to get around the outside of the Bentley does not make it happen, unfortunately. But yeah, that Aston Martin's just flying. Like, I can see them getting into the top 3 in no time. And at the beginning of the race, that's pretty easy, as everyone's pretty close together. Yeah, third is like 3.5 seconds away from second at the minute, but Jardier is just flying away from the rest of the pack. So
Jardier trending in the right direction. I have no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Grady, after the mild contact, decided, yeah, you're quicker, go on. Grady's trying to sort of maintain his pace, if you will. He's not trying to do anything that would put him into trouble. Doesn't look incredibly comfortable in the car, if I'm completely honest with you. In these conditions, who would be? But Jardier, an absolute animal on this start, has made it up through the better part of the top half of the field. Excuse me, the top half of the top 10 anyway, and continues to march forward. How high can they climb? Well, the sky's the limit, really. Look at that down the front straight. You can, on a normal race day, you can see the final turn coming onto the pit straight. But in these conditions, you can't see it. It's just fog and spray. And this is James de Havilland, the VRM Racing 349 McLaren. That's Davinza Hacker in the 818 BMW in front. And yes, that is Martin Grady in front. But you didn't know that, did you? Oh, a slide there from Davinza Hacker, and that's going to allow de Havilland up the inside. Look at those hands, heavy at work, trying to keep the car off a Hacker on the outside, trying to keep, oh no, a touch. Davinza Hacker has had a bit of a touch here, and that's going to send James de Havilland.
Well held from de Havilland, making that spin too much. Only a little half spin and got on the track very nicely. Difficult getting back on the track from that corner. Obviously, you're coming into the racing line, but slide in, and then the M4 just gives a little tap.
Oh, I didn't see the initial contact there.
Yeah.
Initiated by de Havilland. Interesting. Tempers flaring early, maybe.
So the 818 was looking to hold the drift through the corner, but McLaren came off worse. Yeah,
what's happened to Nicholas Bosselet? Oh, dear.
That was an excuse me, I'm coming through, I think, there, Jesse. That was not great. Great racing there, but that'll be another thing we'll pick up on. Of course, today we always do for World Tours have live do it in. We'll have some reports come through, I would say, soonish. We'll wait for them in the meantime.
Well, we have had our first report come through, a lap 1, turn 5 incident between the 101 and the 80. They've deemed minor contact, no further action required. And obviously they are a bee's nest of activity, a hive of activity, if you will. And obviously now with the Bosselet incident, they have a couple of things to look at. No doubt they'll be looking at the Jardier contact as well, and the one with Davinza Hacker. Stewards are not bored at this stage of the race, I wouldn't think.
So even if they were bored, they'd be complaining still. But that's how our stewards go.
Ted Edwards said that stewards box. I did not say that.
No, they we couldn't do this without them, to be honest. So they do an amazing job over here at RCI, and I appreciate all the work they do.
Well, I always say this about stewarding, whether you agree with it or not, it is necessary for racing of a club of this size, RCI in general. It's required to have something like that to make sure everybody is playing by the rules and make sure everybody's inside the line of what is fair. And there's certainly been calls that I don't agree with, but it doesn't matter that I agree with it. It's called by the book, so to speak, and it is more often than not a black and white kind of call. And as long as, like things like that, for instance, you saw the 920 have minor contact with Uri Svinček. That's something that will show up that they'll look at, but they'll almost inevitably say, "Oh, it was minor contact. Nothing really happened there. We let it go." Oh, the Lexus has
About
gone
that.
off. That's Marco Ripper in the GC Racing colored car. Was that by themselves in the chicane?
I
Certainly
I
looks
would
like
say
it.
so. Yeah, they were sliding through that corner. Oh no,
Oh, no,
no.
it sure wasn't.
That was a hefty hit right there from BMW.
Yep.
Dude,
That
was
that's just one of those things where it's wet, your braking distances have changed, and your braking points have absolutely changed. You have muscle memory of this racetrack, then you get rain like this that is incredibly substantial, and it changes all of that. And not to mention, you get tunnel vision when you're racing somebody, and incidents like that occur a little too late into the braking zone, sending the Lexus around. That won't be the well, it certainly wasn't the first time you saw it today, and it will not be the last.
things like that is something that can't stop from happening once it's in progress. You know, the M4 was already sliding, hitting the brakes, and obviously couldn't turn out of it. And all like this, that was as I'm talking about it, exactly the same thing. Just probably a bit late on the breakdown, and yeah, locked up. But luckily, he went to the right in Bentley. So
Enza Hacker was racing Martin Grady for P7. That has set them back. Ed, I gotta ask, you have a lot of experience in mixed conditions racing in ACC. Is it better to sort of find a rhythm or to maybe back off and not race somebody in these very difficult conditions? Or is it important not to change your tactics here in the mixed conditions?
I think it depends on where you are in the grid. Obviously, if you're in the top 10 of the grid, you want to sort of be fighting to keep the position, obviously, for when pit stops happen and stuff like that. If you're more further back, then maybe if you've got, if you're silver and you've got a pro car behind you, you probably just let them pass because it's not overall points, it's class points, so they don't really matter. Yeah, finishing higher than the pro would be good on the overall sheet if when you look at it, but sort of just, they're giving you pressure, you sort of just let them pass and you follow them. In a way, obviously, this is where you've got the spray, so you've got to account for that. But you don't really want the pressure here because if you start braking late and start missing the corners, you end up in a spin and you're going to lose a lot more time. So I'd say if you feel like someone behind you pressuring you, sort of maybe let them go. You still got 5 hours and 41 minutes. You'll probably get that position back. Other people are probably going to spin out because they're pushing the car as hard as they can and they might make a mistake. We've seen a few of the mistakes already, so it's just one of them.
Well, we thought we'd be bringing you a fight between Malinowski and Riley for the overall lead by this point, but it just hasn't happened. Riley has been ever so slightly, and I'm talking minutely quicker than the 992 Yas Heat Porsche most of the time. Malinowski has made up some of that time on certain laps, lost in others, and now has trended back to making up time. But the laps prior had been losing time to the number 70 McLaren team. And for Malinowski, who charged through the field, that car started P6, drove all the way up to P2, and took the fastest lap away from the top team. Expected them to have already been there, but no, Malinowski still a little bit of work to do, but now looks to be going back in the correct direction. Speaking of going in the correct direction, Jaroslav trying to make the pass for P5. This will not pay the community team any more points, but it's a necessary pass. And we saw Martin Grady kind of get out of the way of Jardier and let him go. We all know Martin Lawrence, Ted, and I'm not so sure that's what you're going to see here.
If anyone knows Martin Lawrence, is probably trying to get the elbows up, but he's messed up
the
into that
sin!
corner. I think he messed up under braking and just, went deep. So needs a pass for Yardier there. Let's have a look at it again.
That definitely wasn't
not.
Martin Lawrence letting him go, but faster on the brakes was Jardier able to get that spot. That's good enough for P5. Now only the one silver car in between him and the top two. Of course, he's got to get by Schaefer as well now. But that number 40 Jardier community team car, that car is flying.
The rain hasn't let up yet. Still really wet out there. Still got my wellies on. But I haven't seen this much rain in a while, Jesse. It's quite refreshing.
No, and you know what else, though, Ted? They're handling it very well. I know we've seen a couple of incidents, contact invited by the weather, and the visibility is fairly poor. I think we could all agree. But realistically, with how clean the start has been and as many passes that have been completed without any sort of major incident, it's been a brilliant start to this race in some very tricky conditions. I wonder in my head, and I got my broadcaster cap on for this, if it might be more difficult to race in light rain than heavy rain, simply because it's less mixed this way. You kind of know what you've got here, where when it's light rain, it's sort of a mixed bag, and you're not quite sure what to do with the setup or what you can and can't do with the car. And I wonder, because the conditions to this point have been consistent without any change, maybe that's lent itself to the drivers having a little bit more confidence. Certainly they have had confidence. They've been making passes all over the place.
I think once you get in a rhythm in these conditions, you sort of know how far you can push the car and where you can push the car. And then obviously getting used to your brakes is one thing, because obviously once it goes lighter rain, you've got more of a dry line to work with. Start braking later, but obviously overtaking, you're going to be overtaking on the dry line into a corner. So they probably will have to adjust again. It depends when the rain's gonna let up. But for now, they're all sat into a rhythm. They're all doing their own thing. They're still making passes.
Well, Nicholas Bosselet has had a eventful start to the race. They had the earlier contact, you'll remember, and they've not let that deter them. The Weishite 137 Porsche trying to get by Hop in front, the 89. That is fourth position. Hop is trying to get up close to Verstappen in the 747 car. But again, you can't really see the other car until they clear the spray. But Bosselet really on the back of the BMW. A little bit of a slide there coming out of the chicane. And you'll watch that BMW, we believe anyway, drive away here on the straight. But as easily as it's made up on the straight, Bosselet will catch up in Sector 1. One more steward report coming through. Lap 1, turn 4, involving the 781 and the 34. Racing incident for minor contact between those two cars. And on lap 1, turn 7, between the 920 and the 504, racing incident. The 920 spins after contact with the 504, but deemed a racing incident. I imagine, judging by that, that means that the 920 who spun was actually the initiator in that contact. Therefore, the situation resolved itself, did not require further penalization. Lap 7, turn 2, between the 34 and the 137. We saw this on replay. Drive-through for car 137. The Weishite team for taking out car 34.
Yeah, something you don't want in the race at all. Doesn't matter what time it is in the race. You don't want to drive through for anything. You know, obviously drive through for track limits, drive through for penalties. It's something you don't want because obviously you're going to waste time. Driving through, obviously the 137 sitting in 15th, but early on, he's still quite close. You know, it doesn't seem it. You got 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. But that's still close enough because obviously the pit lane is going to take at least 20 seconds off you or more. I'm not sure what time is, but it's pretty big, pretty long pit lane. So yeah, he's just going to lose a lot of time and see the 137s coming in now to serve their drive-through. But yeah, it sucks. But you know, the stewards deemed a drive-through is necessary, so that's what they are given.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us watching, I think we almost expected that from Weeshite, and I think Weeshite might have been expecting that as well. No way that that was intentional. Weeshite are a great team. It's just I think the conditions and the braking I think caught them out there just a little bit, and unfortunately, the old saying rings true here: "Do the crime, you do the time." And though it be accidental, does go into the books. Speaking of going into the books, Jafer has been chipping away at Jarzabowski's lead in P3, but that has all but evaporated the T3 Motorsport Black team. Man, they have been so consistent this entire season as the T3 Motorsport Black team. De Havilland's going to try and go around the outside of turn 3, a little bit of contact, maybe just trying to slow down the inside car. It isn't going to work, and they'll have to have a little bit of a rethink here if they want to get by the 501 Audi of Robin.
Well defended there from Robin, just keeping that inside line. That's the best thing to do when someone's trying to go around you're outside, you know, they're on the wetter part of the track. It still is wet on the racing line, but obviously we've got a load of cars going around. It's you do have some sort of a line. If you move off that line, then obviously your braking is distance is going to change quite a bit. So we will see, well hopefully we'll see, as I said before, much of a dry line. You'll be able to see the difference from what is wet track and what is Taz wet track.
Well, I'll tell you what I expected to see, the weather indicator on the top right of the screen. I expected that to show the minus symbol next to the rain about 8 minutes ago. Released by my watch it should have been, but it hasn't happened. It still says the rain will lighten in 30 minutes time, but that should have moved over to the 10-minute slot a little while ago. I'm quite curious in another 2 minutes if that 10-minute space will be lit up with the minus symbol, because I would have expected that to come. And I'm thinking, unfortunately, like a racing driver, where my car is not set up for these conditions too well, Ted, or maybe my manufacturer just doesn't run really well in the completely drenched. And I'm thinking, well, I know it's going to come back my way eventually, but I just wish it would hurry up and get here.
Yeah, I think our weather radar is playing to us, Jesse. I think we need to get someone up there and sort that radar out.
Well, my father, the king of the sayings, he always says that a watched clock ticks slower, and a watched pot never boils.
I can do that.
His way of saying that time slows down. Let's take a look here. Jarzabowski might be getting passed by T3 Motorsport. Oh no! But there's been contact. T3 goes through. Pal Jarzabowski goes for a spin. And in the weather conditions, I can't in good faith tell you who that was on.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one to see who was at fault there, because obviously Ferrari had the line. I don't know what car was overtaken, but the car that was going for the inside, obviously they had a line, but it seemed quite far off from where you would normally put the car. That was basically just aiming for the apex, but the Ferrari could have just turned in too soon, but not too sure. We'd have to wait and see what the stewards come up on, decide on that one. Because yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, that one, Jesse.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the weather does get in the way, and there it certainly did. Didn't get a very clear view of that was just last of the late breakers, or maybe a forced to move, or what have you. But either way, has been done, and Jarzabowski lost an additional spot, none of which of consequence to them now. We saw Jardier down in turn one take the opportunity to make the pass up to P4. 3 3/4 seconds behind Robin Schaefer now for third overall. Can tell you that Jardier is running lap times that are incredibly similar to the two leaders right now. And that could be an interesting three-way fight. Malinowski has continued to chip away at Riley's lead, and it's a fraction of a tenth of a lap every time, folks, but it's very close. And we'll have to keep you updated on that. 10 seconds back is Schaefer, and Jardier is a further 3 3/4 second back of third place. Now, Jarzabowski might have gotten moved out of the way there, and if he did, the stewards will handle that. But what I'm interested in is the 500 is only 2.7 ahead of CLR now.
Yes, Sven off the track going straight line. I wonder if there's something wrong. His steering, either the car or his equipment.
Oh, Svinček. Now, we saw this in the Thursday champ, where one car lost connection to the steering wheel, and they were way off into the sand trap, and that is exactly what's happening to Svinček. You hate to speculate what's going on, but a car ending up in that position in stationary, waved yellows as the leaders come through that particular section of the racetrack, the entrance to the sharp left-hander, the start of sector 3. And that area will be waved yellow for the car stranded deep into the pit. There, in fact, are the waved yellow flags.
He got going again? He's left, yes, and couldn't get his wheel fixed on the corner, unfortunately, so we'll have to see if they join back. Obviously, it's only 5 hours 26 minutes, but there might be a lap or two down if they do join back. So we will probably keep you updated on that if we hear any more information from that team.
Well, we've only had the one additional stewards report filed. Still lap 1, turn 7, involving the 444 and the 514. Now, I was quite interested in this. This was the first major incident of the race. No further action. The 444 tries to avoid a stopped car and then hits the 514. I think that's excellent stewarding there. This is flashing you back to earlier in the race. There will be a span car at some point, I'm assuming. And that didn't quite go far enough, but either way, the steward said that this car, driven by Ethan Scott, was not at fault for the contact. Well, it might have been at fault for the contact, but absolutely nothing the 444 could have done.
Yeah, the only Mercedes on the grid today, as I know from driving the Mercedes here, is that we are driving this weekend in split 2. It's not greatest car to drive in these conditions around this track. A little bit temperamental, but yeah, still hanging on. Ethan Scott is, which is excellent. You know, don't give up too early. And I say don't give up at all unless you are really like, you know, 10 laps down or so. You might as well just keep on going. people can still make mistakes and you can still get some of those positions back and probably get some points.
Sure can. Well, the battle for the lead continues to be a straight up duel between the number 70 and the 992. And right now, Riley winning that battle in the number 70 McLaren. Malinowski has been as close as 4/10, which is basically right on the back of the 70, but has yet to challenge for a pass and now has started to fall back just a little bit. Look at the hands of Malinowski. This is something that we've talked about at length throughout the World Tour. We've talked to him in pre and post race interviews about his driving and how different it is. I brought it up to him that most drivers in the real world and sim racing, they will teach you to drive as smooth as possible. Smooth inputs or fast inputs. That is not how Maciej Malinowski drives this car. Look at his hands, how busy it is, how much counter steer and a counter rotation. And it almost looks like Malinowski drives with a gamepad, though we can confirm that is not something he does. He's just very busy hands, and you'll see almost nobody else drive like Malinowski does.
Well, I drive like that sometimes, Jesse, when I'm drifting through the corners and not meaning to. But yeah, Malinowski is actually driving the car, as opposed to drifting the car. But yeah, that's just how they drive this Porsche. As you said, we've seen this full season through the World Tour. It's never stop until you get to the straight for the 992 with their inputs, but you know they're in the track as they normally do. They're still sitting in second, but I think they are catching the 70 of Riley, so keep an eye on that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they turn out they get into first by the end of the hour.
But Knudsen continuing to race Harley Chamberlain. This is a pro car on a silver. Chamberlain not letting it go and continuing to race the Knudsen, which is their right, of course. Their drivers have always been taught here in RCI as a general rule of thumb that you are allowed to race other cars outside of your class. If you are on the same lap, it's completely fine. And of course, obviously, GT racing blue flags, even when you're not on the same lap, does not mean pull over immediately, get out of the way. Just means, hey, you probably shouldn't be racing this guy. Have had great success with that. Only ever have I seen few penalties for not respecting waved yellow or blue flags. We had a rash of that at the beginning of this year, Ted, you'll recall, with not respecting yellow flags. I think the drivers, though, as the season has went on, I think they've got the message.
Yeah, there was several messages to the drivers being told off about not respecting yellow flags. You know, it's one of those things. You see a yellow flag, you instantly think, right, there's a crash up ahead. I need to sort of slow down a bit. Once I'm past the yellow, then I can, can get back on with the racing. But you know, a fair few times, some drivers didn't respond to the yellow flag. So you know, we've cracked down on that, and they are behaving themselves, which is nice to see. And Bentley going for a nice slide of that corner. Wouldn't suggest it, but well held.
How Chamberlain slid that car over that gigantic curb. Look at this snake. Look at the snake, the 920, trying to find any opportunity to make the pass. Can't do it. And I'm surprised Chamberlain, with how sideways he was on that huge curb, that did not let the Knudsen at least challenge for that position. Well held by Chamberlain to keep that car in front. Wow, that was a big slide.
Got some news on Svenchek in the 107. It was a game crash, so I'm just guessing their game crashed, and that's why they were just rolling in a straight line. But it's very unfortunate that they are done for today's race. Not be back.
Well, it's unfortunate because that car would be allowed to rejoin. They could do in the 107. They would have to rejoin in the order of their first driver in the car, but then they could switch driver. They do not have to retire that car. You're not forced to retire once you leave the racing track. Obviously, you'll be many, many laps down when you rejoin, but you are allowed to do so. But I believe they're electing to not do that here today.
We have another fluids peeking through underneath our door because they lock us in here, which is great. But we do have a window, but there is a penalty for 504. It's lap 8, turn 14 involving the 514 and 504. 15 seconds for the 504 as they take out the 514. They do return the position, but that was knocked down from a drive-through to 15 second penalty.
Clicked one too many buttons here in the broadcast booth, Ted. I completely lost the broadcast booth and all the information that I was looking at. Well, nevertheless, we're right back on it. This is the battle for the lead of the race. Maciej Malinowski has caught Riley in the lead. And look at that defense by Jonathan Riley, the Visceral Esports team, formerly known as Volante, driving as hard as they dare into the corner and defensive line. There is no way on icicles, chance, and HE double hockey sticks that Riley is just going to allow Malinowski by, but he might not have to. Going around the outside, trying everything up on the curb as Malinowski had to back out of it and getting it back onto the racetrack, was looking for the over undercut. It hasn't worked, and for a moment, Riley gets to breathe after a brilliant defense through the first sector.
Yeah, there is a drive-through I've just seen. I missed what car that is. I think it's the 34. I think that was track limits. We don't have anything saying otherwise. So yeah, that's unfortunate. They have dropped down to 20. First, obviously the 67 is a lap down still, but still in the race. Still plodding along, which is good from them. I do respect that. Yeah, 34 dropped quite a few positions there from that drive-through, unfortunately.
Ted, did you call the most recent penalty?
The 15 second?
Yes.
I did.
Excellent. We'll move swiftly on, and no need to beat a dead horse. We'll continue along. Of course, Pedro Marks in the 504 BMW, the car in question, but the position in question is the matter of P1. You certainly have to believe Yaz Heat have the ability to take the lead here, but Jonathan Riley, and they will not allow this to happen for as long as they can muster it. And if they can hold on for an additional 16 minutes, they might be able to get through the first cycle of pit stops here with the lead, as still yet the rain has been slated to lessen, and yet we have still not seen that happen yet. It still is very wet. It's been stuck on lessening in 30 minutes. Well, that's been like that since the start. We haven't seen it. That has not deterred these two. Malinowski started P6, has driven all the way up into P2, and now looking for the lead. We know Jardier's quick back in fourth place as he's trying to make up time on Schaefer and get that pass done. I don't think Jardier has been able to gain a ton of time, a few tenths in the past 15 minutes, but still gaining is the important bit. Riley, all you can do in this case, Ted, is be as defensive as possible.
Yeah, that's ooh, that was a bit sliding right there, but well held. But yeah, that's the thing you got to do, is just try and bend as much as you can without slowing down as much. But the thing is, you've got Malinowski behind you, and that's enough to put anyone off of what they're doing and what they need to do. So it's one of them. You know, the Porsche is pretty good, and obviously with Milanowski behind the wheel, it's even better. So yeah, they just got to try and make that McLaren as wide as they can for as long as they can.
Well, that's the name of the game. The entire Visceral Esports team probably being very quiet. I was going to say cheering on Jonathan Riley, but probably not the case. They're probably being very quiet, not to disturb him. Very important work here. You don't want to lose the lead early in this race, especially after the great job you have done of taking it away from the pole sitter in the 500 car. You remember back nearly 1 hour ago. This is all that's in it, folks, between first and second. Malinowski has not been shy about making passes in this race, but is not looking to put a foot wrong. You saw him get on the curb a lap ago. And what did he do? Immediately back down, lost a considerable amount of time, but knowing that, hey, I can gain that back anytime I need to.
Just looking at third place, the 411 of Schaefer is 13.5 seconds behind Milanowski, so that's pretty big gap from first and second. So obviously Riley's doing something right. Obviously Milanowski's doing something even better. So it's just one of them. And here we see 3 M4s in a row. The M4 train.
Jan Batomski up 1 spot from the initial start. This car just barely failed to qualify for Super Pole, the silver T3 Motorsports team, the T3 Motorsport white team in the silver class, I should say. Up that 1 spot, but they've got Corbin in front of them. This all-4 position could be P4 if Batomski can make the pass. Interesting report coming through. A warning for car 107. That's the retired car for causing avoidable contact on lap 10. That will be of little consequence to them since they have retired that car.
Oh, 12 minutes until the hour, and we'll probably see a few cars come in on the hour. You know, it's only a 6-hour race. You can go over a bit. It's a 65-minute stint timer, so drivers can just push it just over the hour. Some might elect to just do an hour, some might just push it. So we'll have to see what the strategies are for this race. And a little tap by Milanowski there. Backs off. Again. A massive slide.
With a big slide. Incredible stuff. What a save. We've seen him do that 2 or 3 times in the World Tour, and he needed it right there. That could have been a race-saving slide for Malinowski. He stays in it, and he's still only 1.2 back.
That was such a beautiful slide and very well held. Definitely something I could not do. But thought it looked intentional. Jesse, left hand side was probably his rear wheel, and that's why he entered into a slide. That probably gave Riley a little bit of breathing space, and probably let out a massive sigh of relief. But yeah, Milanowski will be back on the rear end in no time. And we see a Bentley
was that Chamberlain? It was Harley Chamberlain all by themselves. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, well, we saw that with Malinowski. Malinowski's able to save it in the Porsche. The Bentley suffers a very different fate. Oh, and that's so easy to do because you're trying to get the car going. And that was an incredibly sensible thing for Chamberlain to do. Drive on the unused and proper part of the racing circuit, in my opinion. I'll get up on my soapbox for that. The chicane, to me, is completely unnecessary, but uses the more traditional final turn and gets the car going after the additional self-inflicted spin, but luckily had enough track to get all that taken care of.
Yeah, and the reason for the spin there.
Well, Malinowski's partial spin has led them to within a second again. They were 1.2 back. They're already inside 1 second, the better part of 9 tenths off of Jonathan Riley. And the battle will certainly continue. Coming up on the end of the first hour of the race, Jonathan Riley converted P2 into the lead, and Tavenza Hacker finds their way back through. Keep in mind, oh no, they don't. A nice rebuttal there from Pogdal in the 501 Audi. Might still get to keep this place. Tavenza Hacker must have thought they had the pass done and dusted, but the Audi comes back on them. Oh, looking down the inside, not leaving any room there and forcing their way in. Felix Tavenza Hacker goes for it. The sin of the race so far, in my opinion, and just removes Pogdal off of the apex of the corner. I don't think they actually made contact, but my goodness, would not be denied, the Madhouse Racing 818. Been told that in the second split of today's race, of course, this is one of 4 splits of racing in the World Tour. This is merely just the top split or the pro split if you prefer. But being told by our race controller, Alpha, that in split 2, the leader overall got a drive-through penalty for taking out another car. Additional information from Alpha. Says spicy racing. You love to see it. We've had that here in split 1 as well. Not the drive-through for the leader, of course, but very spicy stuff in the World Tour today. Also told by race controller Alpha earlier that the stewards are more than busy with all 4 splits, as it has been that kind of day, very wet in the majority of the splits. I'm unsure if it's dry in any of them, but I have had it confirmed by fellow commentator and driver The Fat Stig, aka Les Stevenson, that it was raining in their split as well. So the stewards are keeping nice and busy, and so are we in the box. The only difference is we're completely dry and headache free thus far. And what a race the first hour has been. There's 5 more of them to come. And Malinowski catching all the way back up to Riley for, I don't know what round this is. This will be round 3 or 4 maybe between those 2 teams, Visceral Racing and Gaz Heat. Been monitoring the progress of Jardier. Jardier was making significant progress into Schaefer, had nearly gotten it under 3 seconds, and then something must have happened. Maybe the tires falling off of the car a little bit. Either way, it's as big of a gap as it's been in quite some time. 4.1 seconds the gap between Schaefer in 3rd and Jardier in 4th. So the Jardier community team losing a little bit of time here.
Yeah, so we have 8 on screen here, but it's only a position for overall. Mike Grady is in pro in the 18 Bentley, and the 349 McLaren is in silver, and you have obviously Minanowski and Riley fighting for first in row. Apart from that, people are pretty split. There's a few people who are second between each other, but it's sort of calmed down as we sort of expected after almost an hour of racing. Starts to calm down a bit. Obviously, we still got pit stops to into play. Not sure if anyone has done a pit stop or driver swap as of yet. But I have noticed, Jesse, the weather has moved. It is now 2 minuses. Green.
Yeah, I noticed that about 5 or 6 minutes ago myself, and things hotted up between these two, which is about to do again. But I noticed that it just seemed like that 30 minutes dragged on for the better part of 45 minutes. I've never seen that happen in ACC before. I don't know what is going on, but it is coming. We know somewhere after this first pit stop, probably, it is going to lighten up the rain, that is, the quantity of it, and it will continue, and it should continue to do so throughout the course of the next hour, and that's a welcome sign to many. I know the hashtag Blame Mike Jones number 18 Bentley is probably pretty happy about that. Seems like Grady has not had the most fun in that car. He's held it in the top 10, though. Got to give him credit for that, but not nearly as confident as some of the other cars around them in the wet conditions. As we ride on board, the rear wing of Jonathan Riley, the leader of the race, has Malinowski back. It took him 4 or 5 laps to catch back up, did Malinowski, after the magnificent slide. But he's got there again and now has to have a little bit of a rethink of how to get by the leading number 70 car.
Yeah, as you say, Martin Grady is doing a superb job. You know, staying in the top 10. He's top 5 in pro, so that's a lot of points that he's got there. Obviously, the next pro car is Verstappen, 747, sitting in 13th overall in the Bentley. So we see here, Minalowski going around the outside. Quite make it as of yet. Very well, not very
He's definitely
well
being
done
shielded
defending.
off by Visceral Esports there. Did not allow him to have the inside and won't allow him to do here. Very defensive line by Riley, and now we're back on the straight. The McLaren should be free down the front straight. I don't imagine the Porsche is going to catch him here. Well, just as I say that, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it depends if Minalowski got a better exit than Riley, but I think not. Riley just had that extra, but Minalowski so much better on the brakes than the Porsche. Look at that, just closed that gap like it was nothing. So that's when Malinowski is just gaining time, is on the brakes rather than speed.
A couple of additional penalties have come through. Lap 15, turn 10, involving the 500 and the 411. 5-second penalty for 411. Half spins the 500 and takes the position. We saw that when it occurred, and we showed you the replay a little bit ago. And on the same lap and same corner, still between the 500 and the 411, a warning for the 411 for the dive bomb aspect of it. So a 5-second penalty for the half spin and position change, and an additional warning for the dive bomb in general for the 411. Now, it's definitely not what they wanted, competing as high up the field as they have been.
Yeah, it's one of them. We always say, got to take the penalty on the pin and carry on. Race. We've got 5 hours and 36 seconds remaining of this hour-long race, and
You thought about it!
piling the pressure on. Yeah, that was probably sensible for Malinowski not to try and go there. I've seen many times people do it in the dry and not make it, so well held off. a few cars coming in pit lane. We see the 920 in the pit lane. Yes, there'll be more people coming in on the hour. They've got about 5 minutes left of the stint timer until they get a penalty for not pitting. Obviously, they can do a driver swap. They don't have to. They can double stint. Yeah, we'll probably see them take tyres. I wouldn't see why they wouldn't.
Well, I want to talk about the driver swap in a second because I think that has incredible importance in this battle we're looking at. But going back to the T3 Motorsport Black team, that 411 BMW in third place. Remember, I told you Jardier had lost a little bit of time. It was above 4 seconds to the third place car. Well, they've started to gain now. They pretty much gained everything back they had lost, as Jardier in the number 40 Aston. But it will not make a difference during this pit stop. You have to take those additional 5 seconds in your pit stop if you come in, which you have to come in. So that should mean, unless something goes heinously wrong on the Jardier community team pit stop, that should put them into P3 straight away without actually having to make the pass. That'll do just nicely for the 40 team.
Yeah, I haven't really been keeping an eye on Jardier after all his passes, but yeah, as I said before,
Little
he'll
lap
probably
traffic
get
here,
up there
Ted.
at some point. That traffic, who was it? Who's the Aston Martin? Is that the 34? Yeah, moving out of the way.
Absolutely doesn't want anything to do with this, and that is a sportsman-like maneuver there, seeing the 2 leaders going at it, saying, you know what, I've got the time, get out of the way. But what about this BMW coming out the end of pit lane? They're going to hit the brakes and just let everybody go through. Another gentlemanly-like drive, and one that I personally applaud, allowing the race to continue, taking a little bit of a time hit. If we're completely honest, that's being very selfless as well. But we're talking about the driver swap in the pit changes that you can make. If you are Malinowski and you've been absolutely red hot since the drop of the green, you would imagine he's going to double stint. Now, we have seen that happen this season. Now, when he was racing with Boothby, we understand he's not racing with Boothby on this weekend, but we understand that they were single stinting at the 24 on purpose, not to wear each other out. This is incredibly taxing conditions around here, but do you leave Malinowski in knowing that he can take the lead, or do you put, I believe they're with Wajna in this race, do you put them in and then hope that they have the speed? And of course, we know Wajna didn't quite have the pace in qualifying. Well, Wajna qualified the car, and they were P6. What do you do?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you have to ask the driver, are you comfortable in these conditions? Obviously, they haven't really changed. We haven't seen the rain let up at all. As you know, the little weather bar at the top was saying it's going to get lighter. We have not seen it get lighter yet, and the racing line has not changed to be a much of a drier line. They both come in at the same time. But yeah, so
that's interesting.
Ooh, but
Well,
it's one of them.
actually, it's not interesting. They didn't have a choice. They had to come in this time, didn't they?
Oh, of course it did. Yes. Yeah, this was super. Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Oh, baby! That was excellent pit lane by Malinowski, knowing where the line is, not getting distracted and hitting it. Hopefully, they did that. It looked like they did that. It will soon have our answer. Jonathan Riley, Visceral Esports, leading the race, took the lead on the opening lap, has led every lap since then. In the pit lane, right behind him, the pink and black car of Yazid, the 992, Malinowski in that car. The 411 is in. Everybody's going to be in because they don't have a choice. 65-minute stint limit means that this was the maximum that all these teams could go. So it's going to be a busy pit lane and a quiet racetrack. Down and gone is Riley. Dare I say it, a little quicker stop for the Visceral Esports team.
Yeah, that was a pretty big gap they've got there. And when they came in, they were bumper to bumper. A few car lengths difference between the two of them. So yeah, Riley just getting that better pit stop. As I was saying before, you asked me the question of what would you do? Would you swap out or whatever? But I was going to say they maybe keep the same driver in because they're in the same conditions. They're much comfortable rather than just taking them out and getting another driver in to having to get used to these wet conditions. Same driver in, and that's what both teams have done, which I think is the sensible strategy in my opinion.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Ted. And I believe the drivers agree with you. Malinowski's still in the car. Riley is still in the car. So the drivers that took the green still in the car, double stinting here. And Malinowski was slow in that stop. 3 seconds the gap. It was virtually nothing when they came in. So nears makes no difference. 3-second difference. And Visceral Esports now has a comfortable lead again for the first time since the first 30 minutes of this race. Jonathan Riley and that 70 McLaren team have won the battle here early.
That's a pretty big gap that Riley has now, which is you can sort of relax a little bit more. He's got to get those tyres up to pressure and all the jazz, but I'm seeing here the 40 cars changed Yardier out for the 1.2 seconds from the 411, so there'll be a battle on for third place in pro and overall. Some point soon, I would imagine.
Well, we talked about slow pit stops, and we know, and we've had it confirmed by our pit road cameras, Malinowski missed his box, and that is hugely detrimental. For those unfamiliar with how ACC works, if you nail your pit box and stop directly on the point you need to be, your car is then just immediately put up on the jacks. But if you miss it slightly, there is this heinously long pause where nothing happens, where the team has to move the car into position, and it seems like it takes an age before it goes up on jacks. It would appear Riley nailed it, and Malinowski slid a little bit in the wet pit lane, and that was the difference between the two of them, and it was nearly a 3-second difference. Malinowski, though, back in the hunt, has already knocked out half of a second. Now, you'll notice Martin Schumacher has got into the T3 Motorsport Black 411 BMW, and they are still in third place. How is that possible, you may be wondering? They had a 5-second penalty. Jardier was within 3 seconds. Jardier had a slow stop. Hooley now in the Jardier Community Team number 40 Aston. They had a slow stop, likely due to them having to get pushed back, though I will also interject, it might have been damage related because Jardier did touch a few cars, and they might have elected to take those extra second or two in the pit lane to get that car right. And if that is the case, I cannot disagree with doing that. That to me sounds like a fantastic idea to do when you have that time to play with. And even still, all of that, you're still closer to the 411 than you were when you went in. Additionally, my spies on pit road have told me that Malinowski in the 992, the Yaz Heat team, have 2 track limit warnings already.
Yeah, that's something you don't want at this point in the race. It's 2 track limits with an hour to go is it's not great, but it's better than what it is now. You've got 4 hours and 51 minutes left. You got one more spare track limit to use, but the 4th one will get you that drive-through. Malinowski won't want it, but he's got tough competition with Riley, so if he gets the drive-through and he has to serve it, he's still got to get back up to Riley and still fight with Riley. And I think there's a car off of the chicane, Jesse. It's the 18 Macaulay. Back on
dear,
the
Joe.
track now.
Joe Macaulay immediately going off in that car. We are told by our chat, we are watching chat, of course, as we always do here on RCI TV. One of the teams, Chuck Does Hot Laps, has told us that their team selected wets. The sim put on dries anyway, and that has led to them having to do a second pit stop. That is absolutely frustrating. Well, we are done with the first pit stop of the race. No change up front. Everybody's still racing, and Malinowski back on the charge, looking to get back in touch with Jonathan Riley to continue that excellent fight. But for us, it's right around the time that we turn off the microphone and turn up the sound and let you hear the sights and the sounds of the RCI 6 Hours of Barcelona. Stick around. We'll be right back. And those are the sights and the sounds of the RCI World Tour, 6 hours of Barcelona. We were riding on board Leon Hopp in the Grid Finder Racing 89 as they continue to run down the 501 Audi and they get by the 818. And well, the thing that strikes me more than anything listening to that onboard as a driver, Ted, you'll know this as well. The sound is different. A lot of modulation of the throttle. You're still hitting the brakes as hard as you normally would do, except your braking distance is maybe a little bit longer. But the modulation of the throttle into the corner, off of the corner, completely different rhythm.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's just tricky. Wet. That's the thing. This track in the dry is fun, but in the wet, you know, I've done a bit of practice around here in the recent days, and the braking is okay at one, you know, first corner one lap, and the next lap it could be really different. It's a weird thing to get used to, but you know, you just gotta roll with it, and you'll figure out the braking a bit early is a safer option.
This team here has had nothing go their way. They're back to P14 as the hashtag blame Mike Jones 18 Bentley. And I thought maybe it was just Martin Grady, the Tidge, not liking the weather. Well, no, it seems to be more indicative of the car itself. Macaulay, immediately after the pit stop, spun on the outlap themselves, and they find themselves back in P14. The 747 Bentley directly in front of them, though, looks like they're a little bit quicker as the 18, hoping to get at least one spot back in their class right now. Canadian Ryan Walker from Ad House Racing in the 818. He was passed by Hop just a few moments ago, and that is Hop, the car that we were riding on board with during the onboard experience. They have yielded the 11th place position, but Walker still continuing out there. The 818, I think, was one of the cars that may have been nearly involved in some early contact, if memory serves. And we are still keeping an eye up front. 1.3 seconds the gap, Riley to Malinowski.
Malinowski's really closed that gap since the pit stop about 15-ish minutes ago, so just have to keep an eye on that. But they are getting away from Schumacher in 411, which I was already knew was going to happen due to how fast these two cars are up in front. But you see here Walker closing the gap on 89. Which isn't for position with the points, but an overall one out of that. Have a replay with Ethan Scott. What happens? Oh, a little bit of. Oh, I was going to say a little bit. That was a lot. Very well saved from whoever was involved in that. That car is. But yeah, very well saved from going sideways in the rain. But yeah, that was not something that Ethan Scott would have wanted to happen. Now, was Ethan Scott being a back marker and that happened? Oh dear, that's not what you want to happen. Being a back marker is, yeah, you sort of need to move it out of the way. But anyway, we'd have to see what the stewards say on that one. At least it wasn't a crash into the barrier, but yeah, Walker really closing that gap in now for just under 5/10 of a second. The 89W, but BMW versus BMW, you have to see which one has a better setup and probably the confident driver in these conditions.
Well, of course, the 89 had just recently passed Walker, and now looking like Ryan Walker's found their pace. We're being told, and we can see actually on the timing and scoring screen, the track is getting quicker. The rain is lightening up, and it has done quite a bit. You can actually tell by the rooster tails coming down the straights and how much water is on the racetrack that the track has been improving just a little bit. Nearly everybody going a bit quicker, and I've just noticed Jonathan Riley has lost all of his 1 second gap that he had. Was there a little bit of a slip for your leader in the 70? I wonder. Malinowski is right on their bumper.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere because he had a comfortable gap there, and I think he's gone back to the heavy breathing again, Jesse. You know, oh, that slide, Malinowski just pushing.
That's just how he
to his
drives the
limit.
car. It's
Just
inhuman.
it's normal. Yeah, it's just normal to him, but to us it's scary. Breathe.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yannick Rombach.
Well, that was very majestic, but yeah, just catching that curb, and obviously that's a low speed corner, you know, coming out of that chicane, probably in first gear, even in the wet, probably second gear. Some cars, depending how you feel, depending on how your traction
Look
control
at
is set,
this.
but
Look at the helmet cam from Malinowski. Look at the wheel inputs. This doesn't make sense. I've been sim racing basically my entire life, and I've never seen anything like this on a wheel. How do you hold that wheel? How are you quicker than everybody else? Malinowski, he was just born different.
he built different. Just right there, right in that rearview mirror of Riley. Jeez. Malinowski just saying, hey, we want to do this cleanly, or am I going to have to get my way fast? Riley's saying, "You're gonna have to
This
find
is
your own way,
controlled
mate."
chaos. What you're witnessing at home is just controlled chaos. Don't think for a second Malinowski's on the verge of ever losing this car. This is just how he drives this Porsche. We had him in for an interview as he looks up the inside. Could this be the pass for the lead? I think it is. He's going to force his way through. Left no room for a rebuttal from the 70, and that's going to be the lead for Maciej Malinowski and Yazheed. Look at this.
There was contact in this corner here. See the
Oh, there was
a tiny bit, but now
might you argue the position was already surrendered at that point? I wonder.
Yes, that's something that the stewards will probably go over a few times rather than saying, yeah, that's you know, it's not really an obvious thing you can point out, but yeah, Malinowski was in there. Riley maybe just should have backed off a little bit more. I'm not too sure. You know, there was a little bit of contact. Riley could have probably turned in a bit too much, but who knows? Malinowski is now in the lead with the Speed G fastest lap as well, so I have to keep an eye on if we get any letters through the door. But at the minute, Riley is now behind in second by 6 tenths, so it's now his time to go on the offensive, and Malinowski probably go on the defensive. Yes, but very nice move either way.
Well, the track's definitely improving. Nearly every car a lap ago set their quickest lap of the race, and the times are now, the fast cars are in the 53s. We were in the high 54s earlier, so we're dipping into 53s. The track is improving. Visibility is still a bit unfortunate and less than desirable, but the speed is there in the racetrack. The question now becomes, does Visceral Esports, does Riley have anything for Malinowski? And I hate to bet against the horse, but I don't think so. I just think that 992 in the hands of Malinowski is just so frustrating to have to race against. They're so quick everywhere, and that unique driving style of Malinowski, hey, it works for him. But I wonder, when Wajna gets in the car, will we see a reversal of fortune?
The weather still hasn't changed, Jesse, and I'm getting a little bit annoyed now. Sort of want to see a bit more of a dry line appearing. You know, get a bit more speed out of some cars, because I think some setups will favour more of the less of the rain. Cars might just perform a lot quicker than the rest, but it hasn't budged. It's supposedly getting lighter, but I don't see that as of yet.
No, I mean I can't visually see it, Ted, but on the racetrack, there's obviously something going on. There's a difference where the track surface has a little bit more grip. It's a little faster than it was before. But no, I agree with you. Visually, I cannot tell any which way's a difference. Well, the 747 continues to be hounded by Joe McCauley. That fight for P13 continues. And when we talked about the 500, the Forza Italia Ferrari, they were on the overall pole. They've led every lap in their class thus far, and they have held a 5-second lead to Martin Lawrence for the majority of the race. Lawrence is neither losing nor gaining on the 500 Ferrari out in front. Those two seem to be the class of the field today. De Havilland in the 349 McLaren, third place in that class, and the vast majority of the silver cars, the top 5 or so, all in a line together, just spread out a bit through some of them. I see that Hoyer and Corbin and Potomski are quite close to one another. Beyond those two cars, everybody has at least a second or so gap between them in the top of the silver class. Looking back from Bram's car, the NSN Racing car, back on Joe's car. Now, keep in mind, Joe has already had a half spin in that car, but that has not deterred Joe McCauley. Of course, he won the GT Sprint Challenge race just one night ago. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't at Barcelona.
I think that if it was at Barcelona, that would have helped him a lot, but he's still ploughing along, you know, like you said, after his half spin, still going. Sitting on the back of 747 Bentley. Okay. The Bentley train, I see there's a few trains, there's two BMWs together, Walker and then you got Corbin and I'm trying to say that name, Moski together as well, and then you got Lawrence and the 349 of the McLaren sitting together. So yeah, there's like you said, there's a few people that are really close to each other, but apart from that, it's sort of mellowed out a bit.
Well, and it's at about time. It's an hour and a half into the race, and finally we've gotten to a place where everybody has settled in. The first hour was chaos. You had cars falling through the field and cars rocketing up through the field. And, well, it was about time that did work itself out. Another battle that we were watching was Schumacher and Hooley T3 versus Jardier Community Team. Hooley, after gaining time, they came out about a second or so behind, did Hooley, and they closed the gap for a few laps, but now it is going the other way in favor of T3 Motorsport Black. 5.5 seconds Martin Schumacher has on the number 40 Aston. If there was any questions about what NSN stands for, it's never say never. There's been quite a few cars or teams with inspirational names throughout the history of the World Tour. I believe good friend Seb Brunier once ran a car under the team name to the checkered flag no matter what. Things like that, very inspirational. Tom Bryant has a team called HWT, but that's a little less inspirational.
Yeah, I think most people here can guess where that was that came from. I think as well. I don't think my team was very inspirational. You know, it wasn't too hard to make the name for my team, but
when I heard Race Ventura, of course, Ted's not only commentating today, he's going to do the lion's share of commentating 4 hours today. He'll be back with you at the end with Ryan Mawson, but you're also driving in this race as well. And it, I've heard that it hasn't gone quite as good for you as you would have probably liked it to. Had some issues with contact in your split.
We had a few issues at the start. Unfortunately, just with some of the drivers and got a bit of damage, so it's set us back a bit. But guys are still plodding along and still going for it, which is the main thing of racing is even if life hits you in the face, you still sort of carry on with it. But yeah, they're still going. 18th out of 22 cars remaining, so I think we qualified in 16th. I think that, Jordan Daly got us there, so not doing too bad to be honest after what happened.
Well, of course, you'll be doing your stint here in an hour and a half or so, getting some on-track time. Obviously, I believe it's raining in your split as well. Is there any mental preparation that you go through, anything different, knowing that it's going to be a wet race?
Uh, don't push the car too much till I can feel like I know what I'm doing, because I've done a bit of wet practice so far over the past few days, and the car feels good. It's not the quickest. We're in the Mercedes. It's not greatest in the rain, but it still can keep doing the lap time. So I just need to not over push the car and think I can go much faster than what the setup can do. I'll end up in a spin, maybe end up with damage, and that's the last thing I sort of want for the team. So I'm just gonna go, when I sit there getting ready to jump in, is just get a clear head and focus on keeping the track, keeping the car within the lines.
I think that's very well put. Certainly, you've got to learn to walk before you run and crawl before you walk. All of you at home will be familiar with that process whenever you were a small infant person. And it's just, it's basic stuff. A lot of people want to get in the car and they want to go full speed, but not only is that ill-advised to do, it's also smart to make sure you have confidence in the car and not make bigger mistakes, not make it worse than it already is, especially if it has gone wrong. Just like we talked about when we started this race, it's a wet weather race. The potential of accidents are going to be there. There's going to be cars getting drive-throughs for track limits. We haven't seen that as of yet, but we already told you that Malinowski was on a second warning. Do bear in mind about that Yazzie 992 team. They spent 18 hours in the 24 Spa here in the World Tour on 3 warnings. They went 18 hours without getting an additional track limits warning, and they won that race. So they have practice avoiding the track limits drive-through, but of course that race was predominantly dry. There were several rain showers in that race, but that race, though, the majority ran under dry conditions. Sometimes in the wet, though, my point is, just can't help it. Interesting information from the chat. Holtz is in chat saying, when will the rain stop? It's 27 degrees and sunny in Barcelona. Well, here's hoping that it does stop at some point. I would love to see some lovely sunshine here in Catalonia today, but I fear that we might not get to that point, despite the fact that I would personally love to see it.
Seeing as well, Jesse, we have another note from our door about a penalty that has just come through.
Yeah, we sure have, and this one's going to sting for Flying Hellfish. Lap 39, turn 16, involving the 920 and the 444. 15-second penalty for the 444 for an aggressive overtake, causing excessive time loss to the 920. I'm going to translate that to you. Bump draft gone wrong.
Yeah, that's the one that we saw earlier. Ethan Scott in the Mercedes was, it's a back marker, but was behind 920 that he's in front, and tried to go through like a bit of bump draft, and it went horribly wrong, and the 920 was sideways. Held it, kept didn't go near the wall, didn't go on the grass. Very well held, but yeah, Ethan Scott shouldn't have done that. Should have just overtaken it, or as such. But
Well, I just feel like Ethan didn't expect what was it, the 920. I just feel like, and this is not an excuse, I'm not saying it is, but we're all guilty of it occasionally, where you expect the car in front of you to accelerate, and maybe the 920 hooked more curb than the 444 did, or maybe the Flying Hellfish car got a better exit, maybe. And not an excuse, it's just an explanation. Absolutely unintentional. It looked like maybe 444 drove through the 920, but I can assure you that that was never on. That was never intended to be the case. But either way, 15 seconds that the 444 might have seen coming after that incident.
yeah, all I'm thinking is they've probably done it in the dry before, and then thought they could try it in the wet, and I guess the wet's just made it. The rear ends are a bit looser, and as soon as they touched, that was it. The rear end of that BMW was going sideways.
We talked a lot about penalties, and sort of a lot of them are pretty clear. And spinning a car, regardless if it was accidental or completely, by the by, it's still a penalty. Spinning another car, you are responsible for your car when it's out there, and anything that it gets up to while it's on the racetrack is your team's responsibility, accidental or not. And you see a lot of drivers and teams, they understand that, and they just sort of accept that. I think we saw that earlier with a drive-through that was given out of, yeah, that was my bad. What was that? That was a 67 car. And they immediately came in and they served that penalty. And it's one of those things where accidents are going to happen. Try to limit them as much as you can. But if you're familiar with RCI racing and the way that the stewards work, you can almost expect what's going to happen. And I felt like we all kind of knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. Even if it's you got two cars in the same race, and you do that sort of thing, and you spin your own teammate, you'll get a penalty for it. Doesn't matter how much you say it's a teammate. It doesn't matter. It's still made that mistake of spinning another car. So, but I think I've seen that a few times where teammates have raced and taken each other out, and the one gets a penalty. And just gotta take it on the chin.
On the other hand, the stewarding team always is willing to let go of minor contact that does not lead to damage, position change, or upset the balance of the race. Anything that is deemed inconsequential, they'll just let it go. That's been the bulk of the penalty reports today. There's been no further action in racing incident, either because they sorted themselves out by themselves, meaning that the initiating car themselves lost out, or a position was not gained or lost, or it was going to be gained or lost anyway in some cases that we've seen. Little contact, not something they're ever really worried about. Of course, we're not the FIA. They don't really care too much about that. Speaking of FIA, you ready to see Charles Leclerc lose another race this weekend, Ted?
Well, yeah. I'm not a Ferrari fanboy. I'm not really any fanboy. I just like the open wheel racing, so I don't really have a favorite.
Well, I am a Charles Leclerc fan, and as bittersweet as it is to see him get every pole in the business and finish fifth, it's beginning to be old. I would like a new song, please.
Oh,
hello. My goodness! Leon Hopp takes a shot from Robin Walker. Or Ryan Walker, rather. Sorry.
We just got a face full of BMW nostril.
Okay, that looked more egregious from the bumper cam. That looked more innocuous from that cam. That was, well, we talked about missing braking points and misjudging. And maybe Ryan Walker got in there a little bit harder than Leon Hop could. And again, I'm fairly confident going back to stewarding talk that the stewards will let that go. Why? Because nothing really changed. And it wasn't heavy contact.
It was just like a little nerve.
It looked
No one
scary
like.
from Hop's bumper
Oh
cam,
yeah.
but that's about it.
Yeah, nothing happened. Like no driver span out. Even if Walker span out, nothing would have happened anyway. But if Hop span out, for instance, then they might have looked at it as was that the contact that caused it. It was only very slight contact, but yeah, very well done to not have an incident there.
Definitely got grid finders' attention there. They'll be frustrated with the 818 team of Walker. By the way, the lead out in front is massive. It did not take Malinowski long. 8.3 seconds out in front is Yaz Heat. They qualified P6. Malinowski's double stint was the right call, keeping the hot driver in. But eventually, we expect to see Max Wajna behind the wheel of the 992. George Boothby not racing here today. We were told, and don't kill the messenger. I was told George Boothby was scared. I didn't say that. Somebody else said that.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Boothby to be scared, but cool. Don't know where you got that information from, Jesse, but I'm pretty sure you're the one who just said that. But
No, I'm definitely not. And I was definitely told that George Boothby did not want to run in the rain because he was sort of afraid of the car in the rain. And if you go back all the way to the beginning of this championship, Boothby in interview said that the rain did him a favor because every time it started to rain at the Nürburgring, they were able to put Malinowski back in the car, which meant he didn't have to do any of the rain in the Porsche. And so that story, I was told, that might have legs. But either way, we expect Max Wajna to be Malinowski's co-driver on this weekend. Malinowski, of course, has double stinted thus far. You would expect Jonathan Riley to get out of that car, maybe Garrett Fisher get in the 70. Martin Schumacher, of course, has gotten into the T3 Motorsport car. Third and fourth place, in fact, have changed driver in the first pit stop. We're actually just about 25 minutes away from the next pit stop.
yeah, it feels like this race is going really slow, Jesse. I don't know if it's just because it's a wet race and the lap times are much slower, but this feels a little bit slow today. We have a nice, relaxing 6 hours to Barcelona.
It is sort of relaxing. We've gotten to a little bit of a groove now where things calm down, and it is very relaxing. It's a nice Saturday drive through the rain. We're going to Grandma's house. It might not be so merrily for Yaz Heat because we have been informed that Malinowski has gotten a third track limits warning.
God. Oh dear, that's right, it's just gotta hope that they get the drive through. Because that's yeah, that's not what you want.
I don't think they could come back from a drive-through. You?
Malinowski? Yeah.
Malinowski and Wajna in less than 4 hours from a drive-through. I don't think even they could do that.
Well, the time that Malinowski's pulled on Riley already to making the pass is 8.1 seconds, I think. So I think they could, if they get the drive-through soon, they might be able to. Obviously, that's not what they want to do. They don't want to get the drive-through on purpose, but think if it's like later on in the race, like an hour and a half to go, it'd probably be a bit more difficult because Riley does have good pace, not to lose too much every single lap from Minanowski, but yeah, it's they are quicker than I know. We've seen before where they've won by a huge gap, but just one of them. We're waiting to see the big red DT next to their name at the top of that board.
It is worrying. Of course, we mentioned that for 18 hours during the 24, Yassid had 3 warnings, and they didn't run afoul of that. The only problem I have with that, using that as, oh, well, now they'll drive safer, is this weather. It's a different racetrack. It is easier at Spa to drive sort of to a limit, especially when you're the fastest car. Here, in the rain, having to make passes in tricky conditions in a car that we've already seen completely sideways, I fear that they will have to be extra careful. And will that allow Visceral Esports back in this? I don't know. But they've got to be very careful because I'm pretty sure, and I have done the math, and I think it would be very tough for them to come back from a drive-through.
Well, we know how your math has gone recently, Jesse, and
all right, Ted. All right.
And I'm not gonna go by that just yet, but
wow.
We'll see.
Let the record show I'm no longer talking to my co-presenter.
That's fine. I'll just carry this
Stewie,
commentary
how's your
as we
day?
go,
How are you doing? How was your morning? Stewie, how was it? That's cool. I know they can't hear you, but Stewie said his morning was good, and now he really wishes I would end this bit. Oh, okay. So Stewie, our lovely broadcaster, which you can't hear, woke up right before this race started. Long night then, I suspect, for Mr. Heilman, a.k.a. Stewie, our broadcaster, racing driver, and jack of all trades here at RCI. Can't get him into the steward's box. Has no interest in being a steward. That Benjamin Heilman. Wow. You were a steward in the start. That's incredible. I'm going to stop doing this because they can't hear him. But Ted, you're off punishment now. Do be good. Did you know Stewie was a steward at the beginning? I don't remember him ever doing that.
I probably saw his name in stewarding, but
that's very interesting.
Oh. So we learned something today. Stewie's gone from stewarding to broadcasting. Oh dear, why is that Audi backwards?
Oh, that car is backwards. That has done them no favors. That's the 501. That's Hoyer. And was this a single car incident? You bet it was. Just way too deep in the left-hander there.
Oh,
was there contact?
no!
There was big contact there, trying to get the car span around. And in the process, makes contact. Stewards will not like that at all. But even more, Martin Hoyer is not going to like that because an unforced error. Just, what do you reckon, Ted? Locked up, couldn't get it slowed down in time. Too much speed.
Yeah, I think they just couldn't get it slowed down in time. And then they just slowed down too much, which then grabbed the front and spun the rear round. And that's fine, you know, but they should have just stayed there and asked their teammate for a spot. Just to say, are they clear or not? And obviously, he's tried to put down to try and spin the car around. And probably the TC's kicked in. They probably didn't turn the TC off, and yeah, just drove right in front. The 89, which now has quite a bit of front end damage, I would suspect, because that was a pretty hefty hit.
Yeah, sure was.
So, yeah, stewards do not like bad rejoin, and I think that would be pretty bad of a rejoin there. But
I've definitely seen some hefty penalties for bad rejoins in the past, and I don't know, it all depends on whether they feel that that was avoidable too by the cars coming up, or maybe they didn't have time to react. Of course, that's also a factor. It's certainly one of those times I'm glad that I'm up in this box, and my goodness, it shows you how quickly things can go wrong, doesn't it, Ted? Everything was fine, and then all of a sudden one car spins, missing the braking point, and gets other cars involved, and now the race changed for both those teams.
Yeah, it's unfortunate these things happen, but the stewards definitely pick up on that one. Probably hear from them pretty soon. Um, not it's probably not an incident that they'll spend much time on. It seems pretty clear what the outcome is probably going to be.
Well, while the stewards have that to do, we were told by Race Control Alpha earlier that things had calmed down in the stewarding box. It was a hectic start, but it had calmed down. We suspect that might still be the case, but at least now they have a little bit more on their plate. Rather, they won't be happy with that shortly. Malinowski, though, 9.6 seconds out in front of Riley. Martin Schumacher in third still. Hooley, who had been flirting with it, that gap was 5 seconds the last time we checked. It did dip to like 4.5 at one point, but something has happened to the 40. They have completely fallen off. It is an 11-plus second gap between Schumacher and Hooley, the T3 Motorsports Black team, finally getting a little bit of a reprieve. Keep in mind, this team had a 5-second penalty earlier that they served on the pit stop. They didn't lose third place. We theorized they would, but had such a mega stop that it did not lose them third place. And what can you say about Motorsports Black T3? That is, they've just been so consistent this entire championship.
And that's the main thing, is consistency is what's going to get you the points. At the end of the day, because you could be really fast one race and get a load of points, and then all the other races are going to be near the back or really off pace or whatever. Stuff like that can happen. So being really consistent, where you gain most of the points, and probably end up higher than some of the really fast teams that just go for it every lap and end up finding the wall. You see, Rick find the car is now coming in, and how long they'll stay in their pit box, and how much damage they've got on that front end.
Shanti has asked a question in chat at the commentators. Want to do the math when the 411 catches up to P2. I don't think the 411 is gaining on the 70, I'm afraid. I think it's going the other way, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's 17.7 now, the gap between second and third. And there's a delta of a second between them lap ago, but we'll keep you abreast of that if that does change. And I will indeed do the math for you, as you might expect.
It seems like we only have two cars that are really close to each other, which is obviously the cars we are watching now, Walker and Cooley. Cooley trying to chase down Walker half a second in from that last sector. That's how close they were, and how close they are again. So just have to see what Macaulay can do for Bentley versus M4. Yeah, it's a difficult race to drive in the rain. Like it seems all easy. These drivers make it look pretty easy. Obviously, you've got to have a good setup driving in the rain, and also able to drive that setup in the rain. You can have a really fast setup, but it'd be really loose and wobbly, and every now and then you'll probably lose it on a corner. So you probably change it and make it into a more of a safer setup, which will be a lot slower, but you'll be consistent and you'll be getting around the track, which is the main thing in a wet weather race. You want to just keep the consistency going. As we've seen, a lot of cars have been spinning on their own accord. Not what you want to do. That's where you're going to lose your time and positions. So I think Joe's just sort of sitting here and hoping that the car in front just makes a little mistake and you can just gain a bit more time.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, Joe, on somewhat of a recovery drive, I think we would call it. They're outside the top 10. They started well inside of it, and now they're forced with this proposition. Macaulay's found his feet, and the track's definitely improving. The fast lap is a 52 now. We started in the high 54s to 55s. We're down to the 52. So either the rain is uh, relenting, or just the track condition is getting better because we've had 20 plus cars on the track getting the water off the racing line, the treaded Pirelli tires. But one way or another, the lap times are coming down for everybody, and maybe that's helping some of these cars like the hashtag Blame Mike Jones car, because they have now caught this massive train the entire second half of the top five, or the bottom half of the top 10, rather, I should say. Don't know why I said that so strangely. I do apologize. But the back half of the top 10 it's all just silver cars. And Macaulay's going to have to make very difficult passes here on cars that will not net him any additional points. It's crazy to think Joe is P11, but he's actually P5 in the pro class.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of points under his belt at the minute. So he doesn't really need to worry too much about getting past Walker. It's just he's faster than he really wants to get past. Obviously, got the 747 behind him, another Bentley in Pro. They're sitting in 6th and they want the 5th position to get more points. But I have noticed one thing, Jesse. We have lost a car, and I think it was the 67. Not too sure why they're not here anymore. Oh, their shifters decided to stop working on car 67, so they have retired due to technical difficulties.
Well, that is the second car. The 107 and the 67 have both retired due to mechanical issues early in this race.
Yeah, that sucks. But at least it's, even though it's 2 hours in, it's still, early days. We'd like to see it as better than having an hour or half an hour left of the race. You'd be in a good position, and then next minute your hardware stops working, and you can't get it fixed again. So it's a sad thing to see, but these things do happen, and when they do, it's a tough one.
It sure can be, and it has been for a lot of the drivers out here today. You're not only battling the elements, you're not only battling the other teams, you're battling your own hardware as well some of the time. And I think we've all been there. We've had issues with our hardware. I don't remember what race it was, and I don't remember what driver it was, so I do apologize. But there was one high-profile driver who kept losing force feedback in a race like this, and they ran almost an entire race without any sense of feedback. Their wheel was just sort of numb, and they had to guess when the car was losing traction. Now, you won't believe this, Ted, but I'm quite old. And when I was a younger man, we didn't have force feedback in our racing wheels. We had a bungee cord affair, which you can still purchase today, bungee cord wheels. But that was all we had back then. As an adult, I cannot imagine going back to that and what that must have felt like, especially for somebody who had probably never experienced that in the first place. But my goodness, what would you rather have? No feedback, no sound? What would be the one thing above all else that you could not live without?
I'd say no sound. I think feedback you can get used to, but sound, you do use the sound quite a bit. Listen to the tires losing grip, engine notes for changing gear, because sometimes you don't down the little LEDs you have. I think I could do without force feedback. It would be very weird, but once you use your ears to hear when the car is losing grip, you can sort of get used to it, and use your ears with your hands to just, keep the car initially going. You'll probably be a lot slower. You are, but at least you going.
I would probably go no force feedback, because I have very accidentally ran races without sound, and it is doable, but if I had to pick the lesser of all the evils, I would probably pick no force feedback simply because at least with an auditory cue, I can get around the racetrack. But above all else, if you had to give me the option, I would say no load cell brake. Now I know a lot of people be like, "Oh no, I live and die by my load cell," but in GT racing, you're gonna hate this, folks at home. A load cell just isn't that necessary.
I don't run a load cell in mine. I got the Logitech wheel, which is a good beginner wheel. I have tried a direct drive, and oh my god, difference is like night and day. It feels so much nicer, but a load cell pedal is very different from your just normal spring pedal that push, and it just goes to the floor. In a way, it's very weird, but I think I'd rather I'd go without the load cell, but I think I'd have a direct drive anything.
Speaking of direct drive, you can get your direct drive wheels in any sort of Newton meter capacity over at fanatec.com. We have a handy affiliate link in the description, and doesn't cost you a thing to use our affiliate link. It merely tells them that we sent you, and hashtag not a sponsor, but a partner. See what I did there? Set you up for a nice little. See, now that's how you do it. Okay, that's how you. That's exactly what you need to do. You got to slip it in there, and I don't think anyone noticed.
I don't think anyone noticed. I see.
Oh
Still,
dear,
at least
we're
two
getting
fighting
loopy.
here. Yeah, we are
Getting loopy
loopy.
here. Nicholas Bosselet. Hoyer does not
this
look
isn't.
nearly as planted, if you ask me.
See, this isn't a fight for position. So the Hoyer wants to keep 137 behind him. I don't know where the 504 is. The car behind them is Minalowski, the leader of the race. So they will move over and let him through. So Hoyer doesn't have to worry too much about the car behind, because obviously that's the pro car. There's no points gained or lost if whoever's in front or behind. So might just let them through. They are that if they are like significantly faster. You have to keep an eye on the little battle there. Got another one here with the 540. And back marker letting them go past nice and cleanly, which is what we'd like to see.
Sure is. Shout out to Chuck in chat, who remembers the bungee cord days. Grand Prix Legends, he says. GPL. Man, those are the days. Papyrus simulations. Well, you were spoiled for choice, really. Didn't matter what you enjoyed the most, whether that was open wheel racing, stock car stuff, IndyCar, etc. GT racing. Is Martin Hoyer has gone off the track, and they will allow the leader through. A couple of other cars to boot as well. Yeah, those were the days, man. It was back when, see, we used to have this thing, Ted, called a dial-up modem, okay? And back in my day, we used to connect to a server in Hawaii and pay $1 a minute to race online.
Jeez. Now, I've
That's
had
legitimate.
dial-up. I've had dial-up when I was younger. I'm not that young, Jesse. As you might think, but yeah, I've had dial-up before, and because we had AOL. God, the noise that thing made was a noise that you will never forget if you've ever heard it.
Oh yeah, nostalgia trip every time you hear it today.
Yeah, it's back in the day, and now we've got all this fancy fiber optic cable and high download and upload speed. Pretty crazy over the past 20 years.
You folks at home may be wondering, as Jarzabowski with a late entry to pit lane, you got to be careful you don't unsettle the car on the bumps. They do not, and that was an excellent run into pit lane for Pal Jarzabowski, hitting out of the lead in the silver class. Some of you at home are listening and going, why did you connect to a server in Hawaii to do online racing? Well, that's where the Papyrus Racing servers were. They were there because that was precisely halfway across the world from anywhere, and the ping would be pretty much even across the board. And it keeps you, of course, this is well before server farms were a really big thing. So I think that was part of the reason why they were there. And yeah, that's how we used to do online racing in the late 90s and early 2000s. Didn't care, I will say, about the phone bill at the time when I was a kid. Just absolutely loved it. The thought of racing against another person was too alluring. I'd be up to 3 and 4 in the morning racing on those older Papyrus racing games. Fantastic stuff. And you think about where we came from to where we are today, we have this. Not only do we have a fantastic racing sim and ACC built by Kunos, of course, we have weather, we have the time change, we can do endurance racing, we can do mixed class, and on top of that, we can do our own stewarding, and we obviously have our broadcast. 22 years, a long time in the grand scheme of things, but my goodness, progress has been amazing. And for those of you wondering, this concludes Storytime with Jesse Lee. We'll be coming back to the present tense. Stewie's remarking privately to myself that that fiber is still a future concept in Germany, apparently. Well, hopefully one day we'll get there. Well, the pit stops are commencing right now. Several cars were in very early indeed, and now the vast majority of cars will be coming in on this lap if they haven't already pit. Schumacher, Hooley, and Martin Lawrence are all in the pit lane now. Talked about the 500, already done their pit stop. Ostrauch now in the Forza Italia 500. Here is Martin Lawrence. We suspect after his double stint, he'll be getting out of the car. We can only expect Malinowski in this time, and the question is, will he stay in the car? We don't think his co-driver has shown up yet, and this might have been the plan all along. Actually, no, Wajna is here, we're told, getting suited up in the pit lane, so we expect to see a full service stop for the leader of Yas Heat, and they don't only have a choice. They have to come in this time, and they do. While Malinowski gets his pit stop taken care of, the final few cars coming in, let's go on board and listen to the sights and sounds. We'll be right back on comms in just a moment. There you have the sights and the sounds of the continuation of the RCI 6 hours of Barcelona, approaching the halfway point of the race, the shortest World Tour round of the entire championship. It's been incredibly wet throughout, but the track conditions have also been improving throughout. And you may have noticed while we were away from the mic, Ted Edwards pointed out that the 40 car, the Jardier community team who was running P4, they're all the way back in P20. What happened, Ted?
Well, I believe we got a bit of a from in chat that 40 a game crash or an internet issue, but yeah, they DC'd and dropped from 4th place all the way down to 20th, so it's really, really well.
Well, it is for a team that had battled their way through the top 10 and drove all the way to P4. There was a thought that maybe the 40 could challenge the 411. Certainly, there were laps where the Jardier community team was quicker than the T3 Motorsport Black team. But unfortunately, with that disconnection, they have been relegated back to P20. Now, we covered this earlier because we were talking about the 107 and the 67. But just to reiterate, that car is fully allowed to reconnect and rejoin the race at any time, however many laps down they will be. So that's what they have elected to do. Jardier has gotten into that car in relief of Hooley. They will continue. They are 3 laps off of the overall pace as far as I'm aware, but they are still in this race. No quit in the Jardier community team. Baracus now in the 70 Visceral Racing team car, and they are 12.1 seconds back of Max Wajna. Now, we expected Ted Wajna to be the slower of the 2 drivers in that car thus far, but improving track conditions and Wajna already having an idea of what the car is capable of because Max is the one that did qualifying. Wajna has the quickest lap of the race.
Oh, really? So if Washington was just fly even more away than what Milanowski did, so not expect that one there, Jesse. But they're just getting their way through some back markers now.
Certainly working their way through traffic is going to be a big part of this race. You can't let anything catch you napping in a race like this. There's 20 plus cars out on track. They're all fighting for their own real estate and their own race, of course, and you've just got to be so extra careful. Keep in mind, just because Wajna's in the Yas Heat 992, that does not mean those 3 track limits warnings go away. They're still there. Wajna carries that. If Wajna goes over track limits one time and gets pipped for it, that will be a drive-through for Yas Heat.
Yeah, and as we've said before, drive-through is not what you want, but 3 hours and 39 minutes to go. Just got to keep it within them white lines. Easier said than done, especially on a track like this. But that weather still hasn't gone anywhere, has it, Jesse? You can see sort of a line getting drier, but...
So here's what I think's happened. Okay, I've got a theory, folks. You love my theories, don't you? Yeah, everybody collectively agreeing. I take the silence as you don't want to hear this, but I will tell you anyway. I think our weather in the top right is messed up. I think it's accurate. I just think it's messed up. This track is in way better condition than it's ever been. The rain is way lighter than it's ever been. And despite it not actually telling us that that's what's going on, the little clock over the far left of the 3 is supposed to be what it's doing right now. And it is. That means this track, I think, is incrementally getting better and better. And I'm confident that that is what we're seeing. We are seeing I won't call it a dry line, but it's certainly a less wet line, easy for me to say, than we've seen all day. There's a nice run-in line, and the times are coming down. Of course, Wajna the quickest of the lot, but everybody getting in some good time right about now. And I think it's only going to continue to improve. I still believe the weather in the top right. I just think that there's a little glitch with how it's being displayed, but it is accurate. It is continuing to improve. Will we see light rain at some point is the next question.
Yeah, well, I've seen there's been light rain in the second race that we have in bit 2, so I'm waiting for it to hit here because the track did dry up quite a bit. It wasn't dry, but dried up than what this is here. So we know it's got better because obviously Milanowski got faster and faster in his 2 stints he did. So obviously the track is improving. You can see here, you can see that dry line where the cars are now, and you see either side is very, very wet. Um, there is pretty good dry line on the track. Just I wonder if we'll see it get less rainy and more of a drier line. See how fast the guys can go around the track.
Yeah, the track is definitely improving. We're seeing encouraging signs from the. It's certainly a little less gloomy than it was as well, but only just. And of course, this race started very early in the morning. It's only gone 10:30 in the morning in sim time. The track started at 15 degrees C. There's more heat in the track as well. It's 19 C, the ambient up to 17. There is no dry line on this racetrack, make no mistake. It's still incredibly wet, but as far as a racing surface is concerned, it is very raceable, and this is more in line what we're seeing now, Ted. I think you'll agree with what we would normally see as Caracas there. I don't know what I just saw, but either way, they were able to gather it all back up. I'm not sure I actually saw what I saw there. The triple four, flying hellfish car, they've had some issue, I'm being told. They're down in 19th place. I was told that they had left, but they're still here. I'm unsure what to do with that information, but nevertheless, triple four is in the race. So we have lost a car. It was not the Flying Hellfish triple four, but we have lost a car, and I'm just scrambling, trying to figure out which one that is. But one of the cars has gone. It is not the Jardier Community Team that did disconnect and reconnected a moment ago. That car is still going just inside the top 20 at the moment. Caracas, who was losing time to Max Wajna out front, now sees the time swing the other direction. More than 11 and a half seconds this car was behind the leader, Max Wajna and Yaz Heat. It's now 10.666. That's the mark of something. I just can't remember. Something from my childhood. There was a book. I don't remember. But 10.666 is the time that it is now. That's nearly a second off of the deficit. And could we see a huge resurgence from Visceral Esports here in the third stint of the race? Coming up on the halfway point of the race, we have had a couple more stewards' decisions. And by virtue of what we've seen here, we do have a 5-second penalty for the 501. That was an unsafe rejoin, and that was given out some time ago. We do apologize for not seeing that earlier, but yeah, that was that rejoin that we saw the 501 do. We suspected there might be some kind of recourse, and in fact there is. 5 seconds for an unsafe rejoin. That's been it pretty much for the past nearly 1 hour. We've only had 2 incidents. Been very clean, or at least it's not had a lot of contact in the last several hours. Most of the incidents have been self-induced. You know, Ted, a race like this, it's so important to keep your focus on what you're racing for. And Visceral Esports is one of those teams where they had the lead. They took the lead very early, maybe a little bit quicker than they thought they were going to from the 500 team. And they had a nice lead, and they saw that evaporate with Malinowski behind the wheel of the Yaz Heat car. And now the ball might be in the other court. Every sector picking up a tenth or two. And this lap, it's going to be a couple of tenths pickup for Grantis Caracas. Could we see at the end of this stint Wajna being challenged? Now, I didn't expect that. Wajna set the quickest lap that we've seen in the race thus far, but hasn't been able to repeat that. Caracas has been eating his lunch.
Yeah, it's surprising that Washington's not you know, keep getting away like Malinowski did. But Crackers, I know Crackers is a real fast driver, so see how long it can take him to just that time down. But yeah, he's doing some good driving there, so we just have to keep an eye on that over time. 3 hours and 31 minutes left of the race, almost halfway through. Um, Still some little bars going on.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that throughout this. Thanks in large part to the weather conditions as they continue to change, which I don't see them becoming stagnant at any point. We've had a proving racetrack throughout, and it's gotten to a point now where this is a very serviceable racetrack. It's a familiar racetrack condition for a lot of these drivers that do ACC, and all these pros likely do. So it went from a track that at the very start I said was quite dangerous actually, and barely raceable to this, which is a normal wet racing condition. So certainly the drivers and the teams are a little bit more comfortable. They have a little bit more information of what to do at this stage, and it's showing up. Joe McCauley, part of the hashtag Blame Mike Jones 18 team, well, they've been through the ringer, but they gotten back up every single time they've been knocked down. And here we are. Nice pass for P8. Watkin can only try and do an overcut, switch, crossover move. Can't quite get to his inside. Held him there. Watkin did, but not quite enough, as another one of the silvers in the top 10 will fall back a spot. Of course, McCauley did get by Yee in the 818. Now has got by the 101 and will continue their march. 14 and a half seconds to Batomsky in 7th place. Just looking at the lap times of the top couple of cars, it's almost identical around this joint. It's a 53. Last time by, it was a 53.232 for the leader and a 53.237 for the second place 70 car. That's very close indeed. A 5/1000ths of a second, the only difference in these conditions. That's incredible.
Yeah, so we see the 500 is still in first for the silver class with Jaroslav Roth behind him by 9 seconds. So I wonder if Roth will get back up there, because the top three in silver, we've got comfortable gaps from each other. They don't need to be on the defensive because no one's there really. Need to keep monitoring the time difference each lap to see, am I going too slow or am I just pushing the car too much? Obviously, you want to push the car, but you don't want to ruin your tyres too early on in the race. So I wonder what the top three are thinking at the moment. The Roth has gone slower. It's got a slower time at this time. It's a 9.5 second gap. So it's one of those things where you that far apart when you're like almost halfway into the race is not sure where everyone's gonna end up towards the end. And I think you sort of got to try and plan yourself. Do we go for the hour pit stop or do we do the overcut? And I think most of them really been going a little bit over the time, trying to use as much of the stint time as they can. But it's just one of those things that will probably be in the back of their heads, thinking, what can we do? Here the 920 letting the 501 through. Now fighting, so it's not fight for class position, not fight for points, but it is fight for overall. But yeah, so I think it's all for most teams that got these gaps is where can we make up the time? Is it on track or can it be in a really clean pit stop?
Well, I mean, I think the teams have done such a good job thus far at maximizing those stints. A lot of times you'll see cars that come in several laps before when they're required to come in. They're not intimidated by this weather here, and they're coming in as close to the end of the window as possible. The last couple of times for the leaders, they've come in with just about 30 seconds to spare. If you have an off, that would throw you into deep trouble. You'd have been in trouble with the stint limit. That'd be a nice, massive penalty. But they've all done a really good job attacking this race course, and that's exactly what they've had to do. You're always told, as a driver, you race the racetrack, not the other teams. But I don't think that pertains today for the 992 and the 70. Out of everybody, those two have done the most battle with each other in this season than anyone else, and they are truly battling each other. Of course, Visceral Esports I don't think they're going to win this championship, if I'm honest, but they're trying to make a point here that they can beat Yaz Heat, and if they do that, they'll be one of the only teams. They've already become the only team to actually really best them. Keep in mind, the 70 led a good portion of the 24 Spa last month, and I think the icing on the cake would be able to say, yes, we beat Yaz Heat to the checkered flag in one of these races.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's a really big thing for any team to say, oh, look, we beat this this really fast team that have some really fast guys in it. You know, I think not a dream for people, but you know, I guess it's like an achievement, really. If you can make that happen, that's such a big thing, and I think most drivers will, if they beat some guys like Yassi, they'll think, oh, actually, you know, we do have the speed and the talent to race against these top level drivers. So it would be a amazing accomplishment if they can Yassi today.
Certainly, they have been the closest to doing so. And we'll have to see what today holds. Currently, it is all going Grantis Caracas's way. Wajna was in the quickest car, but no longer. Caracas now the quickest lap time set today in the ever-improving conditions, and now just about 7 seconds behind Wajna. The time is coming down, and boy, is it coming down in a hurry. This next pit stop can't get here soon enough, but unfortunately for Wajna, there's still more than 30 minutes left in this stint.
Fine, yeah, you're looking on the inside of that turn one car. He thought about it, but I think he did the sensible thing of backing out there. But you can see that dry line now, Jesse. The darker line is the drier line, and the lighter patches are where most of the is. So if you want to stay on the darker bit of the track, you get most grip, and it's a better bit of the track.
Well, of course, this is a battle for P5 in the silver class. That's why Ryan Yee is going for it. Watkin, who most recently gave up 8th place to Macaulay, that wasn't a fight for in class, and I wondered if maybe Watkin just sort of let that happen, but no, I think Watkin struggling a little bit in the 101. The Madhouse Racing 818 that has also came through the back half of the teens here, trying to get one more spot. And being top 5 in your class, if you can't win it, you can't finish on the podium, that sort of thing, top 5, that'll do a lot for you. At least you finished in the upper part of your class, and that's what Ryan Yee's trying to do with Madhouse Racing. Get themselves back into the race. A few more things go right for them. Maybe they are challenging for a podium.
Any team would like a podium, but you know, if you can get 5th place, that's still as good, because obviously, you know, they'll get more points than you are in 6th. So you just have to wait and see if Ryan Yee can get past the Watkin anytime soon. But you know, he's still got 3 hours and 22 minutes. Always, there's always an opportunity to do it, but have to see when that happens.
We will indeed. He continues to hound the back of Watkin. Watkin not relenting in any way. Not really had to put a big defense on yet. I don't think Ryan's taken a big enough swing at him yet to warrant such a thing, but very close between the two of them nonetheless. As yeah, just Watkins running his line, realizing that, well, if I spot my car correctly, he is not going to be able to take this spot from me.
Yeah, that's it. You just gotta sit on those apexes and stay on that dry line through the corners because Ryan Yee doesn't really want to go onto the wet unless it's like an overtake on the straight like here. Um, go onto the wet and you gotta brake a lot earlier because you ain't got the grip. Yeah, just thinking about it and then deciding not to. But that dry line is your friend right now, and Watkins just going a bit wide there, coming off the dry line. Not what he wanted, but he got back on again in front of Ryan Yee. So yeah, it's just like you say, just putting your car in the right place at the right time, and covering the corner of the apex of the corners at the right time. Just making sure, if you see Ryan go for a little dive, I just put my car there.
Speaking
like,
of,
yeah, that was well played by the 101. Exactly what you want to do.
no, it was well played, but almost as if on cue, Ted. That's exactly what happened. Yee saw a little bit of daylight, stuck his nose of his BMW in there, and Watkin didn't have to do anything. Watkin has spotted their car in such a way around this racetrack that it's always making Yee have to do something that they don't have to do. He's not making it easy for the 818 and the Madhouse Racing Group, Turn 1 SSR, doing everything they can. They're not having to really block because the pace in the two cars is almost identical. They're the same make and manufacturer, obviously. So all Watkin is having to do is make sure that he doesn't leave the gap open, and that's making Ryan Yee every chance that he gets. He may think he can get to the inside. He's having to take it just like there, but it didn't matter. The next turn was in Watkins' favor.
Yeah, superb racing by both drivers, and Watkin doing the defender, and Ryan Yee just doing it nice and clean. And he's longside now, so the first corner he'll have the inside line. Obviously he's more on the wet side of that track, but he makes it. There's a little bit of contact there. He makes it
That's
stick,
as close
but
as you like.
yeah, Watkin just a little bit close with comfort, but Ryan Yee does it. He's now in fifth, and it's Watkins' turn to try and get past Yee, and I think Yee will just do the same what Daniel Watkin was doing a second ago, keeping it planted on the corner.
Yeah, again, that goes back to what Watkins done so well, isn't it? Just, maybe giving up side by side or giving up the look, but always having the better line. Now, that is the leader of the race. That's Max Wajna coming into frame. And what will Wajna do when they get here? Because these two cars, unlike most of the cars that he's come to pass yet, I don't know if these two will sort of get out of the way. They're battling each other. So what does leader Wajna do, considering he knows Caracas is closing him down a little?
It's one of them. As the leader, as the car that's overtaking back markers, it doesn't have to be the leader, but in this case it is. You just hope that the cars in front will sort of move along, but obviously these two are fighting. So they don't have to move across straight away. They weren't fighting, then yeah, they'd probably already move over and put the leader through. But as you see here, Watkins just like, yeah, you can come by me when you get close enough. I think the thing he's giving Washington right now. So will he move over on the straight? And I don't think so. Normally we've seen drivers just move over, but as I said, they are fighting.
What would be very smart for this particular instance for Watkin is let them through where it's most advantageous to him and hope that Yi gets caught in a unadvantageous spot and maybe Wajna pushes the issue. I would love to be a fly on the wall of the Yaz Heat team communication right now. What do is it would be my message to my team. Do you want me to go for it? Do you want me to be very chill about this? What do you need out of me? Because I can force this position because obviously I'm quicker, but do I lose time doing that? Well, look at that. Was held up in turn number 4 just a little bit, but eventually let by Watkins. So that will release one of the 2 cars. Now, Daniel Watkins' only hope is that this takes a little while in the case of passing Ryan Yi, who's got by him.
I don't know if you noticed there, Jason, on that little hairpin after Washington got through, Watkins struggled. I don't know if it to get grip or just to get the car going. Speed again. He slowed down, took the corner okay, and then just sort of almost like he parked it. You know, very weird, very slow. So
That was very strange.
he's lost quite a bit of time now to Ryan Yi, 4 seconds back, which, you know, he let the leader through nice and cleanly, but then yeah, at that corner just for some reason got him. So maybe too much TC and it's either wheel spin or too much TC and that bogged him down.
It could be such a massive difference between the drier line and the still very wet line that maybe took it easy, felt something they didn't like, and lost them even more time in the process. Of course, that's kind of the thing about defending as well that Watkins did so well, was forcing Yi off on a portion of the track that was maybe a little bit more wet. But either way, I'd rather be slow than spin the car and lose even more time. Still inside the top 10, still within earshot of a top 5 finish maybe for turn 1 SSR.
We just had some information about what happened on that corner there, Jesse.
AJ McDaddy coming in clutch here.
He says Watkins accidentally hit the pit limiter, so that's why he went so slowly.
That explains everything. Everything I just said, nonsense. That explanation, though, that's AJ, I'm pretty sure your teammate would have rather you have not said that.
Yeah, apparently AJ told him to map it to a different button as well, so that's a bit of a yikes moment right there.
Oh dear. AJ coming in clutch with the information. AJ, we do appreciate it, and good luck, obviously, to your team for the remainder of this race. Some other things from chat was Mike Williams from the Jardier community team has come in and confirmed a disconnect for us, but we're going to keep on plugging away. That is the spirit of the championship and the race, and we wish the Jardier community team well. Certainly they had the pace to be a contender today, but, well, unfortunately, Barcelona had its own plans today. We'd like to see you still on the track, though, so thanks for continuing. And Adam Dubiel, teammate of the leading Forza Italia car, says, my teammates are doing well. Looks like my teammates are doing well is what he had to say. Bit smug there, Adam, if I'm honest, but yeah, absolutely brilliant job from the 500 team, not only to get the overall pole, but to be as dominant as you've been. We've obviously focused a lot on the 992 and the 70, but don't discredit at all Forza Italia and that 500 Ferrari. They have done some serious damage today. 13.5 seconds to Roth in the 404 for CLR. CLR just hasn't been able to close down.
Yeah, and it's unlucky that Jadier's team, Mike Williams' team, got a DC, but you know it's not all doesn't all go to plan. Got some information on my team, unfortunately. Some hardware issue caused the car to go from 5th gear to 1st gear, and we blew the engine up.
That's incredible. I've only ever heard of that happening once before, and it was almost the same thing. Normally you have a thing. All Assetto courses have this downshift protection on them. It's supposed to keep you from doing exactly what happened, but sometimes there are things that occur, glitches, where you will go from like 5th to 1st, something like that. Don't know why, because it's only the second ever time I've ever heard of it, but that will completely destroy the engine of the car.
Yeah, we're still not. We still don't know if it's to do with the hardware or if it's just the game decided to not like us today. But yeah, unfortunately, that it hasn't stopped our race. We are still going. There has a car has left from split two, so we are not at the back. But we are 21 out of 21 cars, unfortunately. But still going. 3 hours and 10 minutes left in our race to go. But just one of those things. Not every race will go exactly as you want.
Well, the race continues as we get close to the 11 o'clock hour in sim time and get close to the halfway point. The shortest race in the World Tour has been action-packed through the first 3 hours, and I don't think we're quite done yet. Caracas, by the way, has continued to close down. 5.2 seconds the gap to the leader. I have been doing the math, as you might expect, and he just might get there before they pit again, but I wonder if this will require a response from Yazid, and I wonder if they will put Malinowski back in the car, and I don't even know if that would be out of character for them or out of strategy. That might have been the strategy all along. Give Malinowski an hour break, put him back in the car. And what do you do with Caracas? Surely you have to double stint him here. He's clearly been the fastest driver for them today. You got to capture lightning in a bottle when you can, and this might be the only opportunity to get up there and challenge the leader.
It's Caracas has done an amazing stint. Obviously, when Malinowski was in the car against Caracas, I think it would be an even fight. Not saying that Watch is slow, but has a different pace. Caracas had their slower driver in before, but that could just be because Malinowski is, as we keep saying, is just got a better pace. So yeah, that time has come down though. So anything can happen. 3 hours and left of this race. Only just about half an hour, halfway into the race, not half an hour into the race. Halfway into the race. So as we keep saying, Jesse, anything can happen.
Yeah, I just noticed the 411 there, the T3 Motorsport Black team getting around Sergei Skidnov in the 920, and it reminded me who is driving the 411. It's Radizi in the 411 right now. They're 28 seconds behind Caracas, but just like almost every race, and I do marvel at how well the T3 Motorsport Black team handles themselves amongst stiff competition. They may have not been in the running for the win, and they've even self-admitted a couple of their races have been quite boring, but they've almost always been a threat for the podium. That should be commended, and that is the same story today. Nobody racing them. They're not racing anybody, but they're still on the overall podium. They're still third in their class. And keep in mind, they came in, I believe, second in the championship.
Jesse, I've noticed something.
The
weather's moved.
Yeah, it sure has. And not for the better, if we're being completely honest. It's going to stagnate. It's going to continue to improve a little bit, and then it's going to stagnate. It's not going to get more wet, but it is going to stop improving after a certain point, and that will be after the halfway point. But honestly, at this stage, I don't know if the teams care too much, because the track has gotten to a completely raceable state. You can see that here on board Caracas in the 70. You can see the very wet line, the unused part of the racetrack, reflecting the water on it. But the line that you're on here is very ran in. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't have to be. There is a lot more grip here than there used to be. The times, again, on an average lap, we're running a low 53, dipping into the 52s. So I would say it won't bother them too much, even though I'm pretty sure a lot of them, especially us in the booth, I think we would have loved to have seen a dry line, an extra monkey wrench, a spanner thrown into the works at the end. I just don't think we're going to get that today. But even still, Probably going to have a battle regardless. 4.7 seconds to gap, by the way. Caracas on Wajda now. It continues to come down.
Down quite quickly from last time I looked up there, but yeah, I think Caracas can get close. I don't think it can get like a bumper to bumper by the end of stint, but you never know. Drivers have proven me wrong many times before.
Well, that's the thing about racing drivers, Ted. They will always attempt to prove you wrong out of spite or something like that. I don't know what it is. Jealousy, maybe. Bill Power in chat has let us know that AJ is going to be chewed out later for divulging that embarrassing bit of information about their team. AJ, we have an excellent informer protection plan here at RCI. We could get you a new racing number and a new team and a mustache as well to go along with that. And we do that for all of our informers. So we do appreciate your help. Just riding on board Caracas here, it shows you that the conditions, while they have improved, they're still very treacherous. You don't want to take your eye off the ball, so to speak. A lapse of concentration could be deadly, but my goodness, is Grantes Caracas salivating at this stage. Another lap, another several tenths, 4.3 seconds the gap now, continuing to come down. We're still at minimum 15 minutes away from the pit cycle starting up again. I can't imagine any reality where Caracas is getting out of the Visceral Esports car.
No, he's flying. He's going to prove me wrong at this rate. About 10 minutes would be when they hit, I think. They've got 15 minutes left on their stint time. I could be wrong. But roughly about 10 minutes is when people start doing their pit stops. But he just keeps chomping time off that delta. Pretty mad to see, but yeah, they're going to keep him in the car for, I guess, another stint.
I might be off on my math. This is the third pit stop they're coming up on. So the pit stops will be around 2 hours 45 left in the race. So there might be another 17, 18 minutes left in this stint, which is not what Wajna wanted to hear, because I'm pretty sure in that time this gap will be completely closed down if this is allowed to continue.
That's quite a lot of time. I've already seen he's knocked off a second within a few laps, so he's just use a few more laps and he'll probably be right on the back of Washington. Gonna help out penalty car massively.
Keep in mind, Visceral Esports led the entire opening stanza of the 24 Spa a month ago. The only reason that battle sort of fizzled out was, I believe, Visceral Esports got a penalty of some sort. Either that or they had a really bad pit stop, one of the two, that took them completely out of the fight. Otherwise, it was a straight up fight between the 992 and the 70 there as well. Today, we're basically getting a rehash. We could see a redemption run. There is the very pink Yas Heat 992 that just flashed through the shot. 4 seconds the gap now. Seems like Caracas is quickest through that sector 2 and might be quicker through this portion of sector 3 as well. My word, it's coming down even more. A little over 3 hours left to go in the race. Can Caracas, can Visceral Esports get this done? Maybe retake the lead. Again, I can't imagine any reality where Malinowski doesn't get back inside the leading car. I can't imagine any reason why Caracas would get out of the 70. Oh, that was a huge chunk of time. That went from 4 seconds down to 3.3. Caracas is chewing them up. Keep in mind, pit stops are still about 15 minutes away. He's going to get there, Ted.
I told you he's going to prove me wrong, Jesse. It always happens.
Drivers do it out of spite, Ted. It comes with the territory.
Or did I plan that?
Or did you plan that? Are you a secret team member of Visceral Esports? These are the questions. I don't have the answers, though.
I wish I could say yes, but...
I probably don't have to tell you all this at home, but the last lap was the quickest lap we've seen all day. And, well, I didn't have to tell you that because he made up 3/4, if not a full second, to Wajda on that last lap. Caracas is flying.
Yes. Superb driving by Crackers. And the car seems so planted. Compared to the Porsche, seems really planted.
The other thing we haven't really talked about that we might need to consider here is the mixed conditions we find ourselves in. I talked at length earlier about how, as a driver, sometimes you prefer the predictability of an incredibly wet racetrack or a dry track, and where it's somewhere in between where there's a raced-in wet line. Sometimes you hate that because you have to avoid the more slippy areas of the track, and also certain cars will do that better than others. Could this be a particular fault of the Porsche platform that maybe the McLaren is more happy in? Maybe they found something setup-wise for the 70 that the car is more happy with. Or, well, you know, the X factor could just be Caracas is a little quicker than Wajda here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? Just 2.988 seconds. So taking another 3/10 off that delta, pretty big.
Well,
Yeah,
folks,
by the time...
do go on, Ted. Sorry.
I was about to say, by the time this stint ends, it's going to be right behind that Porsche.
Well, before we leave you, just a quick recap. Of course, the 500 Forza Italia car was on pole position for this race. They lost that lead to Visceral Esports. The 70 took the lead. And then, of course, Malinowski and Yas Heath, they qualified P6. Max Wajda did the qualifying on that car. Malinowski started it today. It immediately started to drive to the front. After the first hour was over, it was a dead heat between the two of them. Malinowski eventually won that battle after a double stint from Malinowski. Wajda's gotten to the car. Caracas has gotten into the 70 and has re-chased him down. What was more than a 10-second gap has now been whittled down to a little less than 3. Half the race left to go. Pit stops incoming in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's all to play for here in the 6 hours of Barcelona at the RCI World Tour. We thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate all of your comments in the chat, and we hope that you're enjoying this fantastic race in the wet conditions in Spain today. But this is the halfway point in the race, and a big thank you to our partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, Driver 61 Fanatec, and SimRacing.gp. We'll talk more about those lovely folks at the conclusion of the race today. But that's going to just about do it for Ted and I for the time being. Ted, we'll be back near the end of the race. I hope it's just as spicy then as it is now. Thanks for coming in and being with me for the first 3 hours.
Yeah, no problem, Jesse. I love a bit of commentating on a Saturday, as you know. Bit of fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for a broadcast switch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for this broadcast switch.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here for the 6 hours of Barcelona for the RCI World Tour 2022 here at a rain-soaked Spain. And, well, when we left the for the commentary switch, that gap was a lot bigger than that. The 70, Grantas Caracas, has just been on an absolute charge in that McLaren. They've caught all the way back up to the 992. Yes, Heat might actually start to have to think of their strategies. But yeah, we have swapped over. You now have Christian Stricker, who's going to be bringing us all the camera angles, well, the ones that are not completely blocked by rain anyway. And Les Stevenson joins me alongside for, well, what's shaping up to be anyway, a great final few hours of racing, and he has a race to run himself.
Certainly do, and thank you very much, Ryan. Yes, good evening, and what a race we've had so far. And like you quite rightly say, the number 70 is coming right onto the back now of Max Watchner's 992 Porsche, and it's sort of imminent, really. We're going to be having a very close battle.
I think so. I mean, we've just seen this car taking whole seconds out, on a good lap, even though, through some of the timing markers, the gap seems to stay the same. It seems to be the last sector where that McLaren just completely chews some time away. It was 1.5, it's now 1.1, so it's another 0.4 of a second on what, wouldn't necessarily be, not a supercharged lap for the 70. It's not going to be long. The 992 is going to be hoping and praying they can get to the pits and get, this stint over before the 70 comes to battle, but I don't think it's going to happen. They've still got, a couple of minutes left before they pit, and now for the 992, what do you do? Boothby isn't here, and Malinovsky's already done quite a while in that car. Obviously, Max needs to keep driving, but I think Malinovsky might have wanted just a little bit more breathing room to let Max sort of run the race in peace.
Yeah, exactly, and it could be, of course, the car being set up for a bit more water on the track, of course, and that is predicted by the looks of it in the next sort of 30 or so minutes to maybe get a bit damper, shall we say, and it could be that tyre pressures and the car setup, it could just be that it's just been set up for a bit more of a moist track than what we currently have, and therefore his times aren't quite as quick as what they hoped, but yeah, like you quite rightly said, with Malinowski already doing quite a big stint already, it's what do they do? Do they throw him back in the car to get that gap back up again, or just trust in what Max can do and see if with the weather conditions increasing, maybe he can build back up himself.
Well, the other thing to sort of think about and confirm is that that car will be set up for Malinovsky. He has a particular driving style. I'll call it that. It's a very particular driving style. I call it a mad one. I don't know how the man in VR manages to hustle the car that fast while also looking completely out of control all the time, but still being completely in control. It's one of those. I don't think Max maybe is tuned as much to the setup as Malinovsky, but as he says, weather's going to throw maybe another curveball. This is the best it's been all day, and the lap times have just been getting better and better. And Klaus Nyring now has also caught up to the back of the 101. Not for overall position, but not class, because it is a silver class car. Looks at the inside, but the Bentley has to anchor the brakes on. It's the problem with the passing the BMWs. They do have great acceleration up to about fourth gear, and then they start to slow off. But at Catalunya, it's normally just long enough is the straight that the BMW can kind of hold its own.
Yeah, exactly, and I suppose also it depends on aero levels as well. With the rear wing, whether they're running a high rear wing because of the weather, or whether they've decided to keep it low like they would have done for the dry, who knows. But yeah, you quite rightly say that Beamer is one of the cars that I'm currently driving as well in my team, and yeah, you get to about fourth gear and then the car behind just starts to catch again, and if you're on one of those really long straights, which thankfully here you don't really have, I mean, like you said, that start finish straight is the longest straight, and it's just short enough to be able to keep some of those cars behind. But yeah, it's not got many legs.
No, and that was a big moment as well for the 747. Caught the curb, and you saw the Bentley have a good old bite at them. That is a feeling I know all too well, having driven the Bentley very much, basically my whole ACC career has been in that car. I know very much the feeling when you touch a curb. A battle that will be for position though, as this battle that's been raging on. Hacker in the 818 has caught up to the back of the 504. BMW on BMW, and that's another thing that in these conditions makes it just that little bit harder. Barcelona, Catalonia is not already a track that is, very easy to overtake at if you have someone who really knows how to defend. You put it in matched machinery in less than ideal conditions, and it really starts to go. But the 818 is going to have a look at the inside, potentially. Didn't want to go for the move. You saw it come on the brakes very suddenly, but gets the car stopped for the corner. A position gained. 504 ends up being demoted down to 14th, and necessarily, if Hacker wanted to go for that move, well planned.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, you've only really got sort of maybe 4, 5 sort of heavy braking zones where it realistically is going to be the places where you're going to see these overtakes. But as we now go back to the battle for the lead, great manoeuvre there. Bit of an opportunist mover, but he got the job done and up into P13. So fair play.
Yeah, so the silver battle still raging on in the lower half. Another one to keep our eye on. But yeah, this is the battle that a lot of people, and I'm sure both teams will be watching with intent. It's the 70 they've caught all the way back up. That gap started out, I think I've been told the biggest it's been was, over 10 seconds. It was a monumental lead for the 992, but the 70 has just completely and utterly shredded that lead, and now is right on the back of the 992. And it does appear that it's the last sector where I have a feeling that the 992, they're just not quite, fully committed with the car, and that is potentially what's happening. Interesting as well to see the 70 running in the, in the more wet part of the track. That kind of says to me that it might have been that the drivers expected a little bit more rain, and the pressures are too high now. They're trying to cool them down on the straights. Yeah,
of course, and it could be where they're right now up back close to Max, and at the 992. There isn't as much water maybe than there was before, and the tyres are getting hotter that way. But it is going to be minimal, I know, but still, it's another factor. But yeah, you're probably right. Probably expected a bit more rain than what there was, and the tyre pressure's got a little bit too much. But it's going to be close now. I mean, we're looking in the next sort of 5 minutes, I would have thought, with the next pit stops.
Yeah, and if this battle isn't sorted out on track, because bearing in mind, although the 70 has just erased all that time that the 992 did have, they still do have to pass, and a lot of the places, those big braking zones at Catalonia also feature a corner before that is quite good for cars with heavy acceleration, great for the Porsche. They might just be able to eke out and stay ahead, use the brakes that it's got, and use the acceleration just to keep yourself out of range of the 70. But if it's not sorted out on track, it could very much be, with this close pit stops, you have the tiniest shuffle in a box. You hesitate the tiniest little bit coming onto the pit limiter, or you're too late onto the pit limiter. God forbid. We've seen drivers come akin to that before. Just any part of the pit stop. And speaking of the pit stops, here we go. The 992 dives in, and so does the 70, immediately followed in. I think that's quite reactive. And him comes both of them on the brakes. Nice and early, but it is going to be now the race swaps from on the track to in the pit lane.
Yeah, and like you were saying, alluded to earlier, with the Porsche being so good out of those corners, with the drive off, it's I think it's just being able to keep that lead. But here we go with the pit stops. It's all about who hit the marks the best, and let's see how they fare. But it's going to be, it could be a win, go or bust in the pit lane. But now as we're watching Schumacher now in the 411 Beamer, it's looking like it's a bit of a lonely race at the moment, with a 21 seconds gap up to P3, and then a big old gap behind as well. So, but again, all coming up to pit stops. It could be one of us have pitted already, but yeah, it's I'm just intrigued now to see how these top two get on, and they're starting to leave the pit lane already.
Yeah, pit stop starting to cycle in. You can see everyone start coming in, the 137s in the 501, and obviously our two race leaders. A bit of a lonely race maybe for the 411, but P3, in pro class, with a massive gap over to the 137. You can't really complain for that. And that's always the thing about the T3 Motorsports black car. They have always been consistently at the sharp end of the field, you know, even if they're not necessarily the car that we have on the cameras battling for position and really, you know, constantly in shot. They've always been around, and that's kind of the best way to be in some of these long endurance races, is just work on your consistency, stay out of trouble, stay out of all the madness, and that'll really you know, do you well in the long run. And speaking of, there is Martin Schumacher for the 411 T3 Motorsports black car, just making their way around, being promoted into the third place, because the 349, the leader of silver, has currently pitted.
Yes, and there's a famous saying, isn't there? You've got to be in it to win it. And like you said, with the keeping the consistency going and just keeping to be there, places will come. And you know, I'm not massively familiar with T3 Motorsport Black, but if you're saying that's sort of their forte, then I'm not surprised to see them at the head of the field.
Yeah, and for the question that I know Jesse had at the start of the race, well, Jesse and Ted were theorizing, what would Yassi do? Would they let Max do another stint, or would Malinowski get back in the car? Nope, it is the sort of the man, the Porsche man, his pride and joy. He's got taken the keys back and has now got to run away again. But look at the gap that they had. Grantas Caracas for the number 70. Their pit stop ended up basically at the same time as Malinowski, give or take about 0.3 of a second. But it just must be that in lap and the outlap and getting back up to pace, you know, the 992 has really got on it and run away while they still can. So that battle will, I would like to say resume, but you really can't fault Malinowski's pace in that car in the wet. He's just a machine. So 2 seconds is the gap as it stands right now. Let's see what it is about 15 minutes into this stint.
Yes, and you know, already at 2 seconds, and he just sort of wondering now as what we're going to end up going up to. But yeah, I mean, you've already said it before. The man is a machine. I mean, to watch him on board and just see that steering wheel just constantly moving. He'll be going down the straight, and the steering wheel will still look like it's being sawed at. And yeah, it's certainly a unique way of driving the car, but it works. And I know I've tried a similar process, but it didn't work for me, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we're being told in chat as well, T3 Motorsports have already pitted, so actually, yeah, the 411 comes back into the net third. I think that actually, you know, we haven't caught it from coming into the box a little bit late. There's some people, it seems, are on just a slightly alternate strategy. So as everything reshuffles back out, 411 back into P3 overall. The 500, the car that started on your pole position, you know, qualified very well in that Ferrari, but it was taken away from them by this man here, Malinowski, very, very quickly. I think it was Max who qualified the 992. So the 500, they had a you know, a moment of shining. They had all the cameras on them, and then Malinowski came and did what he does best, really. So the 500 leading silver though, still leading their class. Really can't complain at that. They've got the 404 Connection Lost Racing. That's 17 seconds odd behind them, but you know, you've still got 2 hours 40 minutes. They could be planning some strategy thing that none of us have really known yet. And then the 349 rounds out your podium position in the silver class, as they must be on a different strategy to most of the silvers, because they were in the lead not that long ago.
Yeah, and it just goes to prove also how much the weather can really mix things up. I mean, you look at the running order. We've got pros and silvers, you know, mixed about everywhere. But you know, it's great to see, and it's like you, I was caught out with the 411. I thought they had to come into pit yet. They'd already done their pit stop, but as the McLaren gets on the grass there.
Be careful for the 349 Sa in the VRM racing car. Not exactly the way you want to be going off the track in a bit of a scary moment. That is easy to do though, especially if you end up talking to your crew. You know, you're trying to sort out things for your stint. Maybe you've got your team in your ear, and you can just drift off the track. I've come akin to it a couple of times as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, haven't we all? And you know, when you're trying to make some adjustments as well, and like you said, when you've got your team talking to you and generally just trying to help you, it sometimes can be a bit of a hindrance, and you just use the slightest bit of concentration, and you've got one tyre just goes on the painted surface and you're trying to brake, and yeah, you can do all sorts. It can be quite tricky at times, but no, it was good to see him keep it in a straight line, just and carry on.
Yeah, well, the conditions for them are only going to get worse, so going to have to keep their eyes on the prize. This is a battle that might potentially be in the works as well. Bullwinkle for the 89, the Grid Finder Racing team. They've been reeling in the 501 of Hoyer up ahead, the 501 Audi, one of the new gen Audis that we have as well. Easy way to tell that with the swoopy wing. I think it's very rare now that you actually see an old gen Audi. It's kind of the lesser spotted old generation Audi, but even so, the lesser spotted Audi in general in our World Tour Split 1, I believe that they are the only team, the only Audi in Split 1. So a bit of a, if they were going to win the Manufacturers Championship, that they've already won their own class. So there you go, lads, you are the fastest silver Audi. The only silver Audi, but that is besides the point. You could still take that trophy. But they've also not got, the 89 can't really hang around much, even though that in head of them isn't for class position, because they've got the 920 bearing down on them in their fellow BMW, which is for class position.
Yeah, and if memory serves me right, I think this has been not necessarily a battle or race, but certainly been in the mix together during the race. But yeah, I mean, like you said, with the only Audi, it is from what I'm told, the Audi's pretty beastly in the wet weather. So fair play, P13. That's not bad. What's that? That's seventh, is it, in silver? Yes, seventh in silver. So equally, it's great to see. And but yeah, as we see Bullwinkle and Cruz now, starting to have their battle of their own, and with that silver car ahead, could be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and what's also been pointed out to us, we were hoping maybe for a bit of a battle between the between the 70. What can that McLaren do? Can they get past the 992? Can we do Yas Heat finally come under attack in this race? The answer to that, ladies and gentlemen, is no. Malinovsky has already started pulling out. The gap is now 3.6 seconds, as it sits 3.7 seconds, tell a lie. It's just been updated, and that's kind of what happens when you put that man in that car. The skills of that Porsche driver are very, very, very far and few matched. It's just insane to see, especially in the rain, because I don't know about you, Les, but I can't drive the Porsche even in the dry. People have said you should drive the Porsche. I tried driving the Porsche, I died. I decided that I didn't like the Porsche. The Porsche is stupid. I'm gonna go back to my Bentley. That's the happy zone.
The Porsche is stupid. I love it, Ryan. I love it. I have driven the Porsche. It's not my favourite car. It is difficult to drive. Probably why it's not my favourite car. I find it extremely difficult to drive it in the dry, so I have not even bothered to try it in the wet. But yeah, I'd much rather a front-engine car in the wet. However, the Porsche is it is quick in the right hands, and Mr. Malinovsky is proving that, and in the wet as well. Sorry, so. Fair play. Like you said, the word I suppose we use is unique. He is definitely unique, and he can definitely hustle that car around most circuits, and he's proven that point today.
And speaking of Porsche drivers who are now trying to have the battle of their own, Verut here in the 137 Porsche, the Weishite Racing. This is a car that's been around RCI for quite some time, looking up the inside of the 101, but it's chopped off their nose in the Turn 1 racing car. Once again, not a battle that is necessarily for class position, but it's not a million miles up the road until the 747 Bentley, who will be for their class of the Weishite car. They want to try to get around, and this is probably the most annoying part of driving a Porsche, is when you're stuck behind someone, because you have the cornering ability of them, you have the braking ability, you can have the acceleration, especially in the wet. The rear mid-engine really puts all the weight on the rear axle, great traction out of the corners, and great acceleration with just how short ratios that gearbox is. But you're limited by all of those factors by the car in front, because they control your pace through the corners. And you get to a straight like we're just about to come on to, and the Porsche, well, it's not known for its straight line characteristics, and even in a slipstream, you can see it's not really gaining. A lot of other cars might have started gaining by now, but if anything, it looks like the BMW pulled a tiny bit of a gap, and then you end up going round and round again. You just have to wait for a minute mistake, just for them to go that tiny bit wide, which in the wet is very easy to do. Open the door, and then you have to, while the opportunity arises, poke your nose in. But look at that, the counter steer mid-corner. Bearing in mind, this car is like a pendulum. That is a terrifying feeling.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And, you just got to be patient, haven't they, Ryan? They just got to be patient behind another car for this length of time with that spray as well. You just got to wait for them to make a mistake, or, and as the Beamer quite rightly starts to do there, as they go deep into the hairpin there. But not quite enough for the Porsche to be able to get through. But, yeah, you just got to be patient, wait for that opportunist move, I suppose. And we all know the Porsche is extremely good on the brakes, and hopefully, there'll be another chance into a heavy braking zone where they can make that move and then get on down the road to what's it to the 747 and for the class battle.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the big braking zones like this where if a move was going to be made, you would need to be basically hanging off the back of that BMW coming into the braking zone. You need to have like one coat of paint between you and the car in front, and then use your brakes. And sector 3, where the Porsche can really shine, you end up stuck once again behind the BMW, and the quick left rights. It's a great car for directional changes if you can get used to driving it. You kind of half drive this car with your right foot, which I've seen some Porsche drivers that I know who really can push this car, to the maximum. I mean, for example, one of them, a good friend of mine, is driving it in SRO Esports, and he showed me a bit of an onboard from one of his races with his inputs and the steering wheel and the throttle and brake, and my response was, yeah, I'm gonna stick to driving something that's a little bit less terrifying, really. I mean, look at again. Even from the rear cam of the 101, you can see the Porsche like sliding through turn 3. I don't know about you, I've never slid a car through turn 3.
Not turn 3, no. And I mean, obviously these conditions aren't helping either. But yeah, I mean, you can see where this Porsche excels as we're going for the move. No, just showing the nose, and but just mid corner, braking zone, and then that mid corner, you can really see where the Porsche excels. And yeah, it's imminent, isn't it? It's, like I said, it just needs to be patient, and Vavort will be through. I'll give it less than a couple of laps.
Yeah, well, he'll want to be getting by, as soon as he can. As it says, the 747, when it last crossed the timing line, anyway, they're about 12 seconds away, 12.8. There you go. So basically 13 seconds if you add this, this minute gap between these two. But that is an area for their class position. And the wee shite car as well, it does look like they have the pace, but as a Porsche driver, this is the worst part of driving it. It's just when you're waiting for that move and you're waiting for that mistake. As we says before, Catalunya, a track that you can easily defend on, and the Porsche, a car where you have to be committed, and you just got to wait for that one moment that that shows it. And here we go. They might be close enough. The 101 does decide to go defensive, looking from the front splitter cam. But look at this. This is how close you can get. They're going to get closer and closer. 101's going to defend it. The Wishat car will be forced to the outside. Does have the dry air line. They're going to brake late coming into turn 1. There's a bit of contact as the turn 1 car slides over, still on the inside. But then, because the turn 1 cars hung it all around, they end up with the inside for turn 3, and sometimes that is the better defense. You give up one corner and you know that you're going to you're going to come out on top. That they're still not done. Is that Porsche showing the nose? There's going to be a Porsche sized gap. There is going to be one. I don't think the turn 1 car is going to be able to hang it all the way around the outside on the wet line, and they are not. Finally, the 137 gets by.
Yeah, great move, and I mean, you could see from the overhead view there that even the inside line, it appeared to be wetter than the sort of mid-corner line. But yeah, no, great move in the end, and I think it would have been probably more sensible for maybe the the wee shite car to have been let through, especially as it's a class battle. But you know, they both would have lost a little bit of time there. That's all I'm thinking. You know, it would have made a bit more sense. But the job's done now, and they can move on now and hunt down the 747.
Yes, but sometimes racing drivers do not always think that way. If there's a battle to be had, there's a battle to be had, and you know that is what some drivers do. We always say in RCI, you don't have to just pull over and let someone by because they're not in your class. You're entitled to race them, and we've seen plenty of silvers who can take it to the pros. You know what I mean? I mean, look, you know, we've got a silver in P4, the 500 qualified on pole. You know, so it just
agree.
assures.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, in GT racing, it's not like Formula 1 racing. You know, where you know with say for example blue flags. You know, it's not. You don't have to let them through there and then. It's down to the faster driver to make his way or make their way past. And you know, and that's what I personally love about the GT racing. It's all about the drivers. It's all about the drivers, the teams, and you know, and getting them out there and actually racing each other and making those educated. I say educated mistakes. I meant to say those educated guesses, and make sure that you know they can progress at the right time and choosing those moments and of when to fight and when not to, and when to be sensible and maybe let that car through when they could have defended.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all one of those 2 hours and 28 minutes left. I think some teams are still, you know, they don't want to be losing any time. They're just trying to salvage everything they can. Speaking of people who won't want to be losing time, Jarzbowski in the 500, the Forza Italia car, leading the silver class by a good margin over the 404, but they have now caught this battle between the two BMWs. This is Bullwinkle and the 920, I believe, the Grid Finder car, and I think it's SR Esports that they've now been caught by the leader in silver. That could throw a bit of a curveball into their own battle, because what would be interesting to see, does the 920 let the 500 by, knowing maybe they're a little bit faster and they can tuck right under and follow them through? But considering that move and looking how close those two BMWs are, I don't even think that the 920 is even looking in the mirror and realizes that there's someone coming up on them. I think they are laser focused onto the rear end of that fellow BMW ahead, because look at how close they are coming into sector 3. They're trying to line something up. I can feel it. They're trying to line something up for a move into maybe turn 1.
Yeah, I'm probably hoping that the guy in front has got a higher wing level. But yeah, I mean, you can't tell me they don't know that lovely looking Forza Italia Ferrari is in their wing mirror. And, you know, it's, like you said, though, it might throw that curveball in. And do they let them pass? They're going to have to at some point, but it's where they do it. And, you know, do they use it to their advantage? We'll have to wait and see. But still haven't made the move yet, and you know, it looks like they've both got the equal amount of downforce going down that straight, so there was no gain there. But you know, it's about being patient, like we said before, and they may well have to just let P4 through and hope that and then get in front of the number 14 and then sorry, not 14 place, sorry, 89 to maybe slow them down and hope that it can make that opportunist move that way.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about, you know, the big picture racing being informed in chat by AJ as well. Watkins did let him through. They were decided that team, they were both losing too much time, you know, with the battles. So there you go. You know, big picture racing. It's not for my class. It's not for my position. And right now, you know, we've got bigger things on the table. So yeah, bit of smart racing from the turn 1 car. And that also makes sense, because they haven't got a million-mile gap to that 501 Audi. They've just been, you know, quietly there, 3.9 seconds. So, you know, it won't take that many. It won't have taken that long battling them, or even that many mistakes. And that 501 is going to be right back on the door. And speaking of battles and gap, yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, the 992 continues to pull away. I think the gap's now 6 seconds on the dot. The last time they crossed the timing board.
And unfortunately, that battle is not there at the moment. But who knows? We've still got 2 hours and 24 minutes to go, and you know, anything can happen, as we all know. But Malowski's managed to eke out that gap even more now, and he's just out in his strides and just pulling out. It appears to be sort of 3 or 4 tenths per lap, and the gap is just getting ever bigger. But you know, never mind. In the future, you know, maybe in the next hour or so, when another pit stop, you know, they might well find that gap closes, and maybe a different driver gets in, and you know, that gap's closed.
Max will have to do another go in that car. I believe we were talking about this in the before we came into the box about sort of comms. Before we came into the comms box about times and everything. I think that Max is going to have to do at least another mini stint, if anything. I believe the drive time, you know, it is 4 hours and so many minutes. I don't have the member of this stewarding team. I'm gonna have to go and collar one of them and be like, guys, what are we racing? But yeah, I think Max is gonna have to get back in that car once more. So it's not all over yet for the 70. They've got to keep within striking range. Basically, they've got to not let that gap get all the way to that 10 seconds. Because we've already seen that Caracas can run down that gap all the way to nothing. They've just got to wait until Max gets back in the car and do it again.
I think, well, from what I know from my personal experience in this 6-hour race, we worked out as probably, if you're going to be maxing the stints right out, we may be looking at about 30-35 minutes stint. So maybe Max will be just doing that little stint at the end. Maybe the idea is let's get Malinowski back in the car, get as big a gap as possible, and then use Max right at the end there to sort of bring it home. But just look at the weather forecast as well, Ryan. It's only going to be getting heavier and heavier by the looks of things, and that can only mean lap times are going to come down and down and down, and it may be a point where it just equals itself out. So you know, it could be that Max also is just better in the heavier rain, but who knows? But yeah, it's just interesting to see that weather now increasing again.
Well, we're being told, in chat, from what I like how, don't worry, we can always fall back on the viewers that are paying attention. You know, as commentators, it's not like it's my job to know everything, ladies and gentlemen. Don't tell Jesse this. But yeah, it's 4 hours and 50 minutes is the total drive time for 2 of the drivers. So yeah, Max will have to get back in that car for like a splash and dash 30-minute, you know, sprint race to the line. So that is, they're going to have to work that into their strategy, and as he says, it will probably be Malinowski in that 992 now for, you know, up until that last moment for the next 2 hours or just under, to get as big of a gap possible. They're going to have to come in, swap drivers, and then just tell Max, right, if the weather has continued to get worse, as we're now seeing, 10 minutes, it's going to get heavier again. It's very, very wet, almost flooded out there. Don't bin the car, don't get us a drive-through, and just bring it across the line.
Yeah, just get it home, and that may well be the case. Of course, it could be that you know, this could be Malinowski's last stint, and he's going to let Max do the last hour and a bit. But you know, who knows? But yeah, I suppose that probably more than likely will be the conversation had, and Malinowski will be trying to get that gap as big as possible to then just make it nice and easy for his teammate just to bring the car home. But as we watch now, the 818 now right on the back of the 18 of Willemot, and looking for an interesting battle here.
Yeah, well, the blame Mike Jones Bentley, always an easy one to spot with the white and pink. But yeah, Hacker has always seemed to really gel with that BMW, the 818. We've seen that car really get up and go when that driver's got in, and you know, it does seem that they're very, very in tune with it. It's going to be a dive up the inside into the harsh braking zone. There was a BMW gap there just about. Maybe the Bentley didn't necessarily want it, but had to give the space on the inside, and there you go. 818 is now up into the 8th position overall. The Bentley falling down a little bit, and look at the gap now. They're going to start to pull it. It does seem that the BMW is, from the few times I've raced it in the rain, not really, I've not really raced it often. It does seem to be very forgiving and very confidence-inspiring in the rain. It's not a car that, you know, bites you or makes you feel uneasy on the wheel. It just sort of, you know, is very nice and calm and just does what you want it to do.
Yeah, if there's ever a car, ladies and gentlemen, that you want to learn in the rain, I thoroughly recommend the BMW. it's definitely a little bit more forgiving, like Ryan's already said, and the Bentley's also very good. Again, front engine cars, isn't it? It's just tends to give you a bit more, a bit of a better drive, a bit of an easier drive in the damper conditions. And but yeah, certainly the BMW is a great car to learn wet weather driving in, and it certainly helped me. I definitely feel like I've progressed in the wet weather with this car, and yeah, it's definitely a little bit more forgiving.
Yeah, well, the question as well that we had earlier, what can the 500 do? Well, they've got through that little battle with the SR and the Grid Finder car. Has broken that battle up a little bit. You can see in the background the fellow BMW has really fallen off, and the 500 continuing on their charge forward, still leading Silver Class about 19 seconds behind the T3 Motorsports black car as everyone sort of shuffled out, and it's going to be another car as well that I expect to see in, just that little bit earlier than the 349, for example. I think they've ended up on that weird alternate strategy, and I'm sort of looking when the 411's coming in as well, just to kind of vaguely guess what their strategy was, because obviously they're net third overall, but we saw them in fourth when we joined, so they're on a different strategy to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, Ryan. I keep looking at this Forza Italia car. I just love the look of it. It's my favourite paint job in the whole, throughout the whole series so far. It's
we've definitely got some good liveries this season. I will say that there's been the influx of custom liveries after we allowed them in RCI, and there's been some really, really good ones. I mean, the Forza Italia car is very easy to spot in the broadcast from a commentator. Green, yellow, red, and all sort of the broken up graphics on it. It looks really good, but there's been some really good ones from this season as well, and some really sort of funny ones. I'm looking at the Giga Chad racing car. Remember that Porsche? That's always a good one.
Yeah. No, thank you, Christian, for showing everyone the delivery properly. But it's a lovely looking car, and like you said, we've been blessed really with the allowance of custom liveries to be brought into RCI, and it's been a lot of fun had with it, but also it's been great to see some great designs. The trouble that some people go through to put a design onto a car, and when you can see it on these race days, it's brilliant. I love it, and this has definitely got to be my favourite.
Yeah, very much so, and you've as well got your own race to run in not that long, about 9 minutes from what I'm told. How's it going in your split anyway? We haven't really talked about the other splits, because as much as we're watching the split one race that is broadcast, for the fastest pace people, we have multiple. I think how many splits do we have this time? Are we up to 5 or 6? I think it is.
Four splits, and
four splits this time.
Yeah. We're in. Me and my team are in split 2, along with Mr. Edwards and his team, and we're currently sort of mid pack. I think right now we're a 15th. I think due to pit stops, I think that probably change a little bit, but we were running around about 13th, 14th. So we started P19, sorry. Had a good start, and there was obviously a lot of people spinning out, unfortunately, due to the wet weather, and it has been sodden. It's good. It's lightened a little bit, but it hasn't really that much. And but anyway, enough of my split. I've just realised, unfortunately, the 349 appears to have a drive-through.
Yeah, and we haven't had anything come through from the split one stewarding from the piece of paper pushed through our door, so we can only assume that the 349 has had that drive-through for track limits. And this was also the car that we did see sort of skate off the road a little bit earlier, actually, around about this section of the track coming through these corners. Might have been that particular corner that we've just gone through is horrible for track limits. If the car starts to understeer, you end up on the painted surfaces. It makes it even worse. You cut that sort of little kink chicane, and then you can get a track limits there. You can then get one at the next corner if you run too wide, which is the car already wants to do, because it's it's off cambered at a right hander over a crest, so it kind of goes light underneath you. You can get track limits there. And yeah, I think the 349, well, their luck has finally run out. It's going to break up the two McLarens, but for the 80 and the 818, they're going to be rubbing their hands together, because now they've been promoted into 3rd and 4th respectively.
Yeah, and for me, in the wet track at this circuit, it's unusual to sort of hear of all the drive-throughs that we've had with track limits. But yeah, it's like you said, probably more than likely was in that corner. But yeah, it's going to be somewhere on the exit, isn't it? Of somewhere around the. I always forget the corner, Ryan. Sorry, but around that after the chicane, and then round the fast right-hander down to the almost hairpin. But yeah, on the exit there, it's I suppose it could be quite easy to get it there. But in these conditions, I'm too scared to go on the curbs, so I don't tend to very often get those warnings. But you know, in the dry, different story maybe, as my teammates would probably tell you. But yeah, it is a shame. Doing so well in P6, it looks like they're probably going to drop down the order now with the drive-through. But you know, it's still a long way to go yet, and there's still more rain to come too.
Yeah, and that will promote the sister T3 Motorsports car, the T3 Motorsports white car, which I believe we've just seen in the background because they're being once again lapped by the leader Malinovsky. That will promote them into third place, and that's the other team, you know, that the silver car of T3 Motorsports you can never really discount, because they've just once again same sort of strategy. Has just been sort of consistent, been there, and they've had some, you know, great finishes really. So be a happy day for them. And also, as we could see on the broadcast cameras, although they've had issues, they've had disconnects, and I believe they were one of the cars that's disconnected, and they've had you know, they've not had the greatest day. The 444 for the Flying Hellfish Mercedes car, also driven by a few friends, they're still ploughing around. They are there just about, seeing on the broadcast cameras. And I know the Mercedes is not exactly the nicest car in the wet. It's a bit like driving an oil tanker, but the steering wheel is connected by wires leading through the channel tunnel. It's you turn and something happens. What that thing happens is I don't know. But as the 349 comes in to serve their drive-through, and they're going to drop down the position, I believe it's going to be very shortly. We're going to end up with another commentator change, and as he says, we've got to let you run off to your own BMW and have a crack around Catalunya.
Yes, unfortunately so. No, I'm only joking. No, it's I can't wait, to be honest. I just love doing it. Any time in the sim is always a favourite of mine. But I mean, we mustn't forget also, just talking about the 444, we mustn't forget the 40 as well. Is unfortunately they appear to have had a disconnect as well, and they're still battling on. So you know, there may even be a small battle there between those two. But no, it's great to see, and you know, with such a long way to go, you can't afford to just give up. You've got to keep going, and you know, anything can happen, and before you know it, you could even got yourself some more points.
Yeah, that car being the Jardia community car, I believe it was. Yeah, reconnected, still ploughing on. And I think as well they're the lone Aston Martin as well. So we have the lone Mercedes, the lone Aston Martin, and the lone Audi, all kind of having their own little sort of space. Speaking of the Audi as well, that I mentioned, they've kind of once again being quiet and climbing. They were about 4 seconds back from the 101. Well, they're now only 0.8 of a second. So that battle's going to hot up. And speaking of battles that's hotting up, GC Racing, our lone Lexus, how often has we seen GC Racing in this car? Masters of it. They're all over the back of the front front left tire esports, front left tire scrubbers esports team. I will pronounce their name eventually. I will get it right one day, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, the Bentley high under attack. And remember when the Lexus just used to be the only car that you would ever drive in the wet?
Yeah. Wow. The Lexus. I mean, I did the Asian Masters with the Lexus, and I actually really enjoyed it. And yeah, we didn't. I think we only had the one race in the damp conditions, but yeah, I did actually find it quite not a bad car to drive in the wet, to be fair. But it is a beast along those straights, isn't it? And yeah, it does. You can get into the slipstream with a semi-longish straight like this track does have. You might find that the Lexus will have the legs just to get past, unlike something like the BMW. But yeah, like you said, with the 514 right now on the back of the 781, probably looking to do exactly what I just suggested, and Ramback may well be able to get in a P17 here.
Yeah, well, as this battle continues on, I believe we're gonna have to take your microphone away from you, and you're gonna have to go and get in your race suit, and we'll have a bit of a comms change. But not anyone new coming in the box. We're just handing the microphone over the desk as the GC Racing car looks at the inside of the Bentley. It's going to be late into turn one. In fact, it's going to be so late into turn one that they're not even going to make it for the GC Racing car. They're going to shooting off into the gravel trap, and that was an overshoot if I've ever seen one. But as I says, if anything, that almost we'll have a quick race replay. It almost looked like it just maybe missed his braking point because it was completely off the track. Yes, brake lights. In fact, no, I couldn't see the brake lights on there. Could you? Wonder if they've had a bit of a mechanical issue.
Didn't look like I see any brake lights at all. I don't know, but obviously when you're going out along the inside, maybe the braking marker for Rambach was was hidden, like you just said, and maybe just didn't quite see it and hit the brakes on too late, and we just couldn't see those lights on. But no, thank you very much, Ryan and Christian. Great broadcasting, and as you say, I've quite got to disappear.
Well, as Les disappears, we give the microphone to Christian, who's now got all the buttons for all the cameras and the microphone. You must feel very special, Christian. You've got all of the things over there.
Yeah, I just need to make sure everything's set up properly and ready to go. I'll have someone in the background listening to me, see if it works out properly. But yeah, it's been decently hectic so far on the buttons, and now I have to come in and commentate as well. Not something I'm used to doing. It's the first time for quite some time I'm doing this, but yeah, I'm ready for the excitement and what the race has to show us.
Nah, these are small details. You always do it. I've done it a few times as well, commentating and broadcasting. You feel a little bit special when you have everything over there. I've only got a microphone and some pieces of paper telling me that people have been naughty. But yeah, and this battle now starting to hot up really as well. What I thought might happen, the 101 has been caught all the way up by the 501. The lone Audi now starting to look for that move to get up in the class position. I did mention that the 101, they didn't really want to be held up by the 137 because they'd end up in a class position battle. And look at the speed of the Audi down the straight line. This thing is just a rocket ship. If they can get it stopped for turn one and not do the thing that GC Racing did, the 101 is still alongside. They're going to try squeeze them, have to give them the space, realizing they're still there, and there is the overlap. The Audi just powering past to the poor BMW.
Yeah, that was a good little scrap there with the Audi. The Audi very fast in the straights, to be honest, even though it has that massive rear wing. I believe the older generation is still quicker, but I drive the Audi myself quite often, and I love it on the straights for that reason right there, as you just saw. But now it looks like a three-way battle between BMWs, one in silver, two in pro class. Let's see how this battle ends out. Currently, I think Ballwinkle wants to put himself in front of Watkin to maybe try and get that little gap between him and Krush behind him. But of course, Watkin is entitled to defending his position on track, and this might be a very spicy battle. I do imagine maybe a few door banging moments as well. We'll have to wait and see.
All of the BMWs seemingly have clumped together, and we might see the 101, the turn one car, let them by. They have done. They had this a little bit earlier, but the 89 is going to go deep. The turn 101 is going to end up back on the inside, still on the inside for the corner, but then is the outside for some of the coming into sector 3, and that is the position sort of given up. But I mentioned it earlier. Turn one, the turn one racing car, they're really thinking about the big picture racing. They don't really want to get caught up in all of these battles, as now the 920 really wants to get past. They've seen their rival sort of driving up the road, and actually, there you go for the SRE sports car into the pit lane. But yeah, that Audi was just monumental in a straight line. As he says, I think the old one was a smidge faster, but not by much.
Yeah, it's quite a fun car to drive, that's for sure. I enjoyed the old one a lot, and I also enjoyed this one. So I think the Audi just suits my driving style really well. I've also given the BMW a few spins around a few tracks, never in the wet though, so can't really imagine how it is in the wet, but you said earlier it's quite a stable car, not very many issues as such. So I believe these BMWs also have an advantage on this track here today. We have seen quite a few of them just sticking on track, getting the moves done, making no mistakes, whereas some of the other cars, kind of like the Porsche and the Bentleys, have also McLarens as well, have gone off track a little bit, had a few excursions, and maybe a bit more of a handful to drive than these BMWs today.
Well, I mean, the two Porsches that we've got today, both of them are set up by drivers who are very tuned to the Porsche, but also have a very distinct driving style. You know, they are. I think that is also why they're kind of falling off the road, and the Bentley as well. It's not the easiest car in the wet. It has a lot of power. It has a lot of turbo build-up, and you know it will bite you if you don't know what you're doing, and depending on your setup. Where the BMWs, obviously, they are the latest in GT3 sort of technology, as you will. The newest traction control. I believe these cars even have anti-dive and everything to help the driver, because as much as we want to say it's a very vicious sport, GT3 cars nowadays are designed for gentleman drivers, because that's who brings in the money in the real life. But this is really going to put the brakes on the 920s venture up between the BMW battle that dropped off a lot and got themselves a drive-through. Now we still haven't had anything from the stewards, so I believe with how much they've dropped off, they've had a severe off-track moment, and that's ended up with them a drive-through.
Well, I've just been handed a note here in the comms box, and it says that it's for speeding in the pit lane, which makes sense because you saw them dive into the pit lane, and I think, give or take the time they came out of it, we got the drive-through. So that's not great at all. You mentioned earlier some drivers hit the brakes a bit too late going into pit lane, and this is a case in point right here. So Skidinov just gotten into the car. Unlucky for him, he has a drive-through to deal with.
Yeah, so that's going to put the brakes on the SRE Sports Charge with their fellow BMWs. Going to have to come through and serve that penalty. But yeah, you were right. We literally saw that car dive into the pits. It was a very short stop. That's why I kind of didn't twig in my head that they actually had done. And here they go, coming back down. The pit lane is the 920 to serve that penalty. But yeah, it is. There's the pit lane. That's the pit board, and that's where you have to be doing the limit as you come in. A couple of drivers try and push it just a little bit too far, and sometimes as well with obviously the pit lane doesn't have cars running on it all the time. The water builds up, people get used to running on the dry air line, which is forming on the circuit. Come into pit lane, hit the brakes, and the ABS kicks in, and you end up not stopping in time, which is another common thing that I've seen in the rain that drivers have sort of come a cropper of.
Yeah, it's quite an easy pit lane to get wrong as well. It's very bumpy on the entrance, and I myself, I will admit to it, I have accidentally hit the wall quite a few times going into the pit lane, so these drivers are being extra careful, I can imagine, in these wet conditions. Interestingly, the 501 I just saw had yellow flags in Sector 2, and the 101 has gotten past them again. So I couldn't catch anywhere on the replay tool to see if anything happened, but they've definitely had an excursion somewhere, because all the hard work they've done to get past this BMW, they now have to do again.
Yeah, well, obviously, if there was no contact, our tool might not have brought it up, so it might have been a self-inflicted problem for the 501, which is kind of easy to do in an Audi. If you just clip a curb that little bit wrong, or you go off track at all, the mid-engine will want to bite you. Going back as well, we had a bit of a confirmation in chat. Going all the way back with the GC Racing Lexus, we saw them spear off at turn 1, and we didn't think that we could see any brake lights. Yeah, well, it was either confirmed or has been told that they had brake failure. So that is kind of what happened to that GC Racing Lexus.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate indeed. Sometimes these things happen. I seem to remember, there seems to be yellow flags for 404. I'm going to quickly try and find that. Although they seem to, it happened at turn 1. Let's see if, that's not good. That is a very slow Mercedes. To try and get a replay of that. This might be a bit too late. Oh, there seems to be a contact with someone. Is there someone else going off the track? Interesting.
So what was already a bad day for the 444, going just that little bit worse, spins the car back round, gets it back going, is trying to get over the anti-cut curbs. It's a very rough ride in that Mercedes. They're not really designed to take the bumps like that. But yes, for the flying hellfish, Mercedes ended up pointing the wrong way at turn 1. We'll sort of keep you informed of that, see if we can find anything what actually went on with that yellow flag. But for the 444. They are still continuing on, and that's the one thing I will say as we just tick under the 2 hours to go mark. They've had problems, they've had issues. They've been backwards now a few times, but they are still continuing on. And I kind of respect the team that no matter what, they are still here to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's for sure. It takes a lot of a mentality to get through the race, even though everything seems to be going wrong. We have this thing when I drive with my team. We always say it doesn't matter where we finish as long as we finish. And I feel like if you drive with that mentality, the race ends up being fun no matter what happens. So you always find some sort of positives in the race, even though, I don't know, you've been crashed into multiple times or got drive-through penalties or whatever. Just find a positive moment in the race, focus on that. Maybe you've been doing some pretty good stints, maybe you've kept it clean for a long time, stuff like that, and then look at the good things, take that as motivation to do better in the next race. And I find that very often helps a team, especially more newcomer teams, with the mentality like that, just to improve rapidly and get accustomed to endurance racing.
And speaking of, about good moods and just general good demeanor this race, we had Alpha, sort of pop in and tell us to give you an idea of the mood over this racing. We have 4 splits, so we've had 4 hours of racing each split. So that's 16 hours total that people have been racing around. Out of all of the splits, they have had 27 reports from all 4. That includes the split that we're watching and the 3 that are not broadcast, that have all of we have staff members and all the way down, even to like the AM the AM class pace. They get their own split in the World Tour as well. We've had 27 reports. People have really been on their good behavior, and I think the rain, the circuit, and a few other, now people have kind of got accustomed in the World Tour. Obviously, round 5 we're in. I think people, have kind of dialed it back a little bit, but for the stewards, they're almost a little bit bored.
Yeah, I was actually thinking earlier, as I was broadcasting, I'm trying to look for battles, trying to look for something interesting on track, and I was just thinking, man, the stewards box, I wonder what they're doing in there. They're probably just having a pint, having a chat, not really paying attention, because nothing's happening in terms of accidents. I mean, we've seen like 1 or 2 touches here and there, but I don't really think any of them have been major report-worthy. And I think we saw the same thing in the 24 hours of Spa, especially in Split 1. There's basically no reports throughout the whole race, apart from the first hour. And it really goes to show that these people, they're thinking and driving with endurance in mind, and not so much sprint racing anymore. And that is great to see. It's great to see drivers have a nice, clean race. And yeah, I'll just... maybe we've commentators cursed it now, but it's great fun to watch.
Well, hopefully not. I mean, the last time I poked my heads into the stewards chat was around about an hour ago. Obviously, when I first joined into the box, they were not discussing reports or talking about the racing or anything like that. They were talking about what phones people had or aspired to have when they were in school, which showed the age of various people. And I like how the first picture I looked at was a Nokia N-Gage, and yeah, I remember them. I remember wanting one of them. I couldn't afford one though, and ladies and gentlemen, I had it was a Nokia. It wasn't even a 3310. I think it was a 3380. I think I was fancy basically. It was a 3310 that was slightly better, but we'll gloss over that. And now I feel old when all of you kids with your smartphones and your fanciness and your modern racing and all this stuff. I'm gonna sound like Jesse Lee soon.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. My first phone was also one of these Nokia brick phones. I've forgotten the model name. I think it was 6000 something. I can't really remember. And then my second one, I wanted to get fancy. It was Nokia's attempt at what you would say a smartphone. So it was a touchscreen phone, but it was running Nokia OS or whatever you call it. It was very interesting, very peculiar. It didn't work half the time. It was I don't know. It was an interesting take, as all my other friends had iPhones at the time, and the new Samsung Galaxy, I believe it was S3 or S4, what it was, around that time. I was just here with my Nokia phone, and it was only until I turned 16, and my dad, he had a 2-year-old iPhone, that I got my first proper smartphone.
See, I didn't even have that. I had my phone for ages because I just never really needed a phone, and then it was only when I started working that I actually got quote unquote a smartphone. And I think it was some form of Sony Xperia at that time. The only reason I bought that is because it had a decent camera. that was literally my my saving. It's only literally been my last time that I bought a new flagship. That's it. I've never bothered with a new phone. And same reason again, I bought this is because it has a good camera, because all I do is take pictures of my car. I don't care what else it has. It's just, can it take really good pictures of my car? Yes. All right, we're golden then.
That is if your car is not on fire.
My car is I've only had my car on fire once, so that's fine. That's what happens when you go to track days with a car from 1960. By the way, it didn't go very well. But speaking of the racing as well, what put on pause a little bit as the 500 came roaring through, but the Turn 1 racing car once again has picked back up the pace and got back onto the back of the 89. It'll be interesting to see. I'm wondering if Turn 1 will just follow, or if they're going to judge it for a while and and see what happens, because we've seen them with the big picture racing deciding to let people by when they realise it's just not for their class and it's just not their race. But equally, I feel like this team, if they feel they're going to be held up, they won't have any problems repassing that pro car again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw both of these teams swap. Ooh, a little bit of a slide on the exit there as he bounces over the curb. But yeah, Corbin just got into the car, and I believe Hop has come into the car as well. But the previous drivers of these two cars, we saw a battle, and they swap positions one lap before they head into pit lane, and now they're right up behind each other again. So I believe their pace is very similar. I don't really think the Turn 1 car will try anything, because it seems like the 89 is quite far behind the 504 on track. And I believe also Corbin, it doesn't look like he's pushing to try and re-overtake himself. Just looks like he's hanging in there at the back, following Hop around. Maybe Hop is a little bit faster and Corbin can follow his lines a bit and get dragged along with him, which you do see sometimes the silver drivers do, sort of latch on to the pro cars ahead and get dragged up the field, so to say. But yeah, it's quite interesting to see how these teams, sometimes, depending on what driver, they split apart quite far and then put two new drivers in and they come back together as they were before. We saw it a bit earlier with the leaders of the 992 and the 70 of Caracas, which now has an 18-second gap. Malinowski being an absolute monster in that Porsche. But we saw, I think, right when the broadcaster swap happened, there was about a second between them, and Caracas had taken 10 seconds out of, Max Warshna's lap. And by the time Malinowski jumps in, he's just blasted off into the distance.
Yeah, exactly. And I did think that the Yas Heat would have to respond to the 70, basically closing all their way, right back up to the back of them. And Malinowski doing exactly what he does. I thought they might be able to stay in striking range, but if you've got potentially, another hour or so of Malinowski time, that gap could easily double. And there we go. That is going to put the brakes, at least on the on the 89 Gridfinder's car. It's going to give Turn 1 Racing a bit of a clear space up ahead. They now know they don't have to pass, because the 89 has got a drive-through for track limits. I'm pretty sure it's track limits. We saw them run wide coming through the penultimate corner, and we saw it flash up. So once again, people just coming a cropper of the track limits in the wet. You just run that tiny little bit too far out. Do that a few times, and well, there you go.
Yeah, and that's actually going to make the 89's race a bit more exciting, as the 920, who was right behind them, got a drive-through about 10 minutes earlier. So depending on how they space themselves on track and how the drive-through goes, they might be right back into each other's butts, so to say, and hopefully we get to see them battle out until, well, at least the next cycle of pit stop rounds, or until they get a drive-through again, because I believe these two drivers have been sort of just towing each other along the whole time, and well, it's like getting reunited with an old friend. The 920 will see the 89 in front of me, welcome back, how I missed that BMW in front of me. And I hope they'll have a good fun battle once Hop completes his drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and that will reignite the battle for actual class position. Obviously, what we're seeing on screen is, is not necessarily for the class position. The 101 is the silver car. I think the next up from them is that 501. No, in fact, it's the 504 BMW, but they're a little bit up the way potentially. You never know what teams are doing with strategies. Kind of until the last hour. So the last cycle of pit stops, so you can kind of gauge what people are doing with strategies, but we don't know right now. And there you go, the 89 dives into the pit lane. You've got to watch the wall on what was the right side of the broadcast, and there you go, you can see them in the background. Clear air now for the 101 turn 1 racing car, and that is the 444 as well. That's Flying Hellfish Mercedes getting well out of the way. Obviously, like I said, I think they're here just to see the checkered flag now.
Yeah. And it's a nice, respectful thing to do. Obviously, they don't have to do it. It's not in the rules anywhere, but they're not really racing anyone at the moment, so make life easy for both the teams and just let them through on the straight. So it's a nice try. Oh, a little bit of a slide back there for the Hellfish car, actually. And it seems like the Mercedes is a handful. I think since the 1.8 update, it hasn't really been competitive. And then add on top of that, it's not been great at Barcelona ever. And then on top of that, more rain. They must be having quite a difficult day at the office, but as you said, it's great to see them try and complete this race.
That and the Mercedes, even in general, when you watch it in the people who can really hustle that car along, SRO Esports, for example, it requires such a strange driving style and a strange setup. There's you basically have to take what you know about driving a race car, completely throw it out of the window, and then sort of continue on with learning the Mercedes. I've done a season in the 2020 car, and I had a good friend of mine run along who now has driven the car before in a esports sort of category, along with people like Harry Spears. And I asked him, I says, how do you Mercedes? And he went, step 1, you don't. Step 2. So then just showed me how to do it, and I still sort of ran through it and went, right, okay, run it through me one more time, but make it understandable for stupid people. But I mean, we did win the team championship for that season, so we can't really complain. And it obviously was all down to both of us. It wasn't just that I had one really good driver and I was terrible. That is not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. It is what happened, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I like to say it's always a team effort, and you kept it on track, and he made it fast, and that's at the end of the day what's needed.
We'll say yes. I kept it on the track. Yes, that is what happened. We did not go backwards at Kyle Army down mineshaft. We did not do that.
Oh,
that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
It was quite an interesting crash, because I just turned in, the rear end just started overtaking the car, and apparently it was the most funny thing on voice comms, because I just very calmly just went, oh, we're just having a massive accident. He's like, are you okay? Not really, we're meatballed. Like, oh, that's bad. Yeah. Oh well, off we go. It was an interesting race, but we still finished it.
One of those crashes where you just sort of accept your fate and it's okay, well, we got about 2 minutes in the pit lane. Buckle up, boys, and just enjoy some cup of coffee or something.
Pretty much. Also, like in chat, people are getting on with the fun discussion. Shanti was saying Motorola Razr V3. My dad had a Motorola Razr, one of the original ones, and I thought that was like space age. It was like the future, because it was just so slim versus my phone, and it had metal buttons. It's like, oh my god. And it had I remember it had like a 0.9 megapixel camera, but mine didn't even have a camera. So I was like, whoa, you can it's like our big camera but small camera. Bearing in mind that I think,
wow,
I mean, like in on cop shows, you can just people have to have pixelated faces. I mean, with that camera, it just did it for you, because you could chew the pixels. Really, it was not good, but at that time it was it was top of the line really, and I just looked like a peasant. My dad was always into tech. It's how at my school I was the only one with an iPod, because after my dad was done with it, he gave it me, and I had a original big brick generation iPod. And you know the really sad thing is that eventually the battery on that thing died, and it was all scratched up and dented and ruined, and we threw it away because we never thought it'd be worth anything. And now don't look on eBay for the prices of them. It makes me cry. There's a lot of things that I do that. Basically, if I own a thing, buy it and store it, because it'll probably be worth something after I've got rid of it.
maybe the prices are waiting for you to get rid of said
it's
item,
literally,
and then they realize, right, Ryan's got rid of it, now we hike the price.
Yes, I like. Look, that guy's got rid of it now. Now it's cool. Why? Because he's got rid of it quickly. Just hike the prices. Literally, all of things like that. I had a load of old tech like that. I got rid of it because, I'd either fixed it or saved it. But these are never going to be worth anything. No, they're now worth fortune. Okay, that's just good.
Well, I believe the first generation iPod as well. Was that the one with the mechanical hard drive? You could, if you listen closely, you could hear it turn around. Yeah. One of my friends, he still has one, so maybe he got it for a good price back in the days, and now has a little bit of a fortune on his hands. But he still uses it basically on the daily. Don't really know why, but he says it's just something about listening to music on a first generation iPod, and I guess can't be faulted for that. Never tried it myself, but it must be something I don't understand.
I mean, I've still got, and there's one sat on my desk what people can't see at home, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I've still got mini disc players, and I still use my mini disc, because after the iPod and after that died, this is what I had. It was the first thing I bought with my own money, and I had mini discs, and I used to make my own music, and I had so many of them, I just never stopped using them, because I've got basically my entire music catalog on mini discs as well. So as much as I've got everything digital now, and we live in 2022, of course everything's digital, I still have a backup of everything on a physical thing. So it's kind of nice to see. Also, I will just have one moment of yay! It's a Bentley. It's also pink, which is good. Always the Blame Mike Jones team. We've always got to cheer for this team because it is Blame Mike Jones.
It's also quite an eyesore, I guess you could say, but we love it.
You've never seen Mike Jones's race cars? They often have luminous wheels.
Yeah, I've heard he's quite a fan of the purple wheels.
Yes.
Hence his name in the staff chat of being purple.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Grant Willemon here in P7, P4 in class, doing pretty good for the Bentley. The Bentley used to be, as you mentioned earlier with the Lexus as well, one of the better cars in the rain. And then
they were the days.
It isn't anymore. It's
slowly, patch after patch, it just got just that little bit worse, and that little bit worse, and that little bit worse. I mean, it's not terrible, as in like it's not undrivable type bad. It just seems to have lost that edge that it had. Same with the Lexus. That car used to be the car to have. If you were, in the wet, but now it just seems that, it's fallen off. But yeah, it's around about that time for pit stops, and a lot of I believe this sort of influx of stops are the people who are on the odd strategies, because we saw the 411 when I first came into the box. They were in fourth, but it turned out they were net third, just on a different strategy. And a lot of the other cars, the Grant Willemot, the 747, that's the NSN Racing Bentley, the 349, who was I think P3 in silver, and then they had that issue, so it's promoted it back. And if you look as well, the 500, well, they've ended up here in second place, but I believe they're net first, just they've pitted a little bit ago.
Yeah, it is, and here we go, Malinowski coming into the pits as well. I do wonder if it's Washington coming into the car after this one, as he did say he has to do one more stint, but maybe Malinowski will boss this one out yet again, do another hour, and I believe it's an hour and 5 minutes, and then at the end, a 35-minute sort of a splash and dash for Washington might be enough for this driver time, so we'll have to wait and see who the drivers are going to be of this car. But yeah, it is the pit cycle, so this will be one last, I think, tire change. And then the rest of the grid will, well, the whole grid would do a little bit of a splash and dash at the end with about 35 minutes left of the race.
Yeah, I think with how in tune Malinowski has been, and I mean, look at the gap that they had, 23 seconds, you know, when they last crossed the timing mark. I think they're just going to try and maximize any time that Malinowski has in that car just to really nail home the win. And it means, like I said, then that Max right at the end is just, you know, just bring the car home, don't get a drive-through, and don't end it up with that. And speaking of drive-throughs, and we haven't had, once again, the stewards are being quiet, and I think they might once again look at us with bewildered sort of confusement. But seeing how we haven't had anything, and that 101 came in not that long ago, is that another speeding in pit lane drive-through? I think it might be.
I believe that was actually a...
Or is that a track
limit?
limit?
I didn't think they were in the pit lane. But what this is going to do is going to throw them right back into that battle we had earlier with the 3 BMWs. Granted, the 920 has gone up the grid a little bit, and the 89 has fallen behind a little bit now with the drive-throughs, but the 101 and the 89 were driving right next to each other by the time the 89 got a drive-through. Now the 101 has a drive-through, and they're going to lose about, looks like 2 positions. That's actually kind of sad to see, as the 501 is only 3 seconds behind. And they had a little bit of an incident earlier. We saw them overtake the 101, spin around and get behind the 101, and now they're it's like they were crawling back up again. So Corbin robbing us a little bit of a battle there by getting a drive-through, and we've just been confirmed by the stewards that it is a track limit, because the steward said the drive-through has nothing to do with the stewarding today.
So there you go. It just seems that the BMWs are just destined to be together. They're always trying to be together in some form or another. A battle that is actually raging on now is the GC racing car and the 781 for the front left scrubbing tire esports. You know, Marco Ripper, this is a man who is very in tune with the Lexus. I don't really think I've ever seen Marco Rippo in much else other than this Lexus. But yeah, this battle, we saw them, you know, they had a bit of a nibble at this car a little bit earlier on. Obviously, I had that problem where it looks like they were going to make it and then completely overshot turn one with that brake failure. Look at the spray. I mean, you know, what little you can see of the Bentley ahead. This is the kind of thing that you see as a racing driver as the weather is still sort of forecast to get worse. The spray is not going to get any better. Managing to nail the turn one braking zone this time. I think that Bentley, they're going to have a real fight on their hands to keep GC Racing behind, because Marco Ripper has closed them in and is really starting to pull on them. But as well, going back to that drive-through, 501 will be happy. They've just been slowly making up positions on other people's misfortunes a little bit. They haven't really had to do anything scary apart from blast past someone using ultimate speed of the Audi.
Yeah, they've been having quite a solid race. I mean, there's currently, if I can quickly count, P6 in class. Looks like they might be a bit too far away to catch up to P5. But de Havilland now in that car, taking over from Shah, who got the drive-through earlier on. The 349 was actually, I believe, running in a podium position before they got the drive-through. So it's the top 5 on the silver class. They quite close to each other, sort of respectively. But all it takes is one drive-through. We still have an hour and a half, well, just over an hour and a half left. And the 501 could potentially make up a few more spots if all the guys ahead get a drive-throughs, or at least a couple of them do. It is endurance racing at Barcelona. A drive-through is sort of, it's going to happen. It's one of those tracks that has nasty track limits, especially at turn 7, 8 and 9. And then it's quite easy to overshoot a few corners into turn 10, especially as well, where it will give you a drive-through even though you lose a lot of time. So I expect maybe 1 or 2 more drive-throughs to show up as this race progresses.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a lot of people as well are, kind of sitting on that on the 3 limits already. It might just be sort of hanging on, but all it takes is one tiny moment, going offline to try get a move on someone, going onto the the wetter part of the circuit, just a couple of tires on the painted Astro, and you're sort of off you slide, and the game will be quite cruel sometimes and say, if you gain time, you're going to get a track limit for that. And but how close the racing has been, and some of the swaps that we've had even during the conditions has been great. The GC racing car, you can see them, they're looking to the outside trying to get the cutback maneuver, but the Bentley can just about sort of keep ahead. It's the one thing that the Lexus does struggle with, is kind of getting away from the corner.
Yeah, it is. It's quite slidey on the exit. I would say it's similar to the Bentley actually in the way it handles, I guess, input from the throttle. It's quite easy to get the rear end to step out a bit on this car. I drove it quite a lot a few months ago as part of a racing series, and it is a sketchy one in the rain, to say the least. And you said, bring back the good old days when it was good in the rain. Speaking of another battle, here we have de Havilland getting right up behind that monstrosity of a Bentley, and potentially looking to do an overtake on track for overall position, not for a class position, but still, it's a battle nevertheless.
Yeah, well, VRM Racing obviously had that earlier drive-through that's put them sort of back here in that 349 McLaren, right up behind the Blame Mike Jones team, piloted by Tidge, or Martin Grady, as sort of we know him and people in RCI know him. A very good driver, very used to the Bentley, and I think it is just that the Bentley's not the sharpest knife in the drawer anymore when it comes to the wet conditions. Obviously, the 349 will want to get by them because it's a 13-second gap between Grady and the next car, silver car in the class, that is Ryan Yee in the 818 car that we saw Hacker just got out of after that monumental stint that's put them up there. It's not impossible that they could climb that 13 seconds back and get get back to their silver group, because we have seen some really good pace out of the 349, but they can't be sitting around too long behind the big Bentley. You're going to have to find a way through. And speaking of people who are finding a way through, is GC Racing finally going to get a way through all the way around the outside? It's not going to work this time around. The Bentley covers it off. It was a valiant attempt from GC Racing. They're now going to have to let the leader through, but the Bentley is off. The Bentley is off.
Oh, that was quite a big mistake. I'm going to try catch a replay, maybe get an onboard view of what happened there. It looks like he just lost it coming into the braking zone. Maybe touched the curb on the right. It looks like that's exactly what's happened. Yeah, around the Bentley goes. And that allows the Lexus of the Marco Ripper to get past. Unfortunate ending to the Bentley. And here, well, a little bit of excitement there as a drifting Bentley allows the Lexus to get through.
And that might have been the move on the outside from Marco Ripper might have just unsettled, Mulholland just enough that he had that brief lapse coming into the braking zone, touched two wheels on the painted surface, and what did I say? You touch those painted surfaces, you're gone. And well, very much demonstrated by the Bentley sliding off into the gravel trap. The Leon Hopp as well for the Grid Finder team have caught all the way back up to the 504. For the silver class car. Once again, not a sort of fight for position, but they won't want to be hanging around too much behind them. And BMW on BMW, it makes it that little bit harder, because you can't, you don't have anything necessarily amazing over your adversary, like different brakes or different top speed or anything. And actually, the 504 has managed to get a great run onto the front straight and starting to pull away.
It's a little bit of the thing with these driving the identical cars. They may have a different setup. Some might be running higher downforce, some might be running lower downforce. But at the end of the day, it comes down to your talent to get past the guy ahead. And especially at Barcelona, you're going to need a lot of talent to try and pass a car that's a similar pace and similar to yours. At the moment, all Leon Hopp has to do is just apply the pressure. Maybe Ada ahead of him will potentially make a mistake and then slot himself into a nice little BMW sized gap once that mistake is made. But as you said, these two drivers are not fighting for position in class, so maybe Ada will think of the long game here and let Hopp past if he feels that he's being held up or by the constant distraction in his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, and that's the thing sometimes, you just gotta, not as easy as it is to say, you've got to not look behind you. And Speaking of people who are very much going to have to be starting to look behind them, 349 looking this way, looking that way. It's going to be a lunge up the inside. They're going to get stopped for the corner. There was a McLaren-sized gap there, just about, and the space was given. I think it was kind of writing on the wall eventually for the Bentley of Grady. It is, they've been driving a great race, but it's just in these conditions, the car just doesn't really. It isn't as sharp as some of these McLarens have been all day as the McLaren kicks the tail out coming over the top. It shows still how wet that outer painted surface is. But I think we're going to see that car sort of race away now. 15.8 seconds is the gap to Ryan Yee in front of them. And I'm going to see what happens to this gap because de Havilland, no stranger to that McLaren, and we've seen some really good speed out of this driver.
Yeah, he did some pretty good stints as well in the 24 hours of Spa, and I doubt he will be anything less than that today. So Ryan Yee will have to watch out, and hopefully his teammates are also keeping him updated on the gaps if they are decreasing at a rapid rate. But you see he's already pulled up a decently sized gap as well to the Bentley behind him. So he is flying at the moment. Let's see what his last lap time was. It was a 1:55.1. And Ryan Yee was actually a 1:54.2. So even with the overtake, it has been a 1 second. But speaking of something to throw the race into other people's hands, Wojna has received a drive-through penalty. I believe that is for track limits, and we've just been confirmed by the stewards that is for track limits. So that is going to promote the number 70 of the McLaren up into P1 for now. And I can already sort of hear Malinowski. He is inching to get back into that car to try and close that gap, and we might have a brilliant battle for P1 at the end of this race.
Well, that is really throwing a spanner into the works for the Yas Heat team. Finally getting that track limits.
Oh no!
And what has happened?
They've just had disconnection.
The 992 was disconnected. They've gone.
That is one way to clear a drive-through.
The day has gone from sort of great to terrible in half a lap for the for Yas Heat, really. So we'll see what happens to the 992. Hopefully that car will re-show back up on track, but you just never know. But for this team, who've been potentially thinking that we're not going to catch Malinowski, what are we going to do? They've got so close, but then it was just so far away again. For Chris Melbourne now piloting the Visceral Esports car, they've been promoted into the lead. The T3 Motorsports car will be promoted into second for that 411, and the 500 sits on a podium in both classes. They're P3 on the track, and they're P3 P1 in their class. But there you go, the 992 they've reconnected now. Yeah. So. And it's Malinowski in the car, as he is. I think he's driver one for that team. But obviously, they still have that drive-through to clear.
Well, the one thing is they have the drive-through to clear. Another thing is they have a 2-minute timer where they have to wait to count down before they can get going, I believe. So right now, one thing that is for certain, he is going to be loading that setup as you see the car bouncing around, and trying to hope he can maybe put in an insane wet setup on that car. And potentially crawl back a few positions. That is very costly indeed for the team, like this connection. Usually you say in endurance races, it's still a long time to go, anything can happen, but there isn't a long time to go anymore. It's only just under 1.5 hours. That is too late to have a disconnection and be able to try and get some damage limitation on it. So I believe Wojna will... I got a feel for him. He was driving a brilliant race. The car was in P1. Malinowski obviously doing more stints. He did that one stint where Caracas caught up to him, but he kept the car ahead. He kept it out of the walls. He kept it on the track, so to say. And Caracas was not able to overtake him. That was the important thing. And then he handed over to Malinowski. Malinowski obviously did that insane stint of pulling a 23-second gap in 1 hour. And then Wojna gets back in the car. Was actually having a pretty decent gap to the 70 car. They weren't losing time. I think it was about 25 seconds when the drive-through occurred. So he was having a great race up front, but then the disconnection happens, and it's very unfortunate timing for the 992. But that is motorsports, that is racing. You can see it as a mechanical failure in real life, and that's what happened today to the 992.
Yeah, so as they drop down, because they'll have been, keen to get back in because they need to keep sort of their points, and their championship in retention. So as much as now the race is sort of gone for them, they need to get back out there and gain any kind of points over anyone, so that they can still have a chance coming into the back half of the season. But yeah, for the 992, that's a terrible moment, and we also were confirmed in chat as well from the driver of the 349, the VRM car, that McLaren, when they got the that drive-through after they've been doing so well, what apparently happened was the game gave double track limits out of the last chicane. So you run wide and you go from 1 to 2 limits to a drive-through. And that can happen. We've seen this a few times, a few circuits sort of do this. Misano being one that's quite prevalent for it, as well as Leon Hop's going to look up the inside of the 504. The SNR Racing, there's a bit of a touch. There is a bit of a bump and a bit of a force wide from the Grid Finder Racing car, but they do get the position done up into 14th. The stewards might have to actually look at something.
Yeah, the stewards, they're going to have to get off their deck chairs and put their pints away, because there might be something here to look at. It looked a little bit to me like a push to pass, as I like to call it, overtake. I mean, it was okay, it wasn't terrible, but the stewards might, maybe, potentially, could slap on a little bit of a penalty there, or at least a warning to the 89. It was a bit of an unnecessary overtake, but he stuck his nose in, got a little bit argy-bargy, and he is ahead now, so some good action and entertainment for us, but maybe the stewards finally have to do something.
Yeah, and an update on the 992. They have finally got out onto the track and they have finally cleared that drive-through. It is 16th, where the your 992 what was the leader of the race, and that will be. I was having to do maths on my fingers, ladies and gentlemen. It will be P8 in Pro because of all the silver cars ahead. But yeah, they need to regain some points, and looking as they cross the line, the gap even to the 504 in front is a fair old chunk, and they've got to hope that they can catch up to Leon Hop in that 89 BMW if they want any sort of more on track, sort of positions. But even looking at the track map, the 89, they are a long old way ahead. They're just coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, this is a massive task here for Malinowski to try and gain back any positions, to be honest, but he can hope that the 504 is decently close, actually, to Leon Hop, as we saw them battling earlier on. We can hope that maybe he has a bit more pace to try and attack the 89 when they eventually get into the pit lane and do a splash and dash again to slow them down, but I don't see that happening, to be honest. It looks like Leon Hop is now got his eyes set on Corbin and Malinowski. Did he just pick up another drive-through? Or
because they cleared it, and then and now they've come back out on tracks. Malinowski slides it sideways, and the 992 has ended up with another drive-through. We'll see if we can get that confirmed by the stewarding team. I'm sure they'll be having a look and just trying to confirm it. I'm pretty sure that's got to be track limits. They've not been down the pit lane. There must have been a cut that was big enough to give them a drive-through almost instantly.
Yeah, I wonder what's been happening. All I know is that Malinowski is pushing that car to the limits and beyond by the way he's driving. I'm going to go on board a little bit. It's always a joy to watch him drive if he doesn't go into pit lane. Never mind, he's going into pit lane.
He will do. It's because you said that, Christian. He heard that. Oh, it's a big counter steer there. You got to watch out for the wall on the left and get the pit limiter on, so you don't end up with another drive-through. We've seen a couple of teams come a cropper to that. But what can you really say? Bad to worse to another drive-through again. I have a feeling now the 992 is gonna. They've got to continue because they've got the fastest lap. They will get some additional points for that if they can hold it all the way to the end of the race. And they are still in the point scoring zone of Pro, and every single point, coming to the end of the championship can be the difference. I mean, we've seen championships, go down to single point numbers before. So the 992 is just going to have to kind of accept that the race was going absolutely brilliantly right up until now. I mean, really, they can say that, you know, they led that race for, you know, almost the 5 hours of it. So we know that this car's got the pace. We know this car's got the, you know, got the grunt to go at it. Just one thing after another now for this 992.
Yeah, and well, it's unfortunate to say the least, but they haven't lost any positions now, so that's always something. The number 40 is still behind them, so they had small hopes of getting up to the 89, and these hopes are now gone away. But we've just been told by the stewards that it was actually when they rejoined, the drive-thru was cleared, and after some talks between the drivers, the teams, and the stewards, the drive-thru got reapplied because they did have to serve it before they got the disconnection. So that is the life of racing. So they've actually only served one drive-thru, even though they had that disconnection. So this is actually where they should be, according to the racing rules, on track. But oh, look at just Malinowski throwing that car around, hopping over the curbs. This is a man driving with rage and passion in his heart, and it is actually a sight to behold.
Yeah, I mean, this is how Malinowski drives. Any car that you put him in, he seemingly drives it like this, drives it on the limit. And the other thing that I commented, look at the snap there. That if that was any other driver, me included, that I'd be death, completely spin off into the gravel, you know, stage left into the wall, and look how close, run into the grass. But the other thing that I thought was amazing for the 992, I commentated on this driver in the SRO Esports during the Bathurst race. And you'd think for someone who has the force feedback set so high and drives the car with such vigor, as we see another small bite there from the Porsche, you'd think he would have muscle man arms. You know, he would be Mr. Macho. Malinowski is not someone who you would expect to run this high force feedback. You know, he is not Mr. Muscle, but he somehow managed to make these cars work. It's I just thought that was even more incredible, because after I saw how much he fights these cars, I thought, oh, it's because he's really strong and he just likes the feeling, you know, and it's for the feeling of the car. No, he just seems to have got very good at it.
Well, it's I guess you could say driving the Porsche is his gym workout, and it definitely seems like he's got an extra hard workout today, as he has been driving for, I don't know, give or take. By the end of this race, he will have driven 5 hours or so. So it's almost as much as a full stint combined in a 24-hour race with a team of 4 to 5 drivers. So he's had an insane job today, and it's always a great wonder to watch. Jesse in chat has been doing the maths. As we know, Jesse Maths is very popular here at RCI, and he says the 992 will still have a lead in the championship, but if they finish, the 411 will be able to gain quite a lot of points on that, and there will only be a plus-minus 30 points difference if the positions were to finish as such, which could lead to quite an interesting race at Zolder. And unfortunately, I won't be here to broadcast that, but I will definitely try to watch along, because a championship battle at the end of a long endurance season, sign me up. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, so for the 992, it's going to be, you know, a lot of people think that 30-point lead is still quite large. That can very easily be undone in one race. So, you know, the 992, they're going to have to hope that the bad luck that has befallen them today does not befall them at you know, at Zolder, because they couldn't afford that, really. That's kind of what the championship hinges on. And speaking of people who've necessarily not had the greatest day either, and have had a bit of bad luck and a bit of you know, driving back through the field as well, Justin Hooley now, who's driving the Jardia community team, the number 40, the lone Aston Martin as well, which, remember when this car used to be everywhere in ACC, it was the sound of V8 roar, because everyone drove this thing, and it's kind of fizzled out a little bit over time, as now the McLaren and the BMW seem to be the new favourite toys of all the racing teams. But yeah, they've had their problems, reconnected, driven, you know, sort of have been driving back in a bit of a lonesome race, but now they've finally got someone out of their windscreen. If you can see them, ladies and gentlemen, you can barely see because of the spray with the rain of just getting harder and harder, but that is the GC racing car. That is the 514 Lexus that they have managed to catch up to the back to. Obviously, it will not be for class position. The GC racing team are a silver class car, but it will be it'll be a point of pride. It'll be finally someone to race, finally someone to actually pass on track. You can say now that we are 17th on the road, even though you were last when you rejoined.
Yeah, it's funny you say that the Aston Martin was very popular. I believe the BMW, it drives, I would say it's got the stability and the comfort of the Aston, but it's just a quicker car overall due to the BOP. So I think a lot of the Aston Martin drivers have migrated over to the BMW. And well, the Aston Martin is still a great car to drive, but I think people just got a little bit bored of it after a while. So it's great to still see it on track. I do love the car itself. I think it looks beautiful. It's got a beautiful engine on top of that. And now it's chasing down what arguably is the best sounding car in the game of the Lexus. The Lexus obviously has the straight line speed, but the Aston Martin in the wet is a great contender. So I believe this battle will continue to rage on and potentially see a good fun scrap between these two drivers. I'm hoping for some side-by-side action, some good respectful racing, and I know the Jardia community was a very clean team as well as Mark Ripper as a driver, so this should be a great battle unfolding in front of our eyes right here.
Yeah, the Aston Martin obviously has the advantage of the more advanced traction control system. It has TC2, which is kind of like a there's a two sort of stage traction control that has, you can really fine tune it to how you drive in the wet. And the GC racing car actually just moves over, has decided that they don't necessarily want to fight it. So up into 17th position goes the Jardia community car. They'll continue that Aston Martin along. But yeah, the only thing I didn't like about the Aston Martin when I drove it, because this was the second car that I ever drove in ACC, and I used to love it. I used to drive it all the time until I started driving other cars. You never realize quite how much turbo lag you have until you drive something else. And like any slow corner and starts are just horrible for Aston Martin drivers. Even if you try and like brake boost it to get the turbo spooled up coming off the line, you will still just be completely and utterly eaten by like Audis and Bentleys and anyone else off the line. It's just, you have to accept that coming into turn one, you'll have to defend for your life. If you can survive that and survive the sort of first half of a lap, then you're golden. Then you can start to run away.
Keyword being if. I have seen quite a few Aston Martin drivers getting swallowed up by the whole field and push back quite some margin at the race starts. It's happened quite a lot of my friends who drive Aston Martins. I don't particularly drive the car myself, but it's one of those cars. The turbo just takes a little bit longer to get into the right range of driving. And I'm just gonna quickly have a look a little bit at the NSN racing team. Fellow Danish driver of Klaus Nuring, I'm not quite sure how he pronounces it. One of those two. Doing quite well there in P9, P4 overall due to the disconnection of the 992, as you actually see there in the background. 25 seconds off Grady. I've noticed the gap has been closing a little bit, but even more interesting, the gap behind him has also been closing, as there's a 137 Porsche of Nicolas Bosselet right behind him, looking to try and take his position on track.
Yeah, well, these two drivers are no stranger to each other, Klaus Nyring and Bosselet. Seen these two race, quite well and quite cleanly before as well in multiple disciplines as well, not necessarily just the GT3 cars, but both of them. I don't know if Klaus necessarily has a common car, really. I've seen him in anything and everything. But Bosselet is definitely, more comfortable in that Porsche. I would say it's one of the cars we see him sort of gravitate to anytime there's a GT3 season that, allows an open choice. And obviously one of the drivers, the long-term drivers for the Wee Shite car is really we've seen some great things from them as well, and really managing to push the Porsche along. As well as him, the 992, and obviously the Giga Chad racing car, which we don't have here today, was like the three Porsches that were. You could see how on edge they were, and even on the onboard here, you can see how on edge you have to be. You can even see from the onboard how even in the wet, the Porsche's nose will just react to you turning it. It will grip round But then you have to kind of counteract that. You have to be just a little bit careful, because if you command the car to do something, it will just quite happily do it, including spin you off.
Yeah, I actually find the Porsche to be quite a good car in the wet. A bit of a counter to popular belief, but I drove the Porsche quite some time. I think I want to say like 3-4 months ago, and there was a lot of wet racing for some reason in that season I drove it, and I found every time there was wet weather, I performed better in the Porsche than when it was dry. I don't know, it was just something. It being on edge and sort of sliding suited my driving style in the corners of a wet track, while the rest of the cars seemed to struggle for traction. I could just get it down properly, even though it was a bit sideways and a bit hairy at times. It performs really well in the wet, in my opinion. So it's not surprising to see the Porsches today having a good time, to say the least. And it definitely looks very fun to drive. But then again, you get to the long straights, and then it's just you might as well go brew a cup of tea, because you're not getting past the guy ahead.
Yeah, well, the natural setup of that car is kind of what helps it in the wet as well. Not only the sort of the suspension geometry and everything, but the fact that the engine is. This is always a debate: is it rear-engined? Is it mid-engined? Technically, rear-engined would mean that it is behind the rear axle. I think a lot of people call it a mid-rear car. You know, it's very, very close. The old gen Porsche, that was a true rear-engine car. That was like the road car, hanging out over the rear axle. The newer car, they tried to push it more towards the center, but because of that, it's got so much weight over the rear axle that even in the wet, you can plant your foot through the firewall, and it will just happily grip up and go. You know, whereas the front engine car, it's got all its engine and everything else weight at the front, which means that weight on the rear is at a minimal. Even with some cars try balance that out by putting the fuel tank in the back. Then you run into the problem of they get worse the lower the fuel goes. I mean, the Porsche does that. Fuel tank's in the front. You just get a little bit more sketchy. The Bentley tries to counteract that by having the gearbox at the rear. So it's a decent 50-50 weight distribution in the Bentley, and that is your car nerding fact for the day. But as the 747, it's trying to fend off the charging 137. They have traffic up ahead. That is the 444, the Flying Hellfish car. Hopefully, at least for the 747, he's going to be thinking, please, I need to get going. There's a madman with a Porsche right behind me.
Yeah, and we've seen the 404 pull over to the side on the straight previously in the race to let people behind him pass, so it wouldn't surprise me if he does it again this time around. It looks like he's been slowing a little bit, although I don't think he's going to do it just yet. Maybe a little bit later on, maybe into turn 5 or something, but Klaus Nuring doesn't think twice of it, tries to go up the inside, makes his way past, and the 404 just trying his best to get the way, blocks the 137 a little bit there, so that's allowed Klaus Nuring to get a little bit of a gap in between himself and the Porsche, but I'm pretty sure the Porsche will be right up behind him again in a lap or two, just to, by the nature of how the car is driving. As you see in the background there, fighting the 404 to get through the 444, oh my god, the 444.
All of the fours. We've gathered all the fours from the race. They're here. But yeah.
Anyways,
yeah, I mean, Klaus knew he had to do that. He had to use the traffic to his advantage, really. You know, the Porsche is probably the better car in this weather, and knew that it had to do something, and that something was put a car between them, you know, the backmarker car, knowing that they might not necessarily get out of the way, and masterfully done, slots themselves in between. Turn 3, they were stuck behind. It just gives them that little bit more breathing room to do. And speaking of people now who are really starting to rock it up, back to this group, here comes the 992. What was your race leader of Malinowski? Obviously, they had that disconnect and that drive-through that they've both had to serve here just to keep the points gain running, because they know that they need to finish for the points gap to be around about 30 points ahead coming into Zolder. What I was interestingly told as well is that although that championship sort of race is still on to an extent, it should be almost even between the 411 and the 70 because of now where it's been shuffled out to. So T3 and Visceral are also going to be locked in a battle for the for the final time as well, and that's really going to be a great battle to see if T3 can show and do what they do, because we've seen them be really calm, consistent, and run some clean races, but when they've needed to, they've really turned up the wick in that BMW.
Yeah, they've always been up there at the top, either in P4 or P3 or along the lines, and sometimes consistency is what wins these championships, and they've definitely been a very consistent team, to say the least, and it'll be a brilliant fight at the end. So they will be running very closely in points, so that's a championship battle for P2. If the 992 has an issue in Zolder, that could be a three-way fight for the championship, and that is something worth looking forward to, especially considering I believe it's 10 hours of Zolder. Quite a tricky track to navigate as well, especially with double chicanes. Very easy to get drive-throughs on that track if you're pushing hard. Very short track as well. I believe I've run 23 hours of Zolder, and after about 4 hours I wanted to just park the car right there and then, as it gets it's quite a peculiar track, to say the least. It's very thin, not a lot of overtaking opportunities, a lot of racing opportunities, but it's so easy to make a mistake, and it will definitely put the drivers on edge to try their best to secure the championship winning positions here. And another battle we have been looking at, I feel like it's a bit of deja vu now, is the 101 right up behind the 920. This time around, the 920 is ahead.
Yeah, well, these three BMWs were battling, and then they were separated apart by drive-throughs and by misfortunes. And then each BMW in turn got a drive-through of their own, and they've kind of all grouped up again. The only car that hasn't is that 89. They're about 9 seconds back. But yeah, these two have ended up nose to tail once again. We saw the 101 had the pace to stick behind the 920, and we were theorizing what are they going to do? Are they going to pass them if they feel they're being held up? And the 920 got a drive-through. They didn't have to think about that. Now, they might have to think about it once again, and in the background as well, you've got the T3 Motorsports car, the 411 coming through. There's the, I think that's one of the McLarens, it's actually a 920, the 920, sorry, they peel into the pits. So you've got one of the T3 Motorsport cars behind. The 70 I can see as well is not too far behind on track. So, traffic might start to play in this.
Interestingly, if that is the 411 right ahead of the number 70, they will be lapping them even though they're in P2. Although I don't think that is the 411. I'm just checking her again on the track. That is the 80.
I think it might be the 80. Yeah. I think it's the white car. I believe is it T3 Motorsports white, which is their silver sister car. There you go. Yeah, it's the T3 Motorsports white car that has just gone. Or will almost be a lap down. That is the 70 behind as a race leader. But P3 for them in the silver class, still a really good showing by T3 today.
Yeah, it has been, and showing their dominance again in consistency. I believe the 80 car has had a bit more issues in this series compared to the 411, but they have also been quite a consistent team, and that is something that just runs through the T3 Motorsports. Consistency is key, and that is what they're showing yet again today. And a double podium, I'm sure the team owner will be very happy with that indeed.
Yeah, very much so. And as we almost tick down, we've just got about the hour left to run. It'll be interesting to see what some of the final pit stops might look like. Obviously, a lot of these teams, it's not necessarily going to be the final stop, because we've seen some teams. We've kind of already said they're going to have to do that half an hour splash and dash, the driver swap or how it is, and having to see what the 992's plan might be. And speaking of the 992, they've caught right back up onto the back of this battle, the 137 of Barcelona and 747 of Klaus. What are they going to do? Is the fellow Porsche going to let their Porsche through? But it looks like that Klaus has made a tiny bit of a mistake deep into the corner. That's put both Porsches right behind. This is probably the worst situation to be in for Barcelona. He knows that there's a car that is incredibly fast behind him, and you know, realistically, if you let by, he'd be gone in a moment. But there you go. The 992 is not taking enough for an answer. Forces his way up the inside. I was going to say, is he going to let him by and let him attack the 747? But he doesn't want to, because now look at the gap that's opened up.
Yeah, but then again, he could try and follow the 992 through on an overtake, and maybe a double overtake could occur. Or sometimes that's what these guys do when they get unlapped or have a lap car in front of them or something. They try and follow the fastest driver through, and then all of a sudden they can do an overtake as the car ahead will be out of line or have a bad exit or something. Oh, and it looks like the 992 is going for a dive there at the end, but they luckily got the car stopped in time. Now's a bit of a painful bit. The Porsche on the straight compared to the Bentley, it is slower, so again, Malinowski is going to have to do this in the corners. Anyways, I'm just gonna quickly have a look at what's happening here. I left the 920 and the 101 still having a good battle. But yeah, I was going to say, my time is up here on the mics. Ted Edwards is ready to join you, Ryan, for the last hour of this race. It's been a great pleasure to be both a broadcaster and a commentator for this hour or so, and I've really enjoyed the good chats we've had. It's interesting to hear what kind of phones you've been running throughout your life, and also about your first iPod that you got rid of. And I believe it's now time for Ted Edwards to come in and say hi to everyone.
Well, thank you, Christian. Amazing job you did there doing broadcasting and commentary. It's not an easy thing. As I found out a Saturday ago, covering for the Mawson here, who was a bit busy.
I was not at the home. You see, I was in a place called Birmingham, which I mean I can't recommend it. The con was great, but Birmingham. I'm now going to have a lot of people angry at me because I've said that. Watch like 80% of RCI be in Birmingham. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. It's going to happen now. Now that I've said that. but anyway, yeah, you joined me for the last frantic hour, for the last sort of splash and dash. Speaking of splash and dashes, already a couple of cars in. Ryan Yee in the 818 for the silver class is already in, and the 89 Leon Hopp, they are in as well. So those cars will be able to do go all the way to the end. But we were theorizing that some teams might actually have a final splash and dash, sort of a 30-minute charge to the line. So I'm expecting just a little bit longer before we see the influx of cars coming down pit lane. But jumping back to this battle, I mean, the last time you left here, Ted, the 992 was in the lead. What's happened to them?
Yeah, who cursed them? Because last time I saw, they were in the lead. Whoa, a rocket. But yeah, I did have a little peek at the stream, and I was very surprised to see what had happened. And very, very crazy turn of events that happened since I've been here. 2 hours ago, they were quite well in front, getting chased down by the 70, but the tides have turned and the 70 is winning. So is it today, like Jesse said, the 992 isn't gonna win a race?
It might finally be. I mean, we know Malinowski's good. We know that he is the best, probably one of the best Porsche drivers, but I don't think you're going to get back, 2 and a bit laps, 3 and a bit laps even, tell a lie, in 56 minutes. I don't think that's possible. But yeah, they had a drive through and then a disconnect, so that is really putting the brakes on their day. But it might have been for Nicholas Bosselet. There's been contact. I was going to say that the 137 finally had the moment where they could just sneak up the inside of the 747, but hard contact into the top of the hill. You can see they look up the inside, finally see the gap, go for the inside, wash out a little bit wide, and a touch for the 747. I was mentioning earlier that the stewards have been a little bit sort of relaxed and they haven't had many reports this race. They've got something. Everyone will be scrambling over the report. No, I want to look at it.
Yeah, that's what normally happens in these sort of slow, if you like, races for the stewards. They're playing very clean, which is a nice thing to see. Stewards do moan either way if they're busy or bored, so you can never win with the stewards, but they do a cracking job, so you can't complain too much.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, I think it was 27 reports over all 4 splits. So it's, you know, it's been a great thing. I think and Christian's finally realised where the bottom bar is. We've got it back, ladies and gentlemen. It's there. It was that button.
He was hiding it all along.
Well, great. Well, Christian's asking how long was that gone. I don't know, because even I didn't notice it. So we're about as attentive as each other. What it was just so much good racing on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We just didn't notice these small irregularities. But yeah, for speaking of the racing, it looks like the 992, they might finally not win a race. They're going to get the extra points for the fastest lap. But you know, it's just been such a crazy race. We had a silver on pole. We've had the 992 be members of their own problems. We've had a BMW train that was broken up by means of drive-throughs, and then they all regrouped back together by all getting drive-throughs. And it's been up and down all day. In the final 50 odd minutes, people are really starting to clutch at straws. You know, if there is a position ahead and it's for class, let's take it.
Yeah, we've had a few issues with people and their equipment today, so that's not been too great. I know 2 teams have left due to it. Svenchek was one. His wheel just disconnected, and then the game crashed. So that's not fun, and they didn't come back. That was quite early on in the race. And there was another team, and I forgot the team, unfortunately. But yeah, a few teams have left us today, which is a shame. But you know, you get to that point where, do I carry on or do I not? But it is what it is. It's just, well, we've got 53 minutes left, so it seems a long time. It's going to fly past like it always does. You know, the last few minutes of an hour is it's crunch time really for some drivers, for some teams. They probably see, you know, I'm like 3 seconds behind, 4 seconds behind the next points. Basically, is what most of them are thinking of. The silvers are, especially the 501 onto the 818 is only 4.4 seconds. You can do that in 53 minutes as long as you can keep your pace going. Same for the 747 on the 137. They're only about 3.2 seconds. I can just see, so they're quite close. And you know, seconds seem a long time, but in racing they're not that long unless you have like a 30-second gap. Like, you know, 3rd place to 2nd is obviously 3rd place is 1st in silver. To the 411 doesn't really have to worry about, you know, the position, the points as much, because, you know, the next pro in pole position is down in 6th. So some people have to worry, some people don't have to worry. It's just one of those games they have to sort of play towards the end of the race.
I mean, that's the other thing that I wasn't really, or I hadn't really noticed as everything's been sort of shuffled around and fought back, is that in between all these, you know, the disconnects, the drive-throughs, the problems, Pro has been shuffled up enough to where the 18, currently piloted by Martin Grady, they're 3rd. They sit on the bottom rung of the podium, and they were, you know, they were quite a while out of it not that long ago. Just sort of have been sat there running their own race, kept it on the road, and they've been promoted all the way up there. So that'll be a good day for the 18 if they can keep it there. The Bentley hasn't really been the sharpest car, you know, to have in the wet, but I mean, like you said, even with the silver McLarens ahead of them, and we know on a good day that this team, you know, they would be flying with like the likes of Joe McCauley and Martin Grady and, you know, Grant Willamot, for example. But it's just not been their day. But yeah, they've had a good turnaround, really. Well, if you bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, we might have a few technical gremlins in the back end. We will keep you updated on how those are altering. It's one of those, it might look fine to us, but it might not look fine to you. That's how we're having to deal with it at the minute. But yeah, 50 minutes left to go. It's kind of all to play for. Speaking of all to play for, these two BMWs, they were separated for a while. Drive-throughs did them apart, and drive-throughs brought them back together. So for the Turn 1 car, we've seen them have some big picture racing really in the earlier stages. I say early, I mean at the halfway stage, where they were letting people by. They didn't need to, they knew they didn't need to race. But when you've got 50 minutes left on the clock, it kind of changes the race, doesn't it? As we see Chris Corbin fighting the wheel there, it kind of changes the dynamic where you think, actually, we might just be able to race for it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to get your mind straight again. If you've had penalties or you've had a spin or something like that, and you've had a bit of damage, you sort of not really got your head in the game. I know, for instance, my team, our heads have not been in the game today. The car's been fine. We only had a drive-through for track limits once, no penalties, but somehow the gearbox decided to go from 5th to 1st and blew the engine up. So we did last, which is a shame, but we just sort of, get your heads down, complete the race, and I think that a lot of drivers in this split are the same thing, like Holland and Ethan Scott. They haven't had a great race, but they're still plodding along, they're still going for it. A few people have left, so that's a few positions they can gain. That could be points. You never know. People, there's 49 minutes left, and people can, crash out, get penalties, drive-throughs, you name it. So they've still got a chance to get something out of this race, and even finishing it is still a big thing.
Yeah, very much so. So I think as well we might have a brief technical reset where things have gone a little bit squiffy diff, ladies and gentlemen. But don't worry, we're pulling all the wires in the background, and we'll
we are back after a few of those little gremlins got in the wires, unfortunately, but we should be all fixed now, as we are watching Milanowski hit past the what's that? The 920 BMW. So that is another position pair for Milanowski right there. Where is everyone? I sort of fell asleep for a little bit, but.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got the microphone right. I had the level set way too high, but hey, we are back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and that was that was a thing. But we are back. Basically, a lot of gremlins got in our wires, and stuff happened. That's why you might have seen some things. But yeah, as someone rightly pointed out, Malinowski has been just on fire. We saw the onboards, or what we could of it, managing to wrestle that car around, even having a bit of a mistake. But yeah, what can you say? Pit stop starting to cycle through as well. The 349 is in and the 747 is in, as some of the last splash and dashes to really be had for this race. And I expect to see a few more come in around about 8 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, some people going for the hour pit stop on every hour, and some extending their stint timer as much as they can. As we see here, the NSN Racing, they are in to do their pit stop. Maybe a driver stop, who knows? Maybe just hit the same person in the car. It's not long left, but that all depends on how long they have of their drive stint time. Because there is two different. There's your stint timer when you're out on the track, and there's your drive time. Depending on how many people you have, depends how long you have driving.
Yeah, exactly. For two drivers, you'll have sort of the more time. That's what the original plan for the 992 was. To do this 30-minute stop, splash and dash, and maybe put Max back in as the last one, but just kind of all came undone for them. Other cars in just now is the 411 T3 Motorsports Black. Cars had a phenomenal day really, and Martin Grady's in for the Blame Mike Jones Bentley. You can just about see it from the heli cam. There you go, the bright pink Bentley. Been promoted kind of into the third place of pro, not really by doing anything sort of over the walls and crazy. Just been running their race really well. So 36 minutes left to go. There's really not a lot of time left, and it's basically now just a case of when is the Visceral Esports team gonna pit. Been gifted the lead, and Chris Melbourne's basically just been having a lovely little stint. Has managed to drive around on his own, not had to worry that Malinowski's driving away, because well, he isn't in front of you anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think some people don't understand with endurance racing, it's more patience than speed, as we see the 70 of Chris Melbourne coming into the final pit stop. But yeah, it's more patience in endurance race than like pure speed and getting the fast laps. You've got to keep your pace consistent, and you just got to hope something happens. Of course, Chris Melbourne probably hoping that Milanowski would get a penalty, but they had something even worse, where which the 70 wouldn't have wished to happen to them. It is what it is. But yeah, so it's like you say, Grady's just been sitting there, just driving their own race, not really had any problems with the 747 catching up, or they've just been chilling out. So some people have been just sitting and doing a Saturday evening drive, and some of us have been trying their hardest to get past people or defend.
Oh, and that's not what you want 35 minutes from the end. The 444, the Flying Hellfish car, they have not had the greatest day as the 444. We've seen them backwards. The Mercedes is not exactly the sharpest car on the grid anymore, and it's not exactly as we see a bit of a twitch there, and it's not exactly the easiest car to drive in the wet, just as that happens. But yeah, stop and go 30. They've just come out of the pit lane, so we know what's happened there. We've seen a few drivers end up with a drive-through and have come a cropper to the pit board, and the wet line into the pits has caught them out. But Yeah, for the 444, it's a day to forget, but they are still here. They will still gain some points, and they will see the checkered flag, which really is, you know, all that's sort of the greatest part of it. And as well, these 3 BMWs, well, drive-throughs brought them, took them apart. Drive-throughs have brought them together. 34 minutes left to the race, though. These 3 are slowly trying to edge themselves in. That's the Simpson Riggs car up ahead of the 504, and you have Hop in the 89 Grid Finder racing team. They're trying to, you know, get themselves back on the back of them. And we did have the 101 a little bit ago, but they've also fallen off the back. And 781. Darren Mulholland also just ended up with another drive-through. It's all kicking off in the last 30-odd minutes.
That'll be drive-through for track limits, and I'm guessing they got that from the I'm guessing the chicane. They maybe slid in under braking and just went straight on and didn't slow down enough, and yeah, just got a track warning, which turned into a drive-through. So that's unfortunate, but they shouldn't lose a position. Obviously, Ethan Scott's in the pit now, and they're so far ahead anyway. So Ethan Scott's got to stop and go 30. Mulholland hasn't got to worry, but any time they gained on the 514 is gone out the window at this point. They're very difficult, you know, with 32 minutes left to be able to gain that time that you've lost in the drive-through back. So I think the 781, the 444, their strategy now is just to get the race done and dusted. Is what I would say.
Yeah, very much so. 32 minutes left, and as you say, you're just kind of going along. We did have it confirmed as well in sort of in our comms by Alpha, one of the stewards. The 444 was the speeding in the pit lane. That's what the stop and go 30 was, and the 781 was for track limits. So a drive-through got on the track, and a bit of a harsher one for speeding in the pit lane. So it's these sort of tiny mistakes as well that can easily creep in right to the end of the race. You know, you've been pounding around in the rain for, you know, almost 6 hours. You might have been sat on 3 warnings for, you know, a long old time, and it's just that one final little mistake in it. But I think now we're kind of almost shuffled back out. Obviously, drive-through is not pending. I think this is kind of where a lot of people were net at the start. Chris Melbourne for the Visceral Esports Mercedes, not quite, McLaren, there you go. They lead the race, having taken it from the 992s, just had that string of bad luck today, really. 411 for T3 Motorsports Black, they sit in P2, and the car that started on pole position for the Forza Italia esports car, Joe Zabowski, for the 500, they sit in P1 in their class, P3 overall. So it's been a really great day for the Forza Italia car, rounded out by the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team, P2 in silver class, and the 80 driven by Jan Podomski, the other sister T3 Motorsports car, rounding out P3 in silver. Which, you know, so for T3, it's been quite a productive day.
Yeah, I think all teams here have done an amazing job today in the wet Catalonia. It's not the greatest of tracks to drive in the wet. It is very difficult, as you know, we've been on board with Malinowski many times. You see that wheel just flailing around, trying to keep that car going as fast as they can through the corners. But it is pretty fun. I did a stint earlier, and I had quite a good time actually. And I went quicker than I've ever gone in the practice session. So yeah, it was a good time. I was in the Mercedes, so it's not the greatest around here, but I was still on pace with some of the other guys, which was quite surprising. But we know we've had our fair share of mishaps, and you know, we're still sitting at the back, a lap down from the next car. But these things happen, and you just gotta take it on the chin. As I've said many times before in today's race, I've said take it on the chin a lot of times, but it's just what you gotta do. And
you're going to see the flag, Ted. That's the important thing.
Is
that you see the black and white checkered flag, and then you've done it. You've managed to survive the rain, the horribleness, the drive-throughs, the calamities.
Exactly. Well, anything can happen as well. You never know. The car in front of us might end up with a stop and go 30, and we might get that lap back and end up having a race for the next 28 minutes or however long is left. It's just one of those things. At the end of the day, you gotta hope. You just gotta hope something happens.
Well, speaking of hoping that it would happen, Leon Hop has been sort of trying to gain back onto the Simpson Riggs cars, really been hoping that something might happen, and well, it kind of has. This last sector, they've caught all the way up as that 89. They had quite a decent gap to the 504. It's not exactly a race for a class position, but you know, it doesn't really matter at this point of the race. You just want to have any kind of racing that you can. Are they going to look into turn one? It's BMW on BMW. Oh, it's going to be a late defense from the 504. They're going to get it stopped for the turn. No, they're not. Just that movement, the movement under braking, as obviously it will set the ABS off. And the 504 has speared off the track, so 89 moves up a position, not for their class or anything, but it's pride overall. They're now sat in 14th place, quite a way up to their fellow pro BMW of Skidunov. That is the 920. That is the SR Motors, the SR Esports cars. We're just seeing it on the screen going round, but that is the gap they've kind of got to climb. They're at least a turn and a half down, really. So it's going to be a fight. But if they've caught up to the Simpson Riggs car, it's not out of the question that they can do it to the SR Esports car.
Yeah, well said. The 504 shouldn't have gone that defensive, cutting a bit too much, and they'll be kicking themselves for that. But you know, you learn from your mistakes and you just try and carry on. And yeah, you know, I've done it many times where you just want to defend, and then you end up you start braking. You're like, yeah, this isn't working, and then you end up off the track, and you don't want to get track warning or a penalty if you go too fast. So yeah, it sucks. But see here, Ryan, we have a penalty come through.
Do we have a penalty? A penalty?
We do.
A penalty, Ted Edwards. What is one of these?
Well, it's an incident on lap 161, so quite a few laps ago. Turn 7 involving the 992 and the 101. Warning for the 101. 101 loses it on the entry into the corner and causes contact with the 992. 101 deemed at fault for losing control of their car and causing the collision. So it's just a warning, but you know, if you get 2 warnings, then that is a 5-second penalty. So the 101 needs to be on the best behaviour right now for the next 26 minutes.
Yeah, so that'll have been when Malinovsky was on the charge back through the field, and yeah, obviously having that momentary lapse of concentration, possibly maybe looking in the mirror, lost control of the car, collected the 992. So yeah, it will definitely be a thing just to keep on the toes as well. Speaking of fellow BMWs. This BMW, the 137, they are actually slowly reeling in the 747 up ahead. This might be a battle for actual class position. The Vermont versus Class Nyring still piloting that 747, so they'll take the checkered flag. I believe the 137 as well have they've sort of kept their same driver, take it to the end. But we've seen this car get all the way up to the back of the NSN racing car. That's the easy bit. The hard part is actually getting around it, because at the end of the day you are a Porsche, and as much as you have great whether you know sort of handling characteristics, great acceleration, great brakes, the straight line speed is not one of its strong points. And even though a Bentley is not the greatest in the wet, it can still get just enough of a way where they were really struggling to pass them. So I think we might see a little bit of a battle, but it's going to be some some last lap sort of hopes, I think, if they're going to get by. But if they do, then that will put them in 9th place. So then you can say you were just only in the top 10, you were one above the top 10.
There's not many people too close. Obviously, like you say, the 137 and the 747 there, second and a half. Let's see, Grady's 4 seconds off of the 349, but that's only for position. That's not for points. So it's one of those races where there's not really much going on. There's people in battles, you know, potentially, but it's sort of not for points. But yeah, you see the 137 right behind that Bentley now, under a second, just under a second. And I can tell you one thing, looking from this angle, it doesn't look too creative with the spray, but honestly, trying to concentrate, as I found out earlier, when you're behind someone like this is pretty difficult to see where your braking point is, you know, your reference point. You know, coming into T1 and you're right behind someone, you can't see anything really. And of course, you don't want to divert too much off this drier line onto the wet line, because you'll see what happened to the 504 when they went defensive. They just went off the track. So you sort of got to, you know, Jedi mind trick, you know, using the Force and trying to remember where to brake.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as we ride on board, you can kind of see that spray, and you can see really where the Porsche is great. It's, you know, the corner speed that they have, but you end up having your pace dictated by the Bentley in front. You can't exactly use all of that great speed, and look at how much you have to work the wheel in a Porsche. You always have to be on top of the car. You can't let the car sort of run away from you, otherwise it will just completely come undone, and we've seen that almost a few times for both the Porsche drivers in this race. As well, we have in chat Justin Hooley was saying that you know, they had good fun today. It was a shame about their disconnect. They were running P4 and P5 at the time, and we know that. I think they're now down in 17th. It's the 40 car, I believe it is, the Jardier Community Team car with you know, in that Aston Martin. And I think they've got they do have Honzik back in the car for the last go around. He will take the checkered flag, but yeah, it was looking like a good race for them, and it just sad with the disconnect. But the 137's going to look up the inside. It will put them on the outside. They're going to try the switchback. It was almost given to them. It was almost a great maneuver, but there was just not quite a Porsche gap there. There was very nearly one, but not quite. But you can see the intent of what the 137 is. You know, 21 minutes left. If they can get ahead, they know they can defend for that long. You've just got to get around the Bentley, because coming onto a straight like now, as much as you know, they're trying to take all the curb and maximize it, look down the straights, you're not really going to gain on much in a Porsche.
Yeah, you sort of just sit there and hope that they miss their braking point and go a little bit wide into the corner, but they're going for a... They made it.
No,
they
didn't
didn't make it.
No, they didn't. It was
They did, and then they didn't. I was about to say, like, if they made that, that would have been amazing driving, but yeah, they've just they had all that time and they've just gave it away. That was, yeah, a very late move, and I wonder if they just braked late with the extra speed they got and just tried to get out of the way so they didn't hit the Bentley.
I think it almost looked like, because you could have almost kept that car going. I think actually the 137 might have given that back to the 747, maybe deemed that was, you know, not a clean enough move. They weren't happy with that, because I also saw the hazard lights flash on. Normally, it's kind of, as a driver, that's the, you know, the message to someone else, either, you know, sorry, or, you know, sometimes thank you, sometimes sorry. It's a bit of a situational message, but yeah, you could have kept that car going. I think they still would have ended up giving away the position, because the Bentley would have been on the outside for turn 2, the inside for turn 3. But I mean, look, they've closed right back up again, so the battle is still not on. They just decided that that move wasn't fair enough, really.
Yeah, well, that just shows you good sportsmanship by the 137 team. They're back to this point again where they've got to come back to the straight, and we've got to see how they do it this time round. You know, it's about the same gap as they had last lap. It's one of those. Turn 1 in dry conditions, turn 1's easy. You know, you can do that dive and make it. But when it's wet like this is the dry line. As soon as you move to the right, that's it. You're on the slippery surface. It's really wet there because it's not being used. So you're braking point gets a little bit extended. But, you know, they've just gone for. Oh, here we go. Bentley's gone a bit wide now. Might get back.
But then you're going to be on the
It's a bit of switching.
You're going to be on the outside for turn 3, the longest turn of the track, and then you know, as much as you want to try and hang it out there, as you mentioned, the wet surface, it's even harder to hang the car all the way out there. But the Bentley goes deep once again into turn 4. The Porsche is going to be up the inside. If the 747 can hang it all the way around the outside, it'll give them the inside once again. This is the problem with this track, is the switchbacks. The Bentley's going to go deep, and the 137 is going to have the cutback up the inside of the 747 NSN Racing Bentley. It's a great move for the wee-shite Porsche. They've finally got the move done. With 18 minutes left to go, now they are going to have to defend like mad, and they're going to have to use everything that the Porsche has got coming into Sector 3. You need a gap, you need a safety buffer in the Porsche, otherwise the Bentley will run you down in a straight line.
That switchback was beautiful. Like, that's the cleanest switchback I've seen in a long time, and that was amazing. You know, I think all the 137 had to do there was just put pressure on Nyreen, which they did into turn 1. Nyreen went a bit deep, but you know, as you say, trying to get second corner and third corner, very difficult to attack when something like that's happening, because you're sort of still getting stuck behind the car in front because they're going slower. So very difficult. But yeah, like you say, they've got to now defend, and they're coming up to the worst bit of the track, which is the straight. But Bentley, you know, 6-7 turns back. Yeah, but will the Bentley just come back? But it doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. That's too much of a gap. Even as a Bentley driver, I would know that is just too much of a gap. You've now really got to try and maximize your car in sort of the first half of this circuit. But even then, the Porsche's got so many corners which it is good at. I think we're going to see the 137 just slowly pull away. They almost had this a while ago, but they just couldn't get... They didn't give that... Or they didn't get that opportunity given to them, did the 137. So they couldn't get around the Bentley, and they just had to sit behind and accept that was happening. And now finally, they've got the move done, and they're gone. Which shows the pace that a Porsche can have in the wet, but it also shows how easy it is to defend around here, especially in the wet, and how hard it is as a Porsche driver. You can come rocketing up behind someone who you are maybe half a second a lap quicker than. You can't get by them.
Yeah, they've just gone, and there's not really many battles apart from this one. The 89 is 2.7 seconds off the 920.
They were a little bit closer, we swear, ladies and gentlemen. There's the BMW in front of them. That's skidding off. But what they have been mowing this time down slowly. It was a lot bigger, if you remember, because they had to pass the 504 Simpson Riggs car and catch up to the 504 Simpson Riggs car. So they have done that. The gap is now just under. It keeps flicking between just under and just over 2 seconds. 16 minutes left to go. 2 seconds. It's not impossible. Their last laps were very close. There was only a couple of tenths in it, so it's... If you're going to get there before the line, it is going to very much be a last lap, or Hop is going to be hoping that the 920 has some form of problem, a lapse of judgment, you know, just one braking zone where they don't do it right, and then they'll be right on. But other than that, I think it's people are trying to just get their head down and, you know, and get to the line as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's, you know, 15 minutes left, and all you want to do now is see that finish line, especially if you've had a bad race like some of the guys have, like Ethan Scott and Holland haven't had the greatest of races, and I think they just really want to see the checker flag. And this guy right here, Chris Melbourne, definitely wants to see that checker flag after a superb race they've done so far, and how lucky they got, unfortunately for the 992 that had that disconnect. But, you know, Melbourne got very, very lucky with that, and yeah, sitting in first place.
Yeah, exactly. So it's been a great day for Visceral Esports. Some teams are really going to be happy with this. Jesse came into our chat earlier and did some maths for us. That even with the 992 having a less than stellar day, when they finish, they will be, you know, still leading the championship by, we think, around about 30 points is our estimation at this time. But what it does mean is it means that with the change up to 70 is now going to be almost at a dead heat, possibly tied for points with the 411. So that's going to really be a battle that's going to heat up, you know, Visceral Esports versus T3 Motorsports Black. It's, you know, two teams that have shown some great consistency and some great pace at their respective tracks, and that's going to really be one, because it's Zolder, I believe, it is next, and well, McLaren doesn't like yeeting curbs, but neither really. The BMW doesn't like massive curbs either, so. And also, it's Zolder. Someone's going to make a mistake at some point.
Yeah, 10 hours of Zolder is in a month's time. Qualifying is in 3 weeks' time, I believe. So, not that far away. This race came up out of nowhere, and I almost forgot that this race was going on. So, you know, they just sort of pop out of nowhere, these endurance races that we have, and you know, we try and get as many as we can through the year.
What you're meant to say, Ted, is that your team practiced religiously, and you were very, very prepared and conscious, and you know, and ready. It wasn't that you turned up, put the keys in the car, and drove off. That's generally my strategy.
Yeah, what Ryan said. Anyway, no, we did do a bit of practice, but it's just not been our day. Which it happens, but yeah. So Zolder's next, and that track is notorious for people getting a lot of track limit warnings. So
well,
that'd be something to watch out for.
Track limit warnings, and it's also not exactly the biggest race circuit. It's also not exactly the easiest race circuit to pass on. And you know what we will be broadcasting is you will be looking at split one. All of the people who have, you know, really mastered the pace in their cars. Of course they're going to go for moves. Of course there's going to be some moments where we breathe through our teeth, and I think it's going to be a great race to watch. And you know, what did I mention about this car, the 89, that closed up to the Simpson Riggs car? Yep, he's closing down now. It's now just over a second. Leon Hopp, he is managing to muscle that Grid Finder racing car all the way up there. They can very much see now the target ahead of Skidanov in the 920. It's going to be it's definitely going to be some of the last minute, you know, the last minute dashes. Looking in the background as well, you've still got Malinovsky, who's continuing to tear down the opposition. I don't think though he's going to manage to get up to these cars, which is the next in his class for the pro cars. But you know, he's still making short work of the back half of the silver class. The poor silver cars that were quite happy running their race, you know, in their little pace bubble, maybe having their own little battles, all well and good, and then a lunatic arrives in a pink Porsche, and what do you do?
Yeah, all they can see in their rearview mirror is a madman with flailing arms in a Porsche coming at them really, really fast, and they're thinking, what the hell is he doing back here? And it's a bit worrying to see.
That's the moment sometimes, isn't it, as a driver, when if you've not necessarily caught that a team's had problems and you're just driving along, and then you think, hang on a minute, where did this guy come from? Why are we in front of him? And now why do I have to, do I have to defend from him? It's like, I've had that a few times when I've just been quite happily running my own little endurance race and realised that the leader was behind me. And I was like, oh, it's like a blue flag leader. And I looked and realised, no, it's just the leader's now behind me, or was the leader. Like, oh. And so sometimes for that, the big picture racing and all that, I just move out of the way. I was like, you know what? You can do you, because one position versus trying to hold him off, we will both die. So I'll sort of let that one go.
$10 minutes left of this race, and not much has changed apart from the 101 is catching the 504, 1.1 seconds in it. Obviously Milanowski is still plodding along like he is, and obviously Hop here is under a second catching on that 920. So there's two fights in two different classes. And yeah, it's getting a bit spicy now, Mawson.
Yeah, well, 9 minutes to go, and looking where the leader is, you know, because they've just crossed the line, it might be 4, potentially 5 laps more. And with how the grid finder car has run down the I think it's the SR Racing or the SR Esports car, if I'm not mistaken, with how they've run them down, you know, I don't think they're going to need more than 5 laps. So you can see now they're starting to look in the mirror. They're trying to break that toe. Goes immediately defensive coming down the straight, and then immediately back when they see the response. They know now that, you know, I think he's starting to look in the mirrors. You can see the grid finder car looking up the inside. It's going to be hard late on the brakes. Was very, very confident on the brakes of his BMW was Leon Hopp in the grid finder car. Very much closing up in the braking zones, and that seems to be where that car is great. Really has mastered the braking of the BMW, because obviously matched to machinery. It's not like anyone has a speed advantage, handling advantage, or you know, better brakes than one another. It's set up, and how sort of comfortable are you in that car?
Both of them racing very well there. Hop managing to sort of car into T1 was pretty big, because as we've seen before, the 504 did that sort of move and went straight on. So that's not what the 89 wants to do. They just need to be a bit more careful, and the 920 also needs to be careful with the trying to break the toe. You know, you can move a few times, but I know the stewards don't like it when people keep weaving all over the main straight. So they just got to play it a bit safer. We see Corbin here, right on the back of the 504, and it's literally a second in it. Now, just realised, Wilson, it's all M4s that are fighting for positions right now.
Yeah, the M4s had a little bit of a train going on earlier on in this race, and then they were all broken up by misfortunes, drive-throughs, and, you know, issues, and out of pit drive-throughs, and, you know, such like this. And then slowly, one after the other, they all equaled themselves by all getting drive-throughs. So, you know, the BMW train parteth, the BMW train reformeth. So, but this one is an actual battle for class position. Is the 101. Chris Corbin has been kind of behind cars, or, you know, had cars past that are pro cars, and they haven't really necessarily fought it because they don't have to fight it. They've just been happy to let it happen. But turn 1 now actually have a silver car ahead of them. That's a Simpson Riggs car that has been dropping some pace after they were passed by the 89. It's going to be a look to the outside for the turn 1 car. It's a long old way around the outside, looking kind of for the switchback. But the problem is the Simpson Riggs car still on the inside. You end up for turn 3, which is the longest one on the circuit. You can see the turn 1 car trying to get the nose back under to try and get the undercut, but look at how slidey it is. There's just no grip on this circuit.
Was that a touch into T1 there, or was that just my eyes?
It might have been, but I have not had I have not had the Mike Jones certified bonk alert, so hasn't come up. It might have been just a light touch, light enough that it didn't come up as an alert.
Oh, they are racing very well with each other, so yeah, Corbin's just got to find that the right time and the right place to overtake without making any contact. Obviously, you get a contact, that can ruin your race completely. You know, you got that position, but you've done damage or made the other car spin by the overtake, then you know you're going to get a thing. And I've just noticed something: the 89 has a drive-through for track limits, I believe. Pushing that car to its limit, and that has just got them. Oh dear, they gained all that time back, and still want to waste.
And that actually might drop them. A place to Malinovsky. The 992, he's not a million miles away. If you look, you know, they've been sort of quietly catching. Actually, I might be talking a load of drivel. Where the lap board on the it's the 504 that's currently the 1 lap down. I need to do the looking and see where they are. But whatever the case may be, it's going to really put the brakes on the battle for the 920. So that battle is going to be sort of put on hold. One that hasn't really been put on hold as well is this car, the 501, our lone Audi, new generation Audi, mind you. They have managed to catch up to the back of the 747. Not for class once again, but they're looking up the inside. The 501 wants that position. They're going to be on the inside, coming into the final sector. There might be a bit of a touch there. The Bentley's looking a little bit sideways, and still looking like they're going to have to fall back in line. But we saw this earlier on. If the 501 can basically keep this distance coming out of the last sector as we come through the final chicane, the part that I never like driving in a GT3 car, it always feels so awkward and horrible. The speed of this Audi in a straight line is absolutely terrifying, as we might get a bit of an onboard, but it looks like Bentley might have just had a bit of a better exit than the Audi, and the gap seemingly stabled out. They're starting to gain now. Seem just about creeping closer, but it's too late. They haven't they've run out of runway, as it would be.
We have a question from chat. What happened to the 992? Well, they unfortunately had a DC which dropped them off of the top spot, and also a drive-through as well, which is a big shame to those guys. And this is why they are down in 15th place, I believe. I think they just taken
they've just taken the position on the 101, the Turn 1 racing car. Not for class, but yeah, they're trying to they muscle their way back through as they're going to look up the inside of the BMW, but that's going to put the Simpson Riggs car really offline. And look at this is Turn 1's opportunity. They've been slowed up. The Turn 1 car had the better run off the corner. Best part, sort of opportunity, what they could have nearly, having to pick a decide and defend on it. They've got Malinowski as the toe ahead. They're going to be on the outside. It's going to be a long old way. There is some contact into Turn 1. It's going to be on the outside for Turn 2, and then once again, I think they can swoop around, but where have they gone? There they are. There's the Simpson Riggs car. Turn 1 into 15th.
I have a bit of news from chat about the Simpsons rigs. They didn't change tyres in the last stop to get the position on the 101, which is a problem because they are now running 28.9 pressures.
Oof.
So
I think
that will not
help the pace of your race car.
Yeah, exactly. That's not great. Another one from chat, Adam DeVille says, "Oh my god, so proud of my boys, Forza 500. Yeah, they are doing bits up in third. First overall in silver. They are flying, if you like.
The Forza...
The 404 hasn't really...
Go on, man.
Yeah, the 404 hasn't really caught up to the 500, I've noticed. It's all just been this for the whole race since, the first few laps. And even Scott going a little bit wide right there.
Moment.
That's the Mercedes.
Mercedes moment. It's a certified Mercedes moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's
the Mercedes can do that, Ryan. They're allowed. They have a license to do that.
Yeah, it is the Mercedes, but as the leader goes on to the final lap and the 781 gets out of the way, yeah, the 500 has had a great day, really. P3 overall and P1 in the silver class. Not only that, they took the pole position in qualifying, if you remember, which was like big shock horror. The 500 on pole. Sadly was taken away from them when Malinowski got in the car and did Malinowski things, right up until the moment he could not do Malinowski things because they were disconnected. And that's it was a sad day for the 992. Really, they've obviously come back to just salvage the points goal. They need to do that. They knew that they couldn't just afford to to close the roller shutter door. They needed to get back out there with the car and gain any kind of points that they could. They have done that, managed to pass two other pro cars in doing so, but will sit down in the 13th overall. But it will be this man, it will be Chris Melbourne for the Visceral Esports car, the number 70 McLaren, the car that didn't necessarily think that they were going to win today. You know, they've been right on the back of that Porsche, and then they've been far away from it, just watching them drive away, get smaller and smaller. But it will be them to take the victory and take the checkered flag at the RCI 6 hours of Catalonia. A great drive by Chris Melbourne. And then when we flick to him, this man all the way back here, yes, this is second position, mind you, the 411, the T3 Motorsports car. Once again, didn't necessarily have to do anything amazing. We haven't really talked much about them because they've just kind of, you know, been there. And also, this is going to be a photo finish. Look who's ahead of them. It's the sister car. It's the T3 Motorsports white, the T3 Motorsports black. And here you go, lads. What a photo finish. P2 in pro and P3 in silver. What a day for T3.
Yeah, that just reminds me of the Fords back at Le Mans back in the day when they crossed the line 3 abreast, and that's basically what that was right there. And yeah, amazing to see. Well done to those drivers there. Here we have the 500 of, you know, they've done so well to, you know, they got pole, as you say, that's more points, and then they've stayed in third the whole race. And, you know, you could have given it to them, they've been amazing. But Forza Italia e-racing coming across the line for first in silver. Congratulations to them. Amazing race today. And obviously we have the 404 that is crossing in second as well. Don't forget about them. Martin Grady crosses the line to take third in pro. And here's Vora as well, who will take the fourth when they get there. But it's not been a bad race today, Mawson. You know, the penalties have been low. The driving's been pretty good, especially for a really heavy weather race. So, you know, I think it's been a good one overall.
I expected when, you know, it was meant to be a heavy wet race at, you know, at Catalonia, that we were going to have a lot more carnage, especially, you know, in necessarily the split one where people, you know, might want to, you know, they really might want to go for those moves. But, it, you know, it's been relatively clean. And that was that said. The Cheshire Cat, as the last car crosses the line, which will be the 747, manages to hang on just about to Skidnov in the 920. But yeah, it's been a great race. We've had some, you know, some great ups and downs. Like I said, Silver starting on pole. The shock horror, what happened to the 992. Some of the cars that have really had issues, the 444, you know, they were backwards, disconnects, all the problems, and we didn't catch it on the cameras. They only finished 0.3 of a second behind the 781, despite them having that stop and go 30, and despite the 781 having that drive through, they still managed to get right back up to one another. So, you know, it was almost a battle to be. And turn 1 as well did manage to hang on to the Simpson Riggs car by half a second, was the gap when they finished that.
Yeah, pretty mega driving from all drivers today, and unfortunate for Milanowski not to get another win under their belt, but you know, things happen, and it's about time we had a change of a winner. Am I right, Mawson, or am I wrong? But yeah, everyone did brilliant today. Amazing racing, amazing sportsmanship as well, as we see. It's just an amazing day.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it was a great one, and I hope you've enjoyed us for the RCI 6 hours of Catalonia. It's been a fantastic race as well. And I'd like to thank the people who actually make this possible. Our sponsors. We have a race department, some of the best place for sim racing news, mods, you know, a set of Corsa mods, some great ACC skins on there as well. Always want to check it out. AK Informatica, they provide our servers, make everything actually work around here. You know, otherwise we won't have anything to drive on. Driver 61, you can get some discount off your driver coaching if you join our Discord, and I think the link is in the description as well. It can make you a lot faster. Some of the staff around here, stewarding team, and I believe some of the commentators have used it. And yes, you know, they can very much attest that it has been some great coaching for them. Fanatec, our affiliate link is in the description for if you want to buy anything of probably some of the best and a great ecosystem for sim racing to get into. I can attest, all of my gear is Fanatec. and I absolutely love it, but maybe I'm a bit biased. And Sim Racing GP, if you want to join a community or maybe start one of your own, get some races going, Sim Racing GP, that's the place to be. And you know, around here in RCI, we've got plenty of races coming up. And if I'm not mistaken, Ted, the new Wednesday Championship has been announced, has it not?
I believe so. I know someone did shout at us earlier saying, "Hey, come promote this." So yeah, I believe it is the new Wednesday. That will be sign-ups opening tomorrow, 3 BST, 14 UTC. So look out for that. And of course, we always have meetings and sign-ups for all the other channels you can see. You can always go to racerci.com and you can see all our championships over there. And if you want to take part in next month's World Tour race, which is our last, is at Zolder, is 10 hours of Zolder. You can always sign a team up for that as well, and you do the pre-queue, and you'll get assigned to a split, and you can race.
Well, going on post-race interviews, have your winner of the race, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Melbourne, who took the number 70 McLaren under the checkered flag. Chris, how does it feel?
To finally beat Malinowski across the line was great. Such a unfortunate for them to get the disconnects. I don't think we'd have beat them in reality if they hadn't done. But yeah, it's great to finally win one. Makes a change from the P2. So yeah, great.
Yeah, you had an amazing drive today.
There you go.
Sorry, Milton.
We have everyone here from the visceral car. Yeah, it was quite a day for you lads. You caught right up to the back of Malinowski, and we really thought, oh wow, this is the battle here. Obviously, Max wasn't quite gelling with the car, and then Malinowski did Malinowski things and drove away. But you must have been. It's one of those hard to tell moments where I don't know if you would have been absolutely cheering or a little bit sad that the 992 just disappeared off the radar. I mean, they did get the drive-through before that, but you know, the disconnect surely didn't help them.
I can tell you right now, we were absolutely cheering. We were definitely not sad about that whatsoever. we were absolutely ecstatic to see that drive through, and especially when also they disconnected for some reason. That was actually quite sad. But yeah, I mean, it was just an absolutely roller coaster race. I mean, when Grantas got in the car and was chasing down Max, we were like, "Well, this is it. We're back in the game here." And then obviously when Malinowski got in the car, it was the other way around. We were sort of picking up the scrappings for P2 really, and then yeah, after that drive through, we were just trying to bring it home really.
Yeah, so how do you feel about your? We were trying to do the points towards the end, and it's all a bit of a fuff, really. But we think you're going to be pretty on par with the 411, the T3 Motorsports car. How do you feel going into Zolder with sort of that? You've got a real fight on your hands now.
We have, but it's against the BM, which doesn't feel curbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the car holds an advantage over the McLaren there. But yeah, we're certainly going to give it everything to fight for the P2, 100%.
Well, have you got any last words, Ted, before we turn the winning team loose? I'm sure they're going to have a bit of a celebration and bring the McLaren back into the truck.
I've got to say, amazing racing by all three of you today. Caracas just coming out of nowhere and taking the fastest lap off them for a little bit, but yeah, no, you guys held on, and you just waited and prayed, and yeah, your prayer worked. So congratulations to that win, and yeah, good luck for next race.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, and congratulations to
guys.
the rest of the podium as well. Schumacher and the boys did a great job.
Yep.
Right. Well, as that team disappears, we have the other, or one of our Porsche drivers. Magic, what happened? It was just looking. It was looking like it was all, you know, it was all the 992. You were flying in the wet, and your sort of typical driving style of how I don't quite know how you do it, but it just went all wrong in the last hour.
Nothing of it was of our doing, so it was just an unlucky disconnect. Max was in the car. He was doing a great job just to keep the lead, and he didn't lose any connection. Like his internet was totally fine, and our car just suddenly went into the air and we totally disconnected. So as soon as we realized that, we were just, get out of the server as quickly as possible, rejoin in the correct order, get out of the track, and just see what's possible. But I mean, performance-wise, we can be at least happy because the virtue was there. So at least we knew that if we wouldn't disconnect in such a weird way and really unlucky way, then we probably would have won another race. But I think still, points-wise, that still gives us fastest lap, and I think few points in the pro class. So I think the championship-wise, we could be already winning.
Yeah,
I don't know. It would have to be calculated, but we are, of course, ourselves. We are here already trying to calculate that just to see where we are after the disconnect. So I believe it could be true.
I believe it is. I think we also did a bit of behind the scenes maths, and here and there, yeah, with the points for the fastest lap and finishing, I think you still hold. It's like plus or minus somewhere around about the 30 points region that you still hold over what is now going to be almost a tie, or a very, very close battle between the 70 and the 411 for the T3 car. But yeah, it was a monumental drive. Even watching you after you came back into the server, just the monumental drive that car had. And as he says, Max did very well. Didn't lose the lead. You came into the pits still ahead, came out still ahead. So it was just one of those days. How are you feeling about Zolder? It's one of those. I can't tell if it is a Porsche track or it's not a Porsche track. You have the first sort of chicane of death where all the front engine cars are going to love it, but then you have some really twisty handling and hard acceleration zones that surely the Porsche is going to love.
It's definitely not going to be the best track for us, but the Porsche is also not that slow there, so I don't know. We're just going to see. It should be a fun experience. We'll see. Maybe if we somehow this month manage to get Kota in, or some American tracks, maybe we would be able to drive on different track. I believe it would be Kota rather than Zolder. That would be really interesting to see. With a really, really fresh track. Zolder is definitely going to be really good for BMW, really good for Bentley. But yeah, Porsche is not bad there either. It's more about just finding a setup that is consistent over curbs. That's all.
Yeah, it also joined. How did you find the Porsche and the setup, Max? It looked certainly interesting watching you having to drive in the horrendous conditions, but it did look a little bit better when it started to dry out. I think when I joined, the track was at its sort of best condition, and then it slowly got more wet and wet.
Yeah, after sitting like 2 hours waiting for my turn because we couldn't leave the server to practice, I was a bit cold, I would say. So I wasn't representing the best pace, and unfortunately in my second stint where I was feeling it more, that I could push more and get some decent speed on my stint, and the disconnect happened. So very unlucky. But I usually drive the Porsche, so it wasn't that bad. It was more of the thing that I recently switched from racing on a screen to the VR, so I'm still like kind of adapting, I would say.
That's interesting. So now, basically, a lot of Porsche drivers who I know, so you have you Malinovsky, you'll now have you Max, and a good friend of mine, all racing VR driving the Porsche. Maybe we're missing something, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe to be fast in Porsche, you need VR. Who knows? But it was still a great race, from you. Sad to see the disconnect, but you did keep going. We got the checkered, got the points, and like I said, to see that car flying by 992 and how you have to input on that car, it was great to see. So I'll be waiting with bated breath to see what you can do at Zolder anyway.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that race. The championship is great, so let's see how it will end up.
All right, well, thank you for joining us on this RCI broadcast, the 6 hours of Catalonia. It's been a great race, Ted, and thank you for joining me. Thank you for all the commentators, the broadcasters, everyone who's really managed to make it work. The stewards behind the scene, and just everyone who's who turned up. All the drivers. If you took the checkered flag, even if you didn't take the checkered flag, no matter what happens, it's great to have it's great to have you here. It's great to have people as part of our community, and hope you'll come join us with join us for some racing. We have splits for everyone. We have a lovely Discord, and you can ask everyone about any kind of racing queries that you have. But any final thoughts, Ted, before we sign off and we wave people goodbye here? And you'll have to grab your brolly because it looks a bit wet outside.
I got my wellies ready, Mawson. I don't want to get my wet feet. So yeah, today's race was amazing. Not many incidents across all splits. It wasn't too bad. I know the stewards are still working on split 1 penalties. I see there are some which I will not tell. We can save that for next month. But yeah, no, amazing race from all drivers. Very, very well done to everyone. The track wasn't at the best conditions that you could hope for. Catalonia, you probably want it dry, but we have to see what next month's give us. And yeah, thank you for having me, Mawson, for the last stint of this today's race. I enjoyed it very muchly, and yeah, I hope to see some of you guys next time.
Well, from me, from Ted, and from everyone who took part, thank you for watching, and we will see you at the next race.